space is small, but it is everything. So the real question is this: when the world presses against you, will you be ruled by reflex, or will you stand firm in reason? In this journey, we'll uncover a path the ancients walked, a way to train the mind to respond, not react. Stay with me, and let's step into that stillness together. As we step into this first chapter, picture a moment when the world pressed hard against you. Maybe it was a cruel word that cut deeper than it should have, or a sudden setback that left you standing in silence, wondering how everything shifted so quickly. The air gets heavy, your chest tightens, and before you know it, your mouth opens, your emotions flare, and the words spill out. Words that you wish you could take back, actions that you wish you hadn't taken. We've all been there, trapped in that instant when reaction feels like the only option. Now imagine standing at that same crossroads, but instead of being swept away, you pause. You feel the sting, but you don't let it control you. You see the wave coming, yet you do not drown. You hold yourself still, and in that stillness, you choose. That is the difference between reacting and responding. It's not a small difference, it is the distance between chaos and clarity, between regret and wisdom, between weakness and strength. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher emperor, reminded himself every morning, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He ruled an empire, yet he wrestled with the same storms we do: anger, impatience, frustration. His journals were not polished speeches, they were reminders to himself, please, almost, to stay steady when life pulled at him from every side. If even an emperor needed those reminders, what makes us think we can do without them? Here's the truth: reaction is easy. It takes no discipline, no thought, no wisdom. A spark hits and the fire spreads. But response, that is an art. It is the warrior's discipline, the craftsman's patience, the philosopher's clarity. It means holding the line within when everything outside tries to break through. It means refusing to let your peace be a toy in the hands of circumstance. I remember a man I once knew who lost his temper in a single conversation and burned a bridge that had taken years to build. One insult, one flash of anger, and the bond was gone. But I've also seen the opposite. I've seen someone face an insult with calm eyes, with silence that spoke louder than any retort, and in that silence they held the higher ground. The difference between those two men was not intelligence, not status, not luck. It was choice. One reacted, the other responded. Seneca warned that the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Delay is not weakness. Delay is mastery. It is the refusal to hand over your freedom to the first emotion that stirs inside you. It is the pause that makes space for reason, for courage, for justice, for temperance, the very virtues the Stoics built their lives upon. In that space, you are no longer a prisoner. You are free. So let me ask you, when life presses against you, will you be a puppet pulled by invisible strings, or will you be the hand that holds them steady? Will you be the leaf tossed by the wind, or the tree rooted deep in the earth? Every insult, every disappointment, every trial is an invitation to rise above reflex and live from principle. This is where our journey begins. The battlefield is not out there, it is in here, in the space between what strikes us and what we choose to do next. Train your mind to see that space. Train your will to live in it. Because in that space lives freedom. In that space lives strength. In that space, you find the power to transform every challenge into the raw material of growth. And so, as we close this first step, hold on to this. Reacting may feel natural, but responding is what makes you unshakable. Responding is what makes you free. And from here, we turn toward the first tool that allows us to step into that space, the discipline of self-awareness. Moving into this second chapter, imagine holding a mirror so close to your face that every line, every shadow, every mark is impossible to ignore. It can feel uncomfortable. Sometimes it even hurts. Yet, without that mirror, without that unflinching gaze, you would never truly know the face you carry into the world. The same is true of the mind. Without the mirror of self-awareness, we stumble through life blind to the forces that move us, mistaking reflex for choice, mistaking habit for freedom. Here's where the heart of discipline begins. Picture a moment when you snapped at someone you cared about, a friend, a partner, even a child. You later told yourself, "I didn't mean it. I was just tired. I was just stressed." But beneath those excuses lies a deeper truth. You weren't watching yourself. You weren't aware of the storm rising inside until it broke through. The Stoics would call this failure to govern the inner citadel. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." And mastery always begins with awareness. Think of self-awareness as the sentry at the gate of the fortress. Without a sentry, enemies walk in unchallenged. With a sentry, every movement is noticed, every approach tested. Your emotions, your impulses, your sudden surges of anger or fear. They are not enemies to be destroyed, but visitors to be questioned. Who sent you? What do you want? Do you serve me, or will you betray me? That is the work of awareness. I remember a colleague years ago who seemed to carry peace with him into every room. People tested him, deadlines shifted, clients snapped. He didn't pretend those moments didn't sting. I saw his jaw tighten, his breath catch. But then, almost visibly, he would catch himself. He would pause, tilt his head slightly, and only then answer. Later, he told me his secret. He had trained himself to notice the first sign of rising emotion, the clenching of his fist, the heat in his chest, the flood of words forming before he was ready. "Once I feel it," he said, "I know I have a choice. That is the quiet power of awareness." Marcus Aurelius, writing to himself in the solitude of his tent, urged, "Look well into yourself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if you will always look." He wasn't romanticizing. He was commanding himself to watch, to see, to know. Because once you see clearly, you can no longer claim ignorance. Self-awareness strips away the comfort of excuses. It forces you to admit, yes, that anger was mine, not theirs. Yes, that fear was mine, not the world's. And this is why self-awareness is not soft. It is brutal. It is like standing naked in a cold wind. It leaves you no shield except the truth. But in that truth, there is freedom. Because if the anger is yours, you can learn to master it. If the fear is yours, you can learn to meet it. If the habit is yours, you can train yourself to change it. Without awareness, you are a puppet. With awareness, the strings fall from your hands and coil at your feet. So ask yourself, what do you notice in your body before you break? What thought repeats itself before you speak words you regret? Do you recognize the heat rising in your chest, the trembling in your jaw, the quickening of your voice? Or do you only realize it after the damage is done? This is the practice, to catch the spark before it becomes fire, to see the ripple before it becomes a wave. Awareness alone does not guarantee wisdom, but without it, wisdom is impossible. It is the foundation, the starting line, the first stone in the road to mastery. When you train your eye to watch your own mind, you stop being a prisoner of reflex. You become the observer, the strategist, the commander within your own walls. So let this be the mark you carry from this chapter. Awareness is not about perfection, it is about vigilance. The more you watch, the clearer you see. And the clearer you see, the freer you become. From here we step into the next discipline, one the Stoics considered sacred, the power of the pause. Because once you see the storm rising within, the question becomes, can you hold still long enough to choose your answer? As we step into the third chapter, imagine standing at the edge of a cliff with the wind howling in your ears. One step forward and you fall, one steady breath and you regain your balance. That thin line between falling and standing, that is the pause. That is the space where your freedom lives. Now think of the last time someone pushed your buttons. Maybe they raised their voice, cut you off, dismissed you in front of others. Your pulse spiked, your jaw clenched, and the urge to strike back rushed to the surface. That is the cliff. Most people take the step forward without even knowing it. They react, they tumble, but the Stoics taught us to stop at the edge, to recognize that gap between stimulus and response. Epictetus reminded his students, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. What matters is the pause. This pause is not emptiness, it is power. It is the archer drawing back the string before releasing. It is the sculptor holding his chisel above the stone, waiting for the right angle. It is the soldier holding position until the moment is right. That breath, that delay, that heartbeat, that is where mastery begins. I once watched a man in a crowded meeting room absorb a harsh insult. Everyone expected him to lash back. Instead, he leaned back, folded his hands, and went silent. For a moment, the room was tense, almost awkward. Then he spoke, calm, measured, undeniable. His words landed heavier because they were not rushed. His silence before he spoke had weight. Later, someone whispered, that pause was the most powerful thing he did. Seneca wrote, the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Delay is not surrender. Delay is strategy. It's buying yourself the only thing you truly need, time to choose. When you pause, you're not ignoring the insult, the setback, the sting. You're acknowledging it, but refusing to let it dictate your move. You're saying, I will act, but I will act on my terms. That is what separates a wise man from a slave of impulse. Think of the pause as armor. The world may fire arrows of insult, chaos, or injustice. If you react instantly, you let them pierce your skin. But if you pause, the arrows glance off your shield. You don't waste your strength flailing. You conserve it for the strike that matters. The pause protects you from yourself, your anger, your pride, your fear. But make no mistake, the pause is hard. It feels unnatural. Our culture glorifies speed, instant answers, quick comebacks. Yet what looks like speed is often just weakness dressed as confidence. True strength is patient. True wisdom is deliberate. A pause may last only a second, but within that second lies the difference between regret and respect, between chaos and clarity. So let this chapter leave its mark on you. The pause is not hesitation, it is command. It is the sign of someone who refuses to be owned by circumstance. It is the space where your reason awakens, where your values rise, where your discipline speaks louder than your ego. At this stage, remember this: the world can provoke you, but it cannot move you without your consent. The pause is your proof. Hold it, and you hold everything. And from here, we turn to the art of reframing, how to see the very blows of life not as wounds, but as tools for your growth. Advancing to this fourth chapter, imagine carrying a stone in your pocket. At first, it feels heavy, awkward, even painful. But then one day you take that same stone, place it in your hand, and realize it can sharpen a blade, anchor a foundation, or mark a path. Nothing about the stone has changed. Only your perspective has. That shift, the act of reframing, is where Stoic power reveals itself. Think of the last time life struck you with something unfair. Maybe it was rejection after you gave your best, betrayal from someone you trusted, or a loss you never saw coming. The instinct is to curse it, to call it a curse. But Marcus Aurelius, in the heart of his own suffering, wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." To him, the obstacle was not a wall, it was the path itself. I recall a friend who lost his job unexpectedly. For weeks, he called it the worst thing that had ever happened to him. His pride was crushed, his savings dwindling. But months later, he admitted that being forced out had given him the freedom to pursue work he actually cared about. "Losing that job saved me," he said. The event hadn't changed. His framing of it had. This is the essence of reframing, to take the raw material of suffering and see within it the seed of strength. It is not denial. It is not pretending the wound doesn't hurt. It is standing before the wound and asking, what can this teach me? How can this forge me? Epictetus taught that we cannot control events, but we can control how we interpret them. That interpretation is the lever, and with it, you can move the weight of the world. Picture a soldier who breaks his sword in battle. One man sees only defeat and despair. Another sees the chance to fight with his hands, to test his courage, to discover that strength is more than steel. The same event, two different frames, two different destinies. But here's the challenge. Reframing demands humility. It requires the courage to admit that your first perspective may be false, that your reflexive judgment may not be the whole truth. Seneca reminded us, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. When you reframe, you strip away that imagination, that reflex, and uncover a reality you can work with. You turn storms into lessons, burdens into training, losses into direction. Ask yourself, what if the delay you hate is protecting you? What if the rejection you fear is redirecting you? What if the pain you carry is shaping you for something larger than comfort? Reframing doesn't erase the hardship, it redeems it. It makes the unbearable bearable by transforming it into purpose. This practice is not a one-time event. It is a discipline. It is taking every frustration, every insult, every failure, and holding it up to the light. What else could this mean? How can this serve me instead of break me? And little by little, you train your mind to see not just pain, but possibility. So remember this, adversity will visit you, that is certain, but how you receive it, that is choice. You can call it curse and collapse beneath it, or you can call it teacher and rise because of it. Reframing is the difference. And from here, we turn toward the next great discipline, to separate what belongs to us from what does not, to focus not on the uncontrollable chaos of the world, but on the steady ground of what lies within our power. Here's where we step into the heart of Stoic strength, the art of separating what belongs to you from what never did. Picture a man caught in a storm, fists raised to the sky, screaming at the thunder. His rage does nothing but drain him. The storm doesn't bend to his anger. The rain doesn't pause for his protest. Yet this is how most of us live, shouting at storms we can never command. Now imagine the same man lowering his fists, pulling his cloak tighter, finding shelter, and saving his strength for the journey ahead. He has not changed the storm, he has changed himself within the storm. This is the essence of focusing on what is within your control. Epictetus was relentless about this truth. Some things are up to us, and some are not. To ignore this is to chain yourself to suffering. To embrace it is to break free. It sounds simple, yet it demands ruthless honesty. How much of your life's energy is wasted on things you cannot bend, what others think, how they behave, what the world chooses to throw at you? I once knew a woman who carried deep bitterness because her family never gave her the recognition she longed for. She worked harder, sacrificed more, but their praise never came. It ate her alive. Then one day she told me, I finally realized I can't control how they see me. I can only control how I carry myself. The moment she released the demand for their approval, her spirit lightened. Nothing outside had shifted, but inside she had taken back her power. Marcus Aurelius practiced this discipline daily as emperor. He bore betrayal, sickness, and war, yet he wrote in his meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." His throne didn't shield him from chaos. His clarity did. He knew the empire could burn, but his reason was his own. This truth is harsh. It forces us to admit that much of our pain comes not from life itself, but from wrestling with what was never ours to hold. The weather, the market, the words of another's mouth. None of these bow to our will, but how we think, how we act, how we speak, those are ours. Entirely ours. Think of your energy like water in a vessel. Every time you pour it into things you cannot control, the vessel empties and you are left thirsty. But when you pour it into your own thoughts, your own choices, your own discipline, you create a fountain that never runs dry. That is why the Stoics guarded their minds more fiercely than their possessions. They knew the true fortress is within. So when life confronts you with insult, loss, or chaos, ask yourself, is this within my control? If yes, act with courage. If no, release it with grace. Anything else is slavery to the uncontrollable. Let this be carved into your heart. Strength is not found in mastering the world, but in mastering your response to it. And from here, we move to the next discipline, reflection and adjustment, the daily practice of examining how we lived, so that tomorrow we may walk with greater clarity and steadiness. Entering this 6th chapter, imagine standing before a quiet river at dusk. The water reflects your face, but not always as you think it looks. The ripples distort, the light bends, and what you see is not the same as what others see. That is what self-reflection feels like. Sometimes the image pleases us, sometimes it stings, but without looking into the water, we walk through life never knowing how we appear, never knowing what we truly carry. Now picture ending your day as the Stoics did, not by collapsing into sleep, but by turning a lantern inward. Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations at night, not to impress others, but to judge himself. He asked, "Where did I act with wisdom? Where did I fail? What stirred my temper? What tested my patience?" That discipline of nightly review was his sharpening stone. Every mistake, every triumph, examined and weighed, not for guilt, not for vanity, but for growth. I once met a man who kept a small notebook in his pocket. At first I thought it was for work, but one evening he showed me. On each page he had written simple lines. I spoke too harshly today. I held my tongue when I wanted to explode. I wasted an hour on distractions. Nothing grand, nothing poetic, just a record of the battle within. He said, if I don't write it, I forget it. And if I forget it, I repeat it. That is reflection. Seneca urged, each day ask yourself, what infirmity have I mastered today? What passion opposed? What temptation resisted? What virtue acquired? This is not self-torture. It is self-honesty. It is looking at the battlefield of your life and marking where you stood strong and where you fell. Reflection without judgment. Adjustment without shame. Why does this matter? Because without reflection, we drift. We repeat the same mistakes under different skies. We carry the same anger into new relationships, the same fear into new opportunities, the same pride into new failures. Reflection is the pause of the soul, the audit that keeps us from bankruptcy of character. And adjustment, that is the second half of the practice. Awareness without change is just self-pity, but awareness with adjustment is transformation. If you spoke too harshly today, then tomorrow you speak slower. If you let fear silence you, then tomorrow you raise your voice once. Small adjustments, like a ship turning 1 degree. Over time, the destination is entirely different. Think of reflection as planting seeds. Each note, each memory, each truth you admit to yourself is a seed buried in the soil of tomorrow. Some will sprout into stronger habits. Some will wither because you neglect them. But the act of planting, of noticing, recording, and adjusting keeps the garden alive. This is not glamorous work. No one applauds you for writing down your failures. No one cheers when you decide to shift one small habit. But silently, invisibly, you are rewiring your life. And one day people will say, how did you become so steady, so calm, so clear? They will not see the years of nightly reflection, but you will know. So let me leave you with this. End each day with a question, not a judgment. Ask, how did I live? Where can I live better? And then adjust. That is how you train the mind, not once, but daily. If this message resonates, remember to subscribe so you can keep walking this Stoic path with me. And drop a simple word in the comments. Reflect. Let it be your mark of commitment tonight. From here, we step into another discipline, one that threads through every Stoic practice. The cultivation of mindfulness. The art of living fully in the present moment without being dragged by the ghosts of yesterday or the fears of tomorrow. Moving into this 7th chapter, imagine waking up and hearing the world before it hears you. The air is still, the light has not yet filled the sky. In that silence, your thoughts are loudest. But instead of being swept away, you notice them like clouds drifting across the early morning. You do not chase them, you do not curse them, you simply watch. That is mindfulness. That is presence. Now think of how most days begin. The alarm jolts you, your hand reaches for the phone, and before your feet touch the ground, the world has already claimed your mind. Messages, news, noise, it pours in, and you are dragged into a current you didn't choose. You are already reacting before you've lived a single moment. But what if the first act of your day was not reaction, but attention? What if you began not by absorbing the world, but by observing yourself? The Stoics lived this way. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, when you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive. He wasn't being poetic. He was training his mind to see the gift of presence before the burdens of duty. Mindfulness is not an escape from life. It is entry into life. It is the discipline of noticing where your mind is wandering and bringing it back to where you stand, right here, right now. I remember sitting once with a man who had weathered many storms, loss, betrayal, illness. Yet, when you spoke with him, he gave you his full attention. He wasn't glancing at the clock, scrolling through distractions, or half listening. His gaze was steady, his presence complete. Most people, he told me, are never really here. They are always ahead of themselves or behind themselves. That's why they are never at peace. He had learned to anchor himself in the present, and in doing so, he gave peace to others too. Seneca warned, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." How much of our torment comes not from what is, but from what might be or what has been. Mindfulness is the practice of cutting those ropes. It is telling yourself, the past cannot be relived. The future cannot be lived yet. Only this breath is real, and this breath is enough. But mindfulness is not a luxury reserved for monks or philosophers. It is a skill you can practice in the marketplace, in the kitchen, in the chaos of family life. Washing your hands, feel the water. Walking to work, notice the rhythm of your steps. Listening to a friend, hear not just their words, but their pauses. Each act becomes training. Each ordinary moment becomes sacred. Some will say, "I don't have time for mindfulness," yet it takes no time. It takes awareness. It is not about adding another task, but about entering the tasks you already do. Eating, breathing, speaking, done with attention, they transform from chores into practices. You begin to live instead of being lived by your distractions, and here lies the Stoic secret. Mindfulness is not detachment from reality, it is deeper connection with it. To eat and know you are eating, to walk and know you are walking, to breathe and know you are breathing. The mind anchored in the present cannot be pulled apart by regret or fear. So remember this, the world will always try to pull you away from yourself. But if you train your mind to return again and again, you will carry a calm that no chaos can steal. At this stage, we step from the inner stillness of mindfulness into its outward expression. How mindful observation, practiced in daily life, can change the way we work, love, and walk among others. Here's where we bring the practice of mindfulness into the dust and noise of everyday living. Imagine walking through a crowded street. Horns blare, voices rise, faces blur past you. Most people rush as if chased by invisible hounds, their minds lost in destinations, not the step beneath their feet. But then you slow, you feel the ground. You hear not just noise but layers of sound. You see not just strangers, but stories in their eyes. Suddenly, the chaos is not chaos. It is a symphony. That shift is mindful observation. Now ask yourself, how often do you eat without tasting? How often do you listen without hearing? How often do you see without noticing? Life is passing moment after moment, yet our minds are elsewhere, arguing with yesterday, or bargaining with tomorrow. Seneca once said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Waste, not because the hours are gone, but because we were not truly there while they passed. I once knew a craftsman who made wooden chairs. Watching him work was a lesson in presence. He ran his fingers along the grain, tilting the wood in the light before making a cut. He heard the whisper of the blade, the tone changing as it met a knot. To him, every detail was alive. He said, "If you hurry, you fight the wood. If you watch, it shows you where to go." That is mindful observation, entering the task so fully that even the ordinary becomes instruction. Marcus Aurelius urged himself, "Pay attention to what is in front of you, the principle the task, the truth. He was emperor, carrying the weight of an empire, yet he reminded himself to notice the small and immediate, to eat with awareness, to walk with purpose, to speak with intention. For the Stoics, observation was not about withdrawing from the world, but about engaging with it deeply, with eyes wide open. Think of your conversations. How often are you forming your reply before the other person has finished? How often are you hearing their words but missing their meaning? Mindful observation transforms dialogue into communion. You don't just hear, you listen. You don't just see, you witness. And in that, relationships change. People feel it when you are present. They trust you more because presence is rare in a distracted world. This practice also disarms conflict. Picture someone insulting you. Without observation, you react. But if you are watching, not just their words, but their face, their breath, their trembling, you may see pain disguised as anger. You may recognize their outburst is not truly about you. And with that recognition, your response shifts from retaliation to composure. Observation opens the door to wisdom where reaction would have closed it. But mindful observation is not only about others, it is about seeing yourself in action. The way you clench your jaw when anxious, the way your hands fidget when impatient. These signals, if noticed, become warnings before the storm breaks. When you observe, you catch yourself in the act of becoming, and you choose the shape you take. Life is relentless in its pace, but observation slows it down, not by changing the clock, but by expanding the moment. The walk to work becomes a meditation. The sound of rain becomes a lesson in impermanence. The face of a stranger becomes a reminder of shared humanity. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is too small to matter. So hold to this. Mindful observation is the art of truly living where you are, when you are. To watch without rushing, to listen without plotting, to act with eyes open. It turns the ordinary into the profound, and the fleeting into the eternal. From here we move toward the crucible where observation meets pressure, the moments of conflict and stress, where the Stoic's ability to see clearly becomes the difference between being consumed by fire and walking through it with steady steps. At this stage, imagine standing in a crowded room when someone suddenly throws words like daggers your way. The silence after them cuts sharper than the words themselves. All eyes turn to you. Your chest tightens, your mind flares, your pride rises. This is the moment. Conflict is not theory. It is here, breathing down your neck. Now ask yourself, what do you do? Do you let the fire leap from your tongue, burning the bridge between you and the other forever? Or do you become the stone that fire cannot consume? The Stoics were forged in such crucibles. They knew the battlefield of life was not only on the fields of war, but in the arguments, betrayals, and humiliations of daily existence. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his private notes, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." To him, when insulted, the real defeat was not in the words, but in allowing them to twist his nature. He refused to let another man's venom become his bloodstream. That is the Stoic shield in conflict, your character intact, untouched. I once witnessed a colleague belittled in a meeting. Everyone expected retaliation. The insult was sharp, undeserved, but he simply nodded, paused, and continued his point with calm conviction. Later, someone asked, "Why didn't you strike back?" He smiled and said, "Why should I let him decide the kind of man I am?" That answer carried more strength than any counterattack could have. Seneca counseled, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." In moments of stress, the mind multiplies shadows. The insult becomes a catastrophe. The mistake becomes the end of everything. But when you strip away the exaggeration, you see the event for what it is. Painful, yes, but survivable, even useful. Stress becomes a trainer, sharpening your discipline. Conflict becomes a mirror, showing you who you really are. Think of Epictetus, born a slave, beaten by his master until his leg was crippled. Yet he said calmly, "You may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus has power over my will." He faced violence not with despair, but with defiance of spirit. If he could hold that inner ground in chains, what excuse do we have in offices, in homes, in arguments that pale beside his suffering? Here lies the heart of Stoic application. When conflict comes, ask, what is mine to control here? Not their anger, not their poison, only your response. And when stress presses against you like a weight on your chest, ask, what can I do with this pressure? You can collapse, or you can let it strengthen the muscle of your soul. Conflict will always test your pride. Stress will always test your patience. But both are invitations. Invitations to live the very philosophy you claim to admire. To respond with clarity when the world demands reaction. To hold your center when everything around you spins. So let this truth steady you. Conflict does not shape your character, it reveals it. Stress does not create weakness, it exposes where you must grow. If you can hold your ground here, you can hold it anywhere. From here, we move toward the next practice, one the Stoics wove into every day of their lives. Daily routines and journaling, the quiet disciplines that prepare the mind for storms before they ever arrive. From here, let's step into the quiet habits that form the backbone of a Stoic life. Imagine the rhythm of a drum in the distance, each beat steady, unhurried, reliable. That rhythm is what routine brings to a human soul. Without it, life feels scattered. With it, even the chaos outside finds a counterpoint in the order within. Think of your own mornings. Do you wake pulled by alarms, already racing against the clock, already behind? Or do you rise with intention, even if the world is not yet demanding? The Stoics began each day not with frenzy, but with thought. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself each morning, reminding his soul that the world would test him, that people would irritate him, and yet he still had the power to meet them with dignity. That was his shield, not soldiers, not guards, but preparation of mind. Now imagine ending the day. You lay your head down, but before sleep claims you, you hold up a mirror. Seneca described this practice clearly. When the light has been taken away and my wife has fallen silent, I examine my entire day and measure my deeds and words. I conceal nothing. I omit nothing. He called it a form of cross-examination, not of others, of himself. That nightly review was his safeguard against drifting into the same mistakes tomorrow. I once met a teacher who kept a worn notebook by his bed. Every night he wrote 3 lines. One thing he did well, one thing he failed at, and one thing he would try again tomorrow. Nothing elaborate, just honest marks on paper. He told me, these pages have seen my weakest nights and my strongest mornings. That is journaling at its essence, not performance, not poetry. Just truth captured before sleep. Routines are often dismissed as boring, but the Stoics knew they are freedom disguised as repetition. When you anchor your days in habits of thought, reflection, and intention, you're not trapped. You are liberated. The storms may come, but you already know how to stand. The world may provoke you, but you have rehearsed your response before the test even arrives. Epictetus urged his students to train daily, not only with grand speeches, but with simple acts, to rise and remind themselves of what is theirs to control, to pause before meals and give thanks for what they had, to note the anger rising in their chest and ask, "Is this worthy of me?" In routines they built resilience brick by brick until the walls of their inner citadel stood firm. Ask yourself, what would change if you began each day by writing a single line of intention? What would shift if you ended each day by writing a single line of truth? These are not small gestures. They are anchors. A man who writes his own story each morning is not easily written into someone else's. A woman who examines her day each night is not easily fooled by her own excuses. Daily routine and journaling are not glamorous. They do not impress the crowd, but quietly, steadily, they transform you. And transformation is never sudden. It is compounded, layered, practiced until invisible. Then one day the world notices you are unshakable, and they wonder how. So let this truth sink in. The battle is not won in the arena. It is won in the morning you command, and the evening you examine. Those who master their routines master themselves. And this leads us toward the heart of the journey, the essence of responding rather than reacting. The principle that ties every discipline together into one unbreakable way of life. As we step into this 11th chapter, imagine two men standing in the same storm. One clenches his fists, curses the sky, and lets the rain drown his spirit. The other stands still, lets the drops strike his skin, and waits until the thunder passes. The event is fixed. But the meaning you give it decides whether you rise or collapse. That is the heart of our journey. The essence of responding versus reacting. Now think of your own life. How many regrets were born not from what was done to you, but from what you did in return? The angry word you can't unsay. The impulsive decision that chained you to consequences you never wanted. Reaction feels powerful in the moment. It promises release, but it leaves you weaker. Response feels harder, even unnatural at first, but it leaves you stronger, freer, untouchable. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." He knew that the real battlefield was not out there, but in here, in the judgment we place on what happens. Reaction is judgment made in haste, without clarity. Response is judgment made in wisdom, born from pause, from awareness, from discipline. I once knew a father who told me of a night when his teenage son screamed at him, slammed the door, and left. Every instinct in him wanted to scream back, to match fire with fire. But he stopped. He breathed. He waited in silence. Hours later, his son returned, calmer, ashamed, ready to speak. The father told me, if I had reacted, we would have both lost. By responding with nothing, I gave us both space to win. That is the essence of response, not weakness, but power held in reserve. Seneca reminded us, a great mind becomes brave and invincible by holding events as neither good nor bad. When you stop labeling every storm as disaster, you stop reacting to it. You start responding with proportion. You begin to see each moment as raw material to be shaped, not as a sentence passed upon you. Reaction is noise. Response is music. Reaction is reflex. Response is command. This is not about suppressing emotion. It is about channeling it, as a river is channeled by strong banks. Without banks, the water floods and destroys. With banks, it gives life, it builds cities, it turns wheels. Your emotions are the same. React, and they drown you. Respond, and they serve you. But here is the deeper truth. Responding is not a single act. It is a way of living. It is the culmination of everything we have explored: awareness, pause, reframing, focus, reflection, mindfulness, observation. Each discipline is a thread. Together they weave the fabric of a life not tossed by impulse, but guided by principle. And in that fabric, your character is stitched, strong and unbreakable. So let this settle into your bones. The choice between reacting and responding is not a small choice. It is the choice between being ruled and ruling yourself, between being a puppet of the moment and being the master of your destiny. And now, as we approach the close of this journey, we turn to the final reflection, the conclusion that gathers all these lessons into one steady flame, reminding us that to live by response is to live by wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, the timeless virtues of Stoicism. At this stage, picture yourself walking into a hall of mirrors. Each reflection bends you differently. Some make you taller, some distort your face, some twist you into something unrecognizable. Life is much like that. Events themselves are mirrors. They do not define you, but they reflect you. In every insult, every setback, every loss, you are confronted not with the event itself, but with your own reflection in how you respond. This is the ground where Stoicism is tested. Now imagine two people facing the same blow. One reacts instantly, words sharp as knives, anger spilling unchecked, leaving scars on himself and others. The other feels the same sting, but pauses. He chooses silence, or measured words, or calm action. The first leaves chaos in his wake. The second leaves clarity. What separates them is not the size of the insult, but the discipline of their mind. The event is the same. The response changes everything. Marcus Aurelius warned himself in his private writings, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He was not whispering poetry. He was commanding himself to remember the essence. It is not what strikes you that matters most, but what you do when it strikes. To react is to hand over your freedom. To respond is to reclaim it. Consider a friend of mine who once lost a business he had built for years. Overnight, contracts dissolved, partners vanished, and debt loomed over him. He told me that at first he wanted to lash out, to blame, to rage, but then he stopped. He asked himself, "What now belongs to me? What can I control?" Slowly, he rebuilt, not the same business but a different life. Looking back, he said, "Losing everything taught me I was never in control of everything. I was only in control of myself." That is the turning point. When you see clearly, you stop being a victim of circumstances and start being a commander of your response. Seneca wrote, "A man is as wretched as he has convinced himself that he is." Reactions are born from those self-made convictions. We imagine the worst, we label events as unbearable, and then we collapse beneath the weight of our own labels. But response is born from reframing. To see the challenge not as curse, but as course, not as punishment, but as path. This shift does not erase pain, but it redeems it. Fire consumes the careless. But for those who stand firm, the same fire forges strength. Reaction burns, response creates. The fire is the same. What changes is what you choose to do with it. That choice is the essence of Stoic living. I recall a story of a general who, when informed of a devastating defeat, did not shout or curse. He stood silent, then calmly asked for the map. "Show me what remains," he said. In that moment, he did not react to what was lost. He responded to what could still be done. And because of that choice, his army regained ground others thought impossible. His silence was not indifference, it was mastery. Epictetus, once a slave, crippled in body but unbroken in spirit, told his students, "It's not things that disturb us, but our judgments about them." His life was proof. Beaten, limited, humiliated, yet he chose his mind as his fortress. They could chain his body, but not his will. He refused reaction. He lived in response. That is why his words still carry weight centuries later, because they were lived. Here is the truth many resist. To react is natural, but to respond is divine. Reaction is easy, but easy often enslaves. Response is hard, but hard makes you free. Every moment you choose response over reaction, you train your character as a warrior trains his blade. Slowly, you cut away weakness. Slowly, you sharpen your will. And one day, you realize the storms of life no longer break you, they shape you. So ask yourself now, how much of your life has been wasted in reaction? How many relationships strained? How many nights lost? How many opportunities poisoned because you let your impulses lead? And then ask, what would change if, from this day, you lived in response? If each insult became a test of patience, each setback a lesson in resilience, each storm a forge of strength. This is the essence of everything we have walked through: awareness, the pause, reframing, control, reflection, mindfulness, observation, discipline. All of it converges here. Response is the fruit of all these roots. Reaction is reflex. Response is reason. Reaction is surrender. Response is sovereignty. From here, carry this with you. Life will always strike, sometimes soft, sometimes hard, but you are not powerless. You are not a slave to the moment. In every strike lies a choice, and in every choice lies your freedom. And as we step into the closing reflection, remember, Stoicism is not about silencing storms. It is about becoming the calm within them. The final word is not reaction. The final word is response. And in that word, you will find the strength to endure, the wisdom to act, and the courage to live. As we come to the close of this journey, remember that every moment is a choice. Each breath is a chance to meet life with calm, with courage, with the quiet wisdom of a trained mind. In the tapestry of your days, your responses are the threads of your character, placed with intention and purpose. Carry this into tomorrow. When pressure rises, pause. When anger knocks, observe. When fear whispers, answer with reason. If this message speaks to you, subscribe so we can keep building this practice together at a steady pace. And to mark your commitment, leave a simple comment with the words, "Choose response." Thank you for walking this path with me today. May your thoughts be clear, your actions measured, and your spirit steady. Ahead, we will go deeper into practical drills for the pause that protects your peace. Until then, hold the line within and step forward with clarity and grace. Have you ever felt that sting the moment someone dismissed your words, looked past your presence, or treated your kindness like weakness? It cuts deeper than you admit, and in the quiet after, you wonder why. Why does respect slip through your fingers no matter how much you give? The hard truth is this: it isn't always about them. Sometimes it's about the storm inside you, the fire you let flare at the wrong time, the tears you offered to the wrong audience, the anger you handed to people who only wanted to see you unravel. Each time you surrender to that chaos, you don't just lose your calm, you lose a piece of your power. Respect doesn't bow to volume or desperation. It comes when people sense that your emotions do not own you. That even in hurt, you carry yourself with control. That in the middle of noise, you remain steady. This isn't coldness, it's discipline, the art of holding your fire without burning down your dignity. Because real strength isn't the outburst. It's the silence that can't be manipulated. It's the stillness that unnerves those who try to provoke you. So ask yourself, if your emotions sit in the driver's seat, where are they taking you? Stay with me, and let's step into what the Stoics knew: how control over yourself becomes the foundation of respect. As we step into the first chapter, picture yourself walking into a room where voices clash, tempers flare, and reason has abandoned the space. Yet in the middle of it, you remain calm. You stand like a mountain while others collapse into noise. That is the quiet force of emotional discipline. The kind of strength that doesn't need to announce itself, yet changes the atmosphere the moment it arrives. Now imagine the same people who once mocked your silence beginning to second-guess their own noise. They fear what they cannot predict. They feel unsettled when you refuse to be pulled into their drama, because you no longer explain yourself to those who are committed to misunderstanding you. You no longer waste time proving points to people who have already closed their minds. You rise above the argument by stepping outside of it. And in that moment, you reveal something rare: composure in a world drunk on chaos. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." Think about that. The insult isn't the wound, it's your decision to let it pierce you. The storm isn't what destroys, it's your choice to step into it. Emotional discipline is not about being numb. It's about knowing when to open your gates and when to keep them closed. Here's where the fire is forged. Discipline isn't born in comfort. It's earned in the midnight hours when betrayal stings and you resist the urge to retaliate. It's hammered into shape in the moments when everything inside you wants to scream, but you choose silence. It's tested when your pride begs for revenge, yet your wisdom whispers, "Walk away." Each time you choose dignity over impulse, you rise higher. Not because you've surrendered, but because you've conquered the hardest enemy of all, yourself. Think back to the last time you let anger rule you. One word, one action, and suddenly you felt the ground slip beneath your feet. That's the danger. One emotional decision can undo 10 years of discipline. The Stoics knew this. They guarded their energy as if their lives depended on it, because they did. From here you begin to understand the difference between those who are controlled by emotion and those who control it. The reactive, live-like prisoners, chained to every insult, every glance, every word. But those who master themselves, they move differently. They see beyond the moment. They protect the bigger picture. At this stage, something profound happens. You stop chasing validation. You no longer hunger for someone else to affirm your worth, because you've already affirmed it in yourself. Revenge loses its flavor. Peace becomes your pursuit. You stop wasting energy on battles that cannot be won and begin preserving strength for what truly matters. And what comes then? You transform into a presence. Not the kind that demands attention, but the kind that commands it. You walk into a room and silence bends toward you. You walk out and your absence leaves a weight heavier than another man's shout. That is the hidden beauty of self-control. Seneca said, "No man is free who is a slave to his body." The same is true of the mind. Freedom is not found in indulging every reaction. Freedom is found in restraint. Emotional discipline is that freedom. It allows you to smile when others expect your tears. It allows you to stand when others hope to see you broken. It allows you to move forward without the closure they will never give you, because you've already given it to yourself. Peace, dignity, power. These are the fruits of restraint. And yet the world will test you. Life will not knock once, it will return again and again. Through disappointment, through betrayal, through the sting of unfairness. Each trial will whisper, lose yourself, explode, burn the bridge, but listen closely. Emotions are messengers, not masters. Their role is to inform, not to command. When someone disrespects you, it is not your rage that should speak. It is your decision. Do you rise or do you react? Do you guard your peace or do you feed their chaos? Discipline slows you down long enough to answer with wisdom instead of impulse. Ask yourself, is this worth my energy? Is this aligned with the man or woman I want to become? Will this action reflect my highest values or only my lowest wounds? Each time you choose answers over emotions, your life shifts. You stop living in survival mode. You begin building a future where your past no longer dictates your path. And in that future, the victors are not the loudest. They are the ones who have mastered the quiet war within, the ones who sit with their pain and refuse to let it dictate their behavior, the ones who feel deeply but choose wisely. That is emotional discipline. It may not look glamorous. It may not glitter in the eyes of the crowd, but it is the bedrock of true power. It is the choice to be steady even when unsteady winds howl around you. It is the decision to value dignity over temporary satisfaction. To know that walking away often requires more strength than staying to fight. Here's the truth. Staying calm when you could explode is not weakness. It is power, real power. And as we move forward, we'll see how that power reshapes not only how others see you, but how you see yourself. Now imagine the moment you finally taste that rare power, the power of staying composed when the world tries to shake you. It's a shift you can't unsee. Once you've stood in that stillness, you'll never crave the chaos of being reckless again, because you'll realize that respect, peace, and freedom all begin with the same root, the mastery of your emotions. Think of how most people live. They give their feelings the microphone. Every sting of offense becomes a shout. Every slight becomes a storm. But not you, not anymore. Once you understand that not every feeling deserves your voice, you start to move differently. Some emotions deserve only your silence, and in that silence, you grow. Here's where the beauty of restraint comes alive. The man who doesn't flinch when provoked. The woman who doesn't raise her voice when mocked. The leader who doesn't crumble under pressure. That's not weakness. That's control. That's the rarest form of strength. Seneca once said, "He who angers you conquers you." When you pause instead of exploding, you refuse to be conquered. In a world where most people are slaves to impulse, the one who chooses calm over chaos always stands taller. Respect is drawn quietly toward composure. It needs no announcement. Picture yourself in a heated meeting. Someone takes a shot at you, hoping to rattle your composure. Everyone turns to see your reaction. But instead of lashing out, you breathe. You choose your words carefully, or you choose none at all. In that instant, the room shifts. You've shown you're not ordinary. You're not easily shaken. Respect always follows composure. True strength doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need to slam doors or burn bridges. Real power lies in the decision to hold your ground without losing your peace. To stay centered while others are desperate to knock you off balance. Because once you control your reaction, nobody else controls your life. And that changes the game. Reactions are easy. Anyone can yell when angry, cry when hurt, or curse when disrespected. That's what the world expects of you. Growth comes when you do the unexpected, when you choose silence in the middle of noise, when you choose understanding instead of offense. That's not weakness. That's wisdom. And wisdom is rare, which is why it's respected. The moment your reactions are yours alone, people stop trying to press your buttons because they realize those buttons are no longer theirs to press. You've taken ownership. And with ownership comes power, the kind that doesn't parade itself, the kind that doesn't need to prove anything, the kind that evolves instead of explodes. This is how you protect your energy. This is how you guard your peace. You begin to see your reaction as your responsibility, not theirs. And when you start choosing your response instead of letting emotions choose for you, everything changes. Conversations shift. The way people address you shifts. They sense you're no longer reacting, you're leading. And leaders don't get dragged into nonsense, they rise above it. But the truth is, most people never taste this freedom. They live like tinder, waiting for a spark. One insult, one wrong look, one careless word. And they spiral. That's not strength, that's vulnerability. When your peace is tied to external triggers, you're not in control. They are. And as long as others can decide when you break, you'll never be free. Control doesn't mean you feel nothing. It means you feel everything, but you've trained yourself to respond from principle, not from pain. It means your decisions come from values, not wounds. And that choice earns you respect, especially from those who once underestimated you. Life will test you, people will test you, but when they see that you don't crumble, that you don't combust, the dynamic changes. You become the anchor in the storm, the one who holds the room together instead of being the one who tears it apart. Your very presence steadies others because your tone is measured, your energy grounded, your composure unshaken. Respect is drawn to that kind of stability. That's what mastery feels like. When you master your emotions, you master the room. And yes, it takes discipline. It takes maturity. It takes 1,000 choices to be calm when everything in you wants to erupt, to respond with grace when your pride screams for revenge. That kind of control isn't built overnight. It's forged in repetition. It's earned by refusing again and again to match the chaos, but instead to quiet it. Lose control, you show them where to strike. Hold steady, you take their weapon away. Not because you intimidated them, but because you revealed something they can't touch. Inner command. Real power doesn't thrash. Real power doesn't beg. Real power walks away from provocation and knows it has lost nothing in doing so. Walking away isn't weakness, it's wisdom, and wisdom is magnetic. It draws people closer. It teaches by example. Your restraint sets a standard that others can't ignore. Soon, your control becomes contagious. It shapes the atmosphere. When people realize you can't be provoked, they stop trying. They learn they can't play games with you, can't bait you, can't manipulate you. That's when respect becomes automatic. You've become the one who commands the narrative, not the one who's defined by outbursts. When you control your reaction, you begin writing your own story. Not one stained by your worst moments, but one built on calm, patience, and poise. And the more consistently you hold this line, the more others stop testing it because they see it doesn't work. You don't budge, you don't crack, you stand like a mountain, and from here, the message is clear. Emotional mastery isn't about denying the storm inside you. It's about standing so firmly that even when the storm rages, you remain unmoved. That is how respect is won. That is how freedom is kept. And that is how you rise above the noise of this world, carrying the kind of calm that no one can take from you. Advancing to the third chapter, imagine the storm raging all around you. Winds howl, voices rise, chaos demands your attention, yet somehow it doesn't enter you. You've built a fortress within. That choice to shut the gates against the storm is not chance. It's a conscious, repeated decision to rise higher, to lead from a place most people never reach. At first, people may laugh. They may think your silence is weakness. They may mistake your restraint for fear. But time has a way of proving truth. They start to see you are not afraid, you are focused. You are not silent because you have nothing to say. You are silent because what you could say might destroy what you've built. And you've worked too hard, endured too much to let temporary emotions sabotage permanent progress. That is not hesitation. That is mastery. Epictetus once said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." The world respects those who can feel the storm without letting it steer their direction. They respect the man who can taste anger but choose calm. They respect the woman who feels the sting of betrayal but still chooses dignity. This is not just strength, this is leadership. Think about the difference between being liked and being respected. You can be liked for your charm, your jokes, your easy company, but respect is forged in fire. It comes in the moments when life gets ugly and the pressure rises. It comes when the world is watching to see if you'll collapse or stand. People don't respect the one who reacts to everything. They respect the one who pauses, thinks, and responds with intention. Here's where the shift happens. When you control your reaction, you become the anchor others hold on to in crisis. They trust you not because you shout, but because your calm has weight. Your words cut deeper precisely because they are measured. Your silence carries authority because it comes from discipline. You stop being just another voice in the crowd. You become a presence felt long after you've left the room, and presence is rare. Anything rare is valuable. When you carry yourself with control, you raise your value everywhere you go. People notice it, they feel it, and they adjust themselves around it. Respect, in consequence, is no longer something you chase. It becomes something you attract, not because you demand it, but because you embody it. Now imagine being insulted. The world expects you to explode, to defend yourself, to retaliate, but you don't. You let your restraint speak. You let your stillness reveal your strength. You let your calm tell them you've already won the battle they're still desperate to start. Because the moment you respond instead of react, you shift the game. You stop playing theirs, you start writing your own. And in your game, you set the tone, you write the rules, you move with purpose, not impulse. Seneca warned that anger, if not restrained, is more destructive than any other passion. People cannot respect what is unstable, but they will always respect what is unshakable. So train yourself to be unshakable. Learn to pause before reacting. Learn the weight of silence. Learn the cost of words. Because once you grasp that, you realize control doesn't just guard the moment. It secures your future, but life will test you. There will be nights when anger is louder than wisdom. Days when heartbreak makes you question your worth. Hours when fear whispers you should quit before you even try. And in those moments, your future hangs in the balance, not because of the circumstance, but because of your response. Feelings are loud, they scream, they claw for control. But feelings are temporary. The consequences of acting on them can last a lifetime. One reckless outburst can ruin years of progress. One emotional choice can burn bridges you spent decades building. You cannot afford to let a passing storm wreck a destiny that took years to shape. Remember this, your feelings are not the final authority. Your choices are. You can feel broken and still choose to rise. You can feel fear and still move forward. you can feel betrayed and still honor your dignity, because your future deserves better than the chaos of unchecked emotions. It deserves clarity. It deserves strength. It deserves you at your highest self. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. You cannot control every situation. You cannot stop every storm. But you can always control your response. That is the power most people never tap into. They confuse honesty with recklessness. They confuse being real with being reactive. They speak whatever their anger dictates. They act on whatever their fear suggests. And in doing so, they sabotage themselves. Here's the truth. Feelings are indicators, not instructions. They tell you something is off, but they are not meant to lead you. They are not commanders. They are signals. The final word belongs to your vision, your values, your character. So do not hand the pen of your life to emotions that only show up for a season. Do not let temporary storms decide the course of your future. You've come too far, endured too much, built too carefully to let a moment of rage or despair undo it all. Your future needs you to lead, not bleed. At this stage, discipline means this: honor your feelings, but do not obey them. Acknowledge your pain, but do not let it rule your path. Recognize your fear, but keep moving anyway. That is how you protect your future from the sabotage of emotion. Because when you rise above the storm inside you, you don't just protect the present, you safeguard the years ahead. And in that steadiness, respect is born. Respect that cannot be faked, cannot be stolen, cannot be denied. Respect that comes only from mastering yourself. And from here, the path opens to something even greater, the kind of freedom that only self-command can give. Moving into the next chapter, think about the dreams you've carried, the goals you've scribbled down in notebooks, the future you've whispered to yourself when no one else was listening. Now, ask a harder question. How many of those visions were delayed or even destroyed by one emotional decision? Walking away too soon because fatigue convinced you it was final. Burning a bridge in anger that could never be rebuilt. Believing one rejection meant you were never enough. That's how self-sabotage works. It dresses itself as protection while quietly tearing down everything you've been building. Your emotions don't wake up each day planning to ruin you, but if you don't guide them, they will. Feelings are like fire. They can warm your home or reduce it to ash. The difference is always in how you manage them. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. That power is sacred. Your future is sacred. You must protect it from the version of yourself that lives only in survival, the version that lashes out when wounded, hides when afraid, breaks things when all it really wants is to be held. You are not your worst day. You are not the sum of pain you've endured. And your future is far too valuable to be handed over to impulses that last minutes but cause damage that lasts years. Begin choosing what builds, not what breaks, what heals, not what harms. Because your feelings are powerful, yes, but your future is priceless. At this stage, remember, life will not spare you. Pain will visit, disappointment will test, betrayal will cut deeper than you thought possible. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The storms will come. But how you respond in those storms will either elevate you into strength or exile you from your own destiny. You cannot afford to let bitterness become your permanent address. You cannot allow anxiety to chain you in place. You cannot let heartbreak trick you into hopelessness. Your future is calling, and it demands you rise, not retreat. Rising does not mean pretending pain isn't real. Stoicism never taught denial, it taught mastery. You acknowledge the hurt, you process the weight, and then you act anyway. That is where true power lives, in the ability to feel everything but still move forward with wisdom. Maturity is not numbness, it's presence under pressure. Leadership is not perfection, it's composure when life feels unfair. Success is not accident, it is discipline. And discipline means this: when life presses hard, you choose purpose over pain. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." So when betrayal whispers shut down, you choose to stay open. When fear tells you to freeze, you keep stepping. When despair says, "It's over," you remind yourself you've only just begun. Inside you, there is a voice begging to quit. A voice that insists it's too late, that you've made too many mistakes, that your time has passed. That voice is not truth. That voice is emotion. If you obey it, it will talk you straight out of your own breakthrough. It will make you settle for a smaller life, a dimmer fire, a destiny that was never yours. That's why you must confront it. Speak back. Remind yourself of who you are. Remind yourself of what you've already endured. Remind yourself why you started. Because the moment you stop contending for your future is the moment emotion claims the victory. Understand this: feelings do not care about your calling. They do not care about the legacy you long to leave. They care only about comfort. But greatness is never found in comfort. Greatness is born in commitment. Commitment to show up, even when exhaustion whispers to rest. Commitment to believe even when fear rattles your chest. Commitment to keep building even while broken. That's how you rise. That's how you win. Not by denying feelings, but by refusing to let them rule, by letting your purpose speak louder than your panic, by letting your vision become the anchor when your emotions scream to drift. That is mastery. And every time you choose control over chaos, you are investing in a future worth fighting for. Every time you refuse to let emotions sabotage what you're building, you prove you're ready for more. There will be nights when rage burns, when sorrow suffocates, when frustration convinces you to torch everything. In those moments, breathe, slow down. Ask yourself, is this action worthy of the person I'm becoming? Or is it just the echo of an old wound? Choose wisdom. Choose restraint. Because the most dangerous version of you is not the one who feels pain. It's the one who lets pain drive every step. That version destroys relationships, careers, peace. But the version who pauses, who reflects, who disciplines feelings with truth, that version builds legacy. That version earns respect. That version creates results. Never forget, your feelings may be real, but they are not always right. They are temporary signals, not eternal scripts. And the moment you realize this is the moment you stop living in reaction and start living with intention. You did not come this far to be undone by emotions. You did not fight through storms just to collapse in the drizzle. Your future is calling, and it needs you steady. It needs you grounded. It needs you in command of your inner world so you can stand unbroken in the outer one. The truth is, your greatest enemy is not out there. It's within. It's the flare of anger, the whisper of fear, the despair that tells you to stop before you even begin. But here is the beauty. You have the power to win. Not by suppression, but by mastery. By letting your purpose outvoice your pain. By letting your future, not your feelings, decide the next step. So hold your head high. Feel everything. but choose wisely. Because every time you pause, every time you resist, every time you pick peace over impulse, you move closer to the future that's waiting for you. If these words resonated, subscribe for more reflections like this, and in the comments, write one word: control. Let that word be a quiet reminder that your power lies not in what you feel, but in what you choose. Entering this chapter, think about the fire that rises when someone disrespects you. Pride flares. The instinct is to shout, to strike back, to prove yourself with volume. Anyone can do that. Anyone can raise their voice. Anyone can let rage take the lead. But the rarest strength is the one that chooses silence while the fire burns inside. The strength to sit with the flame without letting it scorch the room. Now imagine yourself in that moment, the insult hanging in the air, the provocation sharp as a blade. Everything in you screams to answer, yet you stay quiet. Not because you are weak, because you are wise. You know that not every word deserves your reply, not every battle deserves your presence. Your restraint whispers what noise never could. I don't need your approval to confirm my worth. I refuse to waste my energy on those who will never value it. That is the mark of growth, not when you've learned to speak louder, but when you've learned to say nothing and still command the room. There is something sacred about the man or woman who does not need performance to prove strength, the one who doesn't wear pain like a costume for attention. In a world addicted to noise, silence becomes rebellion, a quiet defiance against the chaos, a choice of dignity over drama. But here's the truth: silence unsettles people. They will prod, poke, gossip, and criticize. They will try to pull you into their storm because they cannot calm their own. And when you refuse to give them the reaction they crave, they grow uncomfortable. They realize they no longer have access to you. That is power. The person who can stay silent even while hurting, even while misunderstood, even while lied about, that person is untouchable. Not because they do not feel, but because they have learned to feel without falling apart. They have understood what Marcus Aurelius meant when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Silence is not absence. Silence is discipline, and with discipline you begin to move differently. You stop explaining yourself to those who twist every word. You stop reacting to every slight. You stop carrying the weight of every insult. Instead, you keep showing up with peace. You let your growth, not your mouth, make the noise. We were raised to think strength is always loud. Speak up, fight back, defend yourself at every turn. But no one taught us the power of stillness, the courage of silence. To hold back not because you are empty, but because what you could say might burn down what you've worked years to build. Silence is a filter. It separates reaction from response. It creates space, space to breathe, space to think, space to choose. When you speak too soon, you often speak from pain, but silence waits. Silence listens. Silence observes what words often miss. And in that patience, you remain in control. That's why people fear the quiet ones. You cannot read them. You cannot manipulate them. You cannot provoke them into playing your game. They don't just move. They move with intention. Their silence is their shield, their strategy. And in that stillness, they grow, they heal, they evolve. Not publicly, not loudly, but deeply. And that depth gives their presence weight, even when their mouths stay closed. Silence does not mean passivity. It means priority. It means you've decided not every action deserves your reaction, not every betrayal deserves your breakdown, not every disrespect deserves your dignity. Silence allows you to see truth more clearly because you're no longer feeding the chaos. Sometimes your silence is the loudest voice in the room. It says, "I've outgrown this." It says, "I don't trade my peace for pettiness." It says, "I'm too focused on what I'm building to be distracted by your noise." And people feel it. They feel your absence when you refuse to play their games. They feel your growth when you don't flinch. They feel your boundary when your silence says, "I will not be moved." That is when silence becomes your armor. Not because you stopped caring, but because you care too deeply about your future to waste your voice on battles that don't matter. It's easy to defend, easy to explain, easy to argue. But it takes courage to stay still when noise is expected. That's the kind of courage that separates leaders from followers, the kind of presence that makes people pause. Most people fear silence because silence introduces them to themselves. It forces them to face wounds they've ignored, truths they've buried, thoughts they've drowned out with noise. But the ones who embrace silence, they become unshakable because they've met themselves in the stillness. They've healed in the quiet. They've found answers in the dark when no one else was speaking. That silence becomes their sanctuary, their training ground, their power. When they emerge, they carry something rare, depth that gossips cannot touch, depth that critics cannot shake, depth that listens more than it speaks, and that depth transforms every room it enters. Silence protects what you are building. Not everyone deserves access to your thoughts, your plans, your heart. Some victories are born in quiet. Some breakthroughs happen in secret. If you reveal too soon, you invite sabotage. If you talk too much, you dilute your power. Strength grows in silence, revealed only when it's ready. The Stoics taught that self-mastery is the highest form of freedom. Silence is one of its sharpest tools, because when you learn not everything deserves a response, you free yourself. Some things require distance, some things require patience, some things require nothing at all. And in that restraint, you intimidate those who once underestimated you. They cannot read you. They cannot predict you. They cannot provoke you. And that is when you've won, because your silence is not emptiness. It is control. It is protection. It is power. Here's where it all lands. The strongest among us are not those who shout the loudest, but those who know when to speak and when to remain still. Those who refuse to argue with fools. Those who let silence declare their strength. And when you walk in that kind of power, the world takes notice, not because you asked it to, but because you never needed to. From here, think of the ones who refuse to spend their lives proving themselves to people determined to misunderstand them. They've learned the lesson most never grasp, that real strength is not found in reaction. It's found in restraint, in keeping focus when everything around you is clawing for your attention, in refusing to let temporary emotions wreck permanent progress. That is why silence holds such weight. Silence buys you time, time to breathe, time to choose, time to rob your enemies of the satisfaction of seeing you unravel. In silence, you heal without an audience, you build without interference, you grow without noise. Your silence becomes a new language, the language of discipline. Some will misinterpret it, but those who matter will recognize it. Power under control. Strength without performance, intention over impulse, and the louder the world grows, the rarer this kind of power becomes. So don't fear silence, don't fear peace. Silence chosen with purpose will always roar louder than words. The ones who walk in it don't need to announce greatness, they live it. Most people think respect is inherited, earned through titles, age, or status, but genuine respect is never owed. It is attracted. Not through intimidation or shouting, but through the quiet authority of emotional maturity. Seneca once said, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." The Stoics knew, it is not the one who swings wildly who commands respect, but the one who remains steady when struck. Watch closely how people move. Life will test them. Someone will throw an insult. Someone will try to humiliate. The immature swing back with the same immaturity. But the wise, they rise above it. They refuse to be dragged down. They respond from principle, not from wounds. And people notice. They notice the man who does not crack under pressure. They notice the woman whose character holds when her ego is bruised. Respect never follows rage. It follows restraint. And restraint is not silence for silence's sake. It is silence that declares, "I am not ruled by impulse. I am guided by intention." That single choice teaches the world how to treat you. It tells them you are not a puppet for their provocation. You are not a toy for their manipulation. You will not surrender your power by letting them steer your emotions. That level, where your reactions are no longer controlled by others, is where true respect lives. Not in noise, but in presence. Not in force, but in composure. Emotional maturity doesn't harden you into stone. It doesn't make you cold or distant. It makes you wise. Wise enough to know when to speak and when silence is sharper. When to walk away and when to plant your feet. When to let the storm pass and when to face it head on. It is knowing your triggers so well that no one else can weaponize them against you. Most people live like books with torn pages, open to anyone who wants to read, mock, or tear them apart. But the mature are journals with locks, not because they are hiding, but because they have mastered the art of privacy. Their emotions are not displayed for cheap validation. They have learned not every feeling needs to be broadcast. Not every offense needs a reply. That restraint unsettles people. It builds mystique. It creates distance between chaos and clarity. And when people watch you hold steady in the storm, when they see you refuse to be moved by gossip or petty attacks, their respect deepens. They respect not only what you say, but what you refuse to say. Not only the words you choose, but the noise you refuse to add. That composure is magnetic. It draws people closer, not because you demanded attention, but because you earned admiration without asking for it. Here's where presence becomes weight. The mature don't need to repeat themselves. They don't need to raise their voices. Their calm slices through the fog of constant outrage. Their words cut sharper precisely because they are rare. In a culture addicted to reaction, maturity stands as a lighthouse. Others drift, others crash. But you remain fixed, steady, reliable. And reliability is respect's strongest foundation. It is easy to be loud, easy to be dramatic, easy to let wounds write the script, but it is hard, it is rare to be composed when chaos calls. That rarity is what sets you apart. People see it, they feel it, they remember it. They remember the way you stayed intact when everything tried to break you. Think of the leaders you admire most. Were they the loudest, the ones who dominated every conversation? Or were they the ones who listened first, who corrected without humiliating, who led without shouting? True leadership wears the face of emotional maturity, and leadership always attracts respect. This is not about perfection. It's about accountability. It's about the humility to apologize when you've erred, the courage to own when you're wrong, and the discipline not to flaunt when you're right. That is maturity. That is character. And character is never noisy. It is steady. It is safe. It is trustworthy. People respect that because it anchors them. It shows them how to stand when their own legs feel weak. You don't earn respect by pretending you're unbreakable. You earn it by showing that even when you bend, you do not snap. Even when you bleed, you do not lose yourself. That steadiness builds trust. That trust builds legacy. People may forget your words, but they will not forget your composure in the storm. They will remember how you carried yourself when others fell apart. Emotional maturity is not a gift. It is forged in failure, shaped in frustration, born in the fire of moments where you could have chosen bitterness, but chose growth instead. It comes when you stop taking everything personally. When you stop demanding closure and start creating peace within. When you realize your worth doesn't need to be defended against every insult. Growth is slow, it is painful, but it is powerful. Because once you stop reacting to everything, you finally see what deserves your energy. That shift, choosing clarity over chaos, wisdom over wounds, is what transforms ordinary lives into extraordinary ones. And when you walk into a room with that kind of maturity, you don't need to introduce yourself. Your presence does it for you. It announces itself. It commands respect. Not because it is flashy, but because it is real, because it is rare, because it is steady. And that is the kind of presence the world will always recognize. Now imagine the kind of presence that lingers after you've left the room. That is the rarity of emotional maturity. It frees you from being a puppet to your emotions. It breaks the chains of craving validation, reacting from anger, or living at the mercy of others' opinions. When you reach this level, you become emotionally independent. You are no longer hijacked by every passing feeling. You pause, you breathe, you respond, not react. That pause is where all your power hides. It's the space where you rewrite patterns and reclaim control. And when others see it, when they see you refuse to be rattled by gossip, criticism, or setbacks, they respect you. Not just for what you've done, but for what you've overcome in silence. They notice how you carry peace when the world expects you to fall apart. That is strength. That is leadership. Most people want to change the world, lead others, build empires. But the Stoics knew, before you lead another, you must first lead yourself. You cannot command a room if you cannot command your impulses. You cannot inspire anyone if you remain a slave to your lower nature. Mastery does not begin with applause. It begins in the quiet, unseen battles between who you are and who you could be. Think of those private wars. Anger shouts, explode. Fear whispers, shrink. Pride demands, retaliate. Yet you choose differently. That is where real leadership is forged, not in domination, but in discipline, not in louder voices, but in wiser choices. Every leader worth remembering cultivated this strength. They learned to endure discomfort. They sat with pain without lashing out. They made decisions not from mood, but from principle. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you have power over your mind, not outside events. That is where respect begins. Life will test you. Pressure will rise. Emotions will scream. Breaking will seem easy. But the ones who have trained themselves don't crumble. They pause. They breathe. They lead. That steadiness is not chance. It is discipline. Anyone can panic. Anyone can quit, but to hold steady when everything tempts you to collapse, that is the mark of a leader. It takes more courage to conquer yourself than to conquer the world. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Freedom is inner mastery. We are taught to chase wealth, recognition, success. Rarely are we taught to ask, "Am I in control or am I controlled?" Most never ask, and their unhealed emotions rule their choices. Words spoken in anger cannot be taken back. Bonds destroyed by impulse often cannot be rebuilt. Many chase what leaves them empty because they never stop to master themselves. But when you begin to lead yourself, something shifts. You become dangerous in the best way, not reckless, steady. You walk into storms carrying stillness. People look to you, not for noise, but for the peace you carry. That presence does not come from pretending to be strong. It comes from transforming what was once broken. Self-mastery is not perfection, it is presence. It is knowing who you are when the world tries to confuse you. It is holding your values when compromise looks easier. It is catching your ego and humbling yourself enough to pause. Anyone can lead when skies are clear. But the test is who you are when storms rage. Mastery does not erase emotions, it directs them. You feel anger, but you don't let anger steer. You feel fear, but you don't let fear decide. You feel pride, but you don't let pride command. This practice is daily. It is built through repetition, reflection, and honesty. You catch yourself mid-spiral and pull back. You admit your flaws without shame and keep refining. That unseen work becomes the backbone of lasting influence. And here's the reward. When your inner life is steady, your outer life aligns. Trust grows, doors open, respect follows. But the greatest gift is peace. Untouchable, unshakable peace. That is the leader the world longs for. Not louder voices, but steadier souls. And it begins with you. From here, remember this. You cannot demand respect if you have not first earned it from yourself. Mastery begins not in words, but in how you live, how you breathe, how you walk away from battles that no longer deserve you. It's in the grace to listen when pride begs you to interrupt. It's in the humility to apologize when you've been wrong. These are not weak acts. They are powerful ones. They ripple further than you can see. When you carry yourself with dignity, others follow, not from fear, but from respect. Not because you shout louder, but because you are grounded and real. Leadership without inner mastery will always be hollow. You can polish your resume, sharpen your tongue, decorate your image, but people feel what cannot be faked. They sense whether your strength is genuine or just a mask. So ask yourself, who is in charge when life presses hard? Your wisdom or your wounds? Your discipline or your emotions? Every choice in those moments becomes part of your legacy. Lead yourself well, not perfectly, but consistently, courageously, authentically. That is the only foundation for real influence. If you do not master your emotions, they will master you. And when they do, they will cloud your vision, poison your relationships, and steal your power. You can have the greatest dreams, but if you lose your temper when challenged, crumble under criticism, or lash out when misunderstood, everything you built will collapse like a house of cards. Emotional discipline is not about pretending not to feel. It is about owning what you feel and refusing to let it own you. That is strength. That is proof you are guided by purpose, not by impulse. People don't follow chaos, they follow calm. They don't trust noise, they trust stability. And once you live this way, respect no longer has to be demanded. It is given quietly, steadily, because people know they can rely on your presence even in storms. Every time you choose patience over panic, stillness over snapping, pause over pettiness, you raise your value in their eyes and in your own. How many dreams have been destroyed by one angry reaction? How many bonds broken by words never meant to be spoken? Outbursts feel powerful in the moment, but almost always leave behind regret. The strongest people are not emotionless. They are simply mature. They know that reacting is easy, but restraint, that is the art. Silence, when chosen, is never weakness. It is focus. When you hold back, not because you're empty, but because not everything deserves your energy, you reclaim your power. You stop bleeding emotions for those who never earned them. You stop trying to prove yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you. Silence becomes your armor, your clarity, your secret weapon. And when you master the art of calm in chaos, people lean closer. They wonder how you do it. They notice. You begin commanding respect, not by raising your voice, but by raising your standard. Respect is not given to those who demand it. It is given to those who prove consistency, control, and character. Anyone can yell, anyone can collapse, but not everyone can hold steady when insulted, or walk away with peace instead of revenge. That kind of composure is rare, and because it is rare, it is remembered. So let your silence speak louder than your rage. Let your composure thunder louder than your chaos. Let your character shine brighter than conflict. Protect your peace. Guard it. Build your life around it. Because the moment you master your inner world, the outer world loses its hold on you. You are no longer reactive. You are intentional. No longer impulsive. You are impactful. That is where true transformation begins. If there is one truth to hold close after hearing this, let it be this. Control is not about domination. It is about rising higher. Every moment you pause instead of erupting, every choice of patience over panic, every time you let wisdom guide you instead of impulse, you take back your power. And when you rise above your emotions, you do not only gain respect, you step into freedom. Freedom from guilt, freedom from regret, freedom from the traps of self-sabotage. You begin to live on your own terms, not dictated by fleeting moods, but by a vision that cannot be shaken. That steadiness makes you unstoppable. It makes you unforgettable. It allows your very presence to shift the atmosphere in any room you enter. So stay grounded, stay graceful, stay disciplined. The world is not looking for perfection, it is longing for stability. Be the calm in the storm. Be the strength in the silence. If this message resonated, subscribe to continue the journey and write control in the comments. Your next step is waiting, and it will take you even deeper into mastery. Have you ever felt your own mind slipping away, not in a sudden collapse, but in small, silent cuts? The hours lost to distractions you barely remember, the decisions made on autopilot, the moments of clarity drowned under a flood of noise. It feels harmless at first, but slowly you begin to notice your focus is fragile, your patience thin, your creativity dulled. Like a blade left to rust, the mind corrodes when it is not sharpened. The Stoics knew this well. They warned that neglecting the mind is more dangerous than neglecting the body, because the body can stumble and recover, but the mind, once weakened, turns against you from within. We are not only victims of what the world throws at us, we are victims of the quiet ways we sabotage ourselves. So the real question is, are you building your mind into a fortress, or are you leaving its gates unguarded? Stay with me, because what follows is not theory, it is practice. a path to restore the strength and clarity that were always meant to be yours. As we step into the first chapter, picture this: a man standing at the edge of a quiet lake, throwing stones into the water. At first, the ripples seem harmless, barely noticeable, but soon the surface is restless, broken, unable to reflect the sky above. That is the mind when we refuse to think, when we abandon the discipline of reasoning. The disturbance may begin small, but over time it consumes the stillness. Have you ever felt that emptiness, the strange weight of letting others decide for you? Choosing a career because someone said it was safe. Following a path because it looked like everyone else's. Waking up one day with the dull ache of knowing the choices that shaped your life were never fully yours. This is the silent disease the Stoics warned against, the refusal to use your own mind. Seneca wrote, "The man who does not control his beliefs is not his own master." When we hand over our thinking, we surrender the very thing that makes us free. The danger is not in being wrong, the danger is in never questioning. Imagine two travelers at a fork in the road. One pauses, studies the map, considers the terrain. The other simply follows the footsteps ahead, assuming they must lead somewhere worthwhile. Only one of them knows where he's going. The other is merely drifting, bound to regret when the path ends in a dead place. I remember a friend who wanted to start his own business. He had talent, energy, and a vision. But instead of listening to himself, he listened to everyone else. His parents told him to seek stability. His friends told him it was too risky. He postponed, delayed, and finally took a job he didn't love. Years later, he confessed to me with a bitter smile, "I think I chose a life that wasn't mine." That is the quiet cost of refusing to think for yourself. You don't feel it all at once. It seeps in slowly, like water through a crack. And then one day, it is everywhere. The Stoics were relentless about this point. Marcus Aurelius, even as an emperor, wrote in his Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Notice his words. He did not say wealth or reputation or praise. He said mind, because when your reasoning is weak, all else collapses. And when your reasoning is strong, no storm can break you. Think of the times you have seen people crumble at the smallest resistance. A project fails and they give up. A relationship stumbles and they despair. A single rejection convinces them they are worthless. Why? Not because life is cruel, but because their inner fortress was never built. They refuse to exercise the mind, to challenge it, to sharpen it against difficulty. A sword kept in its sheath will never cut. A mind never tested will never stand. But here lies the turning point. The refusal to think is not final. It can be reversed the moment you decide to reclaim your attention. Begin by asking questions, even the simple ones. Why am I doing this? Is this choice truly mine? What am I avoiding by letting others think for me? Each question is like striking flint. At first, there are only sparks, but with persistence, a fire grows. That fire is self-mastery. I often tell myself this image. Life is a vast sea, and each of us is given a small boat. To drift without steering may feel easy at first, but the tide is merciless. It will take you anywhere but home. To think, to reason, to question, this is how we seize the oar and steer with intention. Epictetus taught, if you don't know what your guiding principle is, you will be the plaything of every passing impulse. A life without thought is a life enslaved by accident. And so, let this be the lesson of the first chapter. If you wish to guard your brain, if you wish to upgrade it, begin here. Refuse to live on borrowed thoughts. Do not outsource the most sacred task, the task of directing your own life. Even if you are wrong, at least you are wrong on your own terms. And from that wrongness comes growth. From that ownership comes strength. The lake regains its stillness only when the stones stop falling. In the same way, your mind regains clarity only when you decide to take back control. Let the silence return, not by passivity, but by presence. Begin to think again. Begin to choose again. For it is better to walk a difficult road with your own compass than to wander a smooth one with none. This is where the rebuilding starts, and from here we move forward toward the next hidden way we weaken ourselves and the even deeper lesson it carries. Moving into the second chapter, imagine standing at the base of a mountain trail. The first few steps are easy, almost pleasant, but as the path rises and the rocks sharpen, most turn back. Not because the summit is unreachable, but because the first sting of discomfort convinces them it is not worth it. This is how many live their lives, quitting at the very first resistance. Now imagine your own story. How many times have you abandoned something at the beginning, when the soil was still rough and the roots had not yet formed? A business idea that faltered after a few rejections. A habit you tried to build but dropped when it no longer felt exciting. A relationship that required patience but demanded more of you than you were ready to give. Each time, the same pattern, an eagerness to start and an equal eagerness to stop. The Stoics were mercilessly honest about this tendency. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly." He knew that endurance, not inspiration, is the true currency of growth. Seneca echoed the same truth when he wrote, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult." Quitting early blinds us to what could have been possible if we had just stayed the course long enough to see the ground firm beneath us. I once watched a young man try his hand at sales. His first week, he was electric, full of energy, full of fire. He made calls, knocked on doors, spoke with conviction. But after 5 days of rejection, his shoulders slumped. He told me, "It's not working." By the second week, he had already given up. What he did not realize was that those early rejections were not the death of his efforts, but the weight training of his will. He mistook the training ground for a graveyard. Think about a seed planted in the earth. For weeks, nothing visible happens. Beneath the soil, however, roots are fighting, digging, expanding. The early struggle is invisible, but it is essential. To quit too soon is to dig up the seed before it can sprout. Life demands the same of us, the patience to stay in the darkness until growth pierces through. Marcus Aurelius carried this lesson into the weight of empire. Every morning he reminded himself, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Obstacles are not reasons to stop. They are the very material out of which strength is forged. The stone in your path is not a barrier, it is the step that lifts you higher, but only if you refuse to walk away. Look around, and you will see how fragile our culture of perseverance has become. Instant gratification whispers, "If it's not easy, it's not for you." But the truth is the opposite. If it's not hard, it will not change you. If it demands nothing, it will give you nothing. Growth is supposed to feel uncomfortable. Resistance is proof you are on the right path. The danger of quitting too soon is not just failure, it is identity. Each time you surrender, you teach yourself to be the kind of person who cannot withstand pressure. And each time you endure, even in small ways, you carve a new self-image, someone who bends but does not break. This is the hidden power of staying. You do not just keep the project alive, you keep your own strength alive. So let us be blunt. Quitting at the first obstacle is not mercy toward yourself. It is betrayal. Betrayal of your potential, betrayal of your resilience, betrayal of the future you could have built. The Stoics would remind you that pain and hardship are not signs of the wrong road. They are signs you are finally walking a real one. Here's the hard truth. Life will not soften itself to spare you. The only choice you have is whether to harden your will enough to withstand it. And the will does not harden in comfort. It hardens in friction, in weight, in repeated trials. Just as iron is tested by fire, your mind is tested by resistance. And so, this chapter leaves us with a question. When the mountain grows steep, when the soil refuses to yield, when rejection echoes louder than success, will you stop or will you keep walking? The answer to that question determines not just the outcome of your efforts, but the character of your soul. This is where endurance begins. And from here, we step into the next challenge, the battle not of willpower alone, but of attention itself. Advancing to the third chapter, picture yourself sitting at a desk with the intention to work. The page is blank, the task is clear, but within 5 minutes, your hand reaches for the phone. A notification, a headline, a meaningless scroll. The task dissolves. What was once sharp becomes scattered. This is the silent theft of focus, and it is one of the greatest dangers to the mind. Think of how often you find yourself drifting. A book unopened after the first page. A conversation interrupted by the pull of a glowing screen. A dream delayed because the brain has forgotten how to sit still with effort. The Stoics would not have called this progress. They would have called it decay. Marcus Aurelius warned, "You become what you give your attention to. If your attention is fractured, so too is your character." I once knew a writer, full of brilliance, who could not finish a single piece. His desk was littered with beginnings, paragraphs, outlines, fragments. He confessed one evening that he feared silence more than failure. The moment it gets hard, he said, I escape. What he did not realize was that the very discomfort he fled from was the doorway to depth. By leaving too soon, he never discovered the gold buried beneath the stone. Focus is not simply about productivity, it is about presence. To lose the ability to attend is to lose the ability to live fully. Seneca wrote, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." And is that not the story of our times? Minds stretched thin across dozens of shallow tasks, but rarely deep enough to touch meaning. We live in fragments, wondering why life feels incomplete. Imagine a craftsman carving wood, his hands steady, his gaze fixed. The world outside fades as he pours himself into the grain. Each stroke deliberate, each cut a conversation between him and the material. That is focus. It is not mere attention, it is communion. To work like this is to anchor yourself in reality. To scatter yourself is to drift through life half asleep. Epictetus reminded his students that discipline begins with what we allow into our mind. Every distraction indulged is a seed. Seeds grow into habits. Habits form a life. If your day is filled with interruptions, your character becomes interruption itself. But if your day is filled with steady presence, your character becomes steady too. And here is the paradox. We often mistake distraction for relief. We scroll to escape pressure, but the escape multiplies it. We check out to avoid the discomfort of focus, but the price is a deeper unease, the quiet guilt of knowing we are wasting ourselves. The momentary comfort of distraction hides the lasting pain of regret. The Stoics would urge us to reclaim our attention as we would reclaim stolen treasure. They would remind us that the mind is not infinite. It wears down like a blade. Guard it, sharpen it, use it for what matters. If you lose focus, you lose yourself. But take heart. Focus is not a gift. It is a practice. Begin small. Choose one task and give it your whole self, even for 10 minutes. Resist the pull to escape. Let the discomfort sit with you until it softens. With time, your endurance grows. The brain learns to trust itself again. Depth returns, like a well refilled after drought. Remember this: the scattered man lives in noise, but the focused man lives in truth. True strength is not in doing more, but in being fully present with what you do. Guard your attention with the same ferocity you would guard your life, because in the end, they are the same. And so, as this chapter closes, we see the pattern. The mind is not only weakened by what we avoid, by what we abandon too soon, but also by the 1,000 small cuts of distraction. The question that remains is not just how to stop these wounds, but how to rebuild, how to forge the mind into something stronger than before. That is the path we now begin to walk. Here's where the turning point arrives. We've uncovered the hidden ways the mind weakens, when it avoids thought, when it flees too early, when it scatters itself until nothing holds. That was the diagnosis, the unveiling of the wounds. But knowing the sickness is never enough. The Stoics would remind us, philosophy is not words, but medicine, and medicine means practice. So now we cross the threshold, from seeing what destroys the brain to learning what restores it. From here, let us step into the 7 disciplines that rebuild clarity, deepen focus, and forge a mind that no storm can break. As we step into the first practice, imagine yourself walking through a crowded marketplace. Voices clash from every corner, colors blur together. 1,000 scents battle for your attention. Every step, something tugs at you, demanding your gaze, your ears, your focus. It feels alive, overwhelming, irresistible. Yet, as you stand in the middle of it, you realize one truth: you could lose yourself completely if you allowed every call to pull you in. That marketplace is not outside. It is inside. It is your mind in the modern world. Here's the danger: the constant flood of shallow stimulation. Short videos, endless scrolls, flashes of entertainment that take seconds to consume but hours to undo. They promise escape, but they chain you to restlessness. They give you the illusion of choice, when in truth they strip you of it. Seneca once warned, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." If your attention is scattered into fragments, your life becomes scattered with it. Think about how often you sit down to work, or to rest, or to simply breathe, only to find your hand reaching for your phone, not because you chose to, but because habit dragged you there. And when you finally stop, an hour has vanished, leaving nothing in its place. You don't feel full, you feel hollow. It's like eating sugar for every meal. The taste excites, but the body weakens. The same is true for the brain. I once knew a man who woke each morning determined to reclaim his day. But before he left bed, he reached for his phone. 30 minutes of news, jokes, reels, headlines. By the time he rose, his energy was already consumed. He confessed to me that he never felt ready, never felt clear. And the reason was simple. He was not beginning his day. His distractions were. He let others paint his mind before he ever picked up his own brush. The Stoics understood this trap even in their time. Marcus Aurelius began his mornings reminding himself, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Notice the order of his words. Not power over wealth, not power over reputation, over your mind. And if you surrender that power, If you give away your attention, you give away yourself. This practice, then, is about reclaiming your gate. Imagine your mind as a fortress. Would you allow strangers to march in and scribble on its walls day and night? Yet every notification you indulge, every clip you consume without thought, does exactly that. You lock your home against thieves. Do the same with your attention. The solution is not exile. It is not abandoning technology entirely. It is discipline. It is choosing when and how you allow content in, instead of being dragged by its leash. Replace the hours of passive consumption with moments of deliberate choice. Watch something with intention. Read slowly instead of skimming endlessly. Or even more powerful, sit in silence and let your own thoughts breathe without someone else filling the space. I remember a young woman who felt enslaved to her feeds. She tried cutting it off cold, but failed. Then she shifted tactics. Each morning she wrote down how much time she allowed herself, like rationing firewood in winter. She cut it by 10 minutes each week. Slowly, she reclaimed hours of her life. Within months, she no longer needed to scroll. She no longer felt the clawing itch of distraction. She said, "For the first time in years, my mind is quiet." That was her victory, not absence of technology, but presence of herself. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Freedom does not mean doing everything you want. It means having the strength to say no when the world shouts yes. It means turning away from what scatters you so you can turn toward what builds you. Distraction is a thief. Every time you indulge, it steals your most valuable possession, time, and time is life. So the first practice is clear. Guard your attention. Limit what weakens you. Don't allow your brain to become a dumping ground for noise. Each moment you resist is not a loss of entertainment. It is a gain of strength. And each choice compounds like interest. Guarding 1 hour today becomes 2 tomorrow, becomes clarity for a lifetime. Remember this. The one who controls his attention controls his life. And the one who loses it loses everything. When you feel the urge to reach for the endless scroll, pause. Ask yourself, is this feeding me or is it hollowing me? The answer is usually obvious. And choosing strength, even once, begins to rewrite the pattern. The marketplace of distractions never closes, but you don't have to trade your soul there. Stand still. Choose what enters. Protect your gates. For a guarded mind is not a prison, it is a fortress. And as this practice closes, one truth shines. Distraction may weaken, but discipline restores. From here, we move into the next practice, not only resisting what scatters, but training the mind to sharpen itself through the discipline of problem solving, turning challenges into exercises of growth. Moving into the second practice, picture yourself standing before a tangled knot of ropes. At first glance, it looks impossible, too tight, too complex, too overwhelming. Most people glance at it once, shake their heads, and walk away. But those who stay, those who are willing to sit, breathe, and begin loosening one strand at a time, discover something remarkable. With patience, the knot gives way. With effort, it unravels. Life's problems are exactly like that knot, and the discipline to untangle them instead of fleeing is what strengthens the mind. Here's the truth many of us resist. Challenges are not there to crush us, but to call us to action. Yet when faced with difficulties, most people escape into distraction. They wait for someone else to fix it, or they convince themselves that the problem is too heavy, too complex, too much. But the Stoics urged a different response. Epictetus reminded his students, don't explain your philosophy. Embody it. What does that mean in practice? It means that instead of talking about solutions, you create them. Instead of naming the problem again and again, you wrestle with it until it bends. Imagine taking a sheet of paper and writing at the top, "What can I do?" Then, without censoring yourself, you fill the page with possible answers. Some might be foolish, some might be absurd, some might even be impossible, but among the wild and the strange will be a few that are real, practical, and powerful. This is not an exercise in creativity alone, it is an act of strengthening the mind. Just as muscles grow under resistance, the brain grows sharper when forced to generate options instead of collapsing in despair. I once knew a colleague whose business faced collapse. Contracts fell through. The money dried up. Many in his place would have surrendered, blaming the economy, blaming fate, blaming anything outside their control. But he stood before a whiteboard and wrote 50 possible actions. Sell new products, change his audience, teach instead of trade, collaborate instead of compete. Most of the ideas were impractical, but hidden among them were 3 that turned the tide. He didn't wait for the world to hand him answers. He dug for them. That digging saved his business. And more than that, it saved his confidence in himself. The Stoics believed in this form of active reasoning. Marcus Aurelius filled his meditations with questions and responses. Why am I disturbed by this? Why does this matter? What can I do right now? These were not abstract musings. They were drills, daily repetitions to sharpen his mind against despair. He understood what we forget. The habit of reasoning is the antidote to helplessness. If you train your brain to respond with questions and options, you will not crumble when the storm comes. You will adapt. Now imagine the opposite. Someone faces a setback and says only, "There's nothing I can do." Those 5 words are poison. They strip the soul of its strength. They lock the door from the inside. To declare helplessness before even trying is to abandon the fight before it begins. And that abandonment carves a habit into the brain. The next time, quitting will come even faster. The next time, the knot won't even be touched. Slowly, a life unravels, not because the person lacked power, but because they refused to use it. Seneca warned, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Many times the pain we feel is not from the challenge itself, but from the story we tell ourselves about it. We imagine failure before we even attempt the solution. We tell ourselves we are too weak, too late, too unprepared. But if we stop rehearsing despair and start rehearsing possibilities, everything changes. The knot loosens. The weight becomes training instead of torment. I remember a young woman preparing for a major presentation. She panicked, telling me she had no good ideas. I asked her to write 20 possible approaches. She resisted, saying it was pointless. I pushed. She filled the page reluctantly, the first 10 ideas weak and clumsy. But then something shifted. By number 15, she found an angle that made her eyes light up. That idea carried her presentation. Later she laughed and said, "It was there all along. I just had to push past the noise." That is the lesson. Solutions don't appear when you stand still. They appear when you push. Think of it like climbing a mountain trail. The first steps are heavy, the air thin, the body weak. You want to turn back, but if you keep moving, the body adjusts. Strength builds. The path grows familiar. At the summit, the struggle becomes your story, the pain, your pride. Problems are mountains. Quitting keeps you at the bottom. Effort takes you to the view. The second practice is simple but not easy. When confronted with a challenge, sit down and list solutions. Train your brain to respond with action instead of paralysis. Don't wait for perfect. Don't wait for certainty. Just begin. In the act of searching, the mind sharpens. In the act of persisting, strength is built. The problem is not always solved immediately, but you're transformed immediately, and that transformation is the real prize. Remember this: the mind is not broken when it struggles. It is breaking limits. The pain of thinking is the pain of growth. The knot resists to test you. Each time you wrestle with it instead of fleeing, you emerge stronger than before. So let this discipline anchor itself in you. Stop fearing problems. See them as training. Stop saying, "I can't." Say, "What if I tried?" And watch how your mind responds. Slowly, steadily, it becomes not a victim of obstacles, but a maker of solutions. And as this practice closes, hold on to the image of the knot. Life will hand you many. Some will be messy. Some will feel endless. But they are not curses. They are invitations. Untangle them, and you untangle yourself. From here, we step into the next discipline, the art of slowing down, of rejecting haste, and of letting wisdom sink deep instead of rushing past it. Advancing to the third practice, picture yourself at a table set with a feast. Dozens of dishes, colors, and smells competing for your attention. You eat quickly, grabbing mouthful after mouthful, yet when you rise, you feel neither satisfied nor nourished. The body is full, but the soul is starved. This is what happens when we consume knowledge in haste, fast, shallow, forgettable. Now imagine the opposite. A single dish, simple yet rich, eaten slowly, each bite savored. You taste the texture, notice the spices, and the body absorbs it deeply. Wisdom works the same way. It is not the abundance of words that changes us, but the depth with which we absorb them. Seneca wrote, "It is not how many books you have, but how good are the books which you read." He was not warning against knowledge, but against gluttony, the kind of mind that devours without digesting. I once mentored a young man who read endlessly, dozens of books in a month. Yet when I asked him what he had learned, his eyes clouded. He could not recall the lessons, only the titles. He mistook movement for progress. He thought velocity was mastery. But the Stoics knew wisdom takes root only when given time. Just as a seed does not sprout overnight, an idea does not transform us without patience. Consider Marcus Aurelius, who returned night after night to his journal. He did not chase novelty. He circled back to the same truths, carving them deeper into his soul through repetition. Each line written slowly, each thought turned over like a stone in his hand. This was not wasted effort, it was sharpening. He was dyeing his mind with the color of philosophy until it became his nature. The modern world tempts us to skim, to click, to scroll, to rush from one flash of insight to the next. But insight without integration is smoke. It dazzles, then disappears. True wisdom, like fire, must be fed, tended, allowed to settle into the bones. Reading slowly, watching intentionally, pausing often, that is not weakness, it is strength. It is rebellion against a culture addicted to speed. Think of how craftsmen work. The sculptor does not strike his chisel in frenzy. He studies the marble, breathes, then makes each strike with precision. The calligrapher does not rush his brush across the page. He lets the ink flow slowly, each stroke a meditation. So too with the mind. Rushed consumption produces fragments. Slow engagement produces form. I recall listening to an old teacher read aloud. He read one passage from Epictetus, then closed the book and said nothing. Minutes of silence filled the room. At first it was uncomfortable, then slowly the words began to sink. In that silence, meaning appeared that would have vanished had he rushed on. That moment taught me, slowness is not delay, it is depth. The Stoics believed philosophy was medicine, and medicine is not swallowed in handfuls. It is taken carefully with time to let the body heal. The same applies to the mind, to read less but reflect more, to pause after a line, to write it down, to test it against your own life. That is the way to transform words into wisdom. So the third practice is this: reject haste. Choose depth over speed. When you read, linger. When you listen, pause. When you learn, give the idea space to breathe. Let it move from the page into your mind, from your mind into your actions, from your actions into your character. For only then does knowledge become yours. Remember, the mind is not a bucket to be filled, but a field to be cultivated. Scattered seeds rarely root, but those planted with care grow into trees that survive every storm. And so, as this practice closes, we are reminded, speed blinds, depth reveals. Do not rush past wisdom. Drink it slowly until it becomes part of your blood. From here, we move into the next discipline, asking the one question that can unlock clarity: why? Here's where the fourth practice begins. Picture a child staring at the night sky, eyes wide, whispering questions no one around them can answer. Why does the moon follow me? Why do stars shine? Why is the world as it is? That unfiltered curiosity is the engine of growth, and yet somewhere along the way most of us stop asking. We accept surfaces, we nod at explanations, we lose the courage to say the most powerful word: why? Now imagine standing in front of a locked door. You press your hand against it, convinced it cannot open. But what if instead of surrendering you asked, why is it locked? Why not try the handle? Why not search for another key? Suddenly, what seemed impossible begins to shift. The Stoics knew this. Our greatest strength lies not in answers, but in questions. Epictetus urged his students to test every impression, to pause before believing, to ask, is this true? Does this serve me? Does it align with reason? I once spoke with a young man who had built his life on inherited beliefs. His parents told him what career was safe. His teachers told him what success looked like. His friends told him what dreams were realistic. He never questioned. Years later, he sat across from me, exhausted, saying, I don't know whose life I'm living, but it doesn't feel like mine. That moment was not weakness, it was awakening. The instant he began to ask why, the chains started to break. Marcus Aurelius himself filled his journals with questions. He probed his own motives. Why am I disturbed by this man's words? Why do I value this thing? Why do I avoid this duty? These questions did not weaken him. They purified him. They burned away illusions until only clarity remained. And clarity is power. Think of the doctor who does not settle for symptoms. He asks why until he finds the root. A patient with pain in the chest is not treated with silence or distraction. The doctor digs until he uncovers the cause. Should we treat our lives with less seriousness than our bodies? Too many patch their suffering with shallow distractions instead of asking why they hurt. The pain remains, buried, waiting to resurface. Seneca once warned, most powerful is he who has himself in his own power. But how can you have yourself if you never ask why you act, why you choose, why you believe? To live without questions is to live as a puppet. To question is to cut the strings. I remember a woman who had stayed in a bitter relationship for years. She told herself it was duty, or fear, or habit. One day she finally asked, "Why am I here? Why am I silent?" That single question opened the floodgates. She left not because she discovered all the answers, but because she dared to ask the right question. The Stoics would have called that courage, not the absence of fear, but the presence of truth. So the fourth practice is this: cultivate the habit of asking why. When you are angry, ask why. When you are restless, ask why. When you crave something, ask why. Not to drown yourself in doubt, but to anchor yourself in clarity. Each why is a lantern in the dark, revealing paths you could not see before. The world will try to shame you for this. It will say, "Don't think too much, just accept." But acceptance, without examination, is slavery. The Stoics remind us that reason is our gift, the very spark of divinity within. To refuse to use it is to betray it. Remember this: every belief you hold was once placed there by someone. To reclaim your mind, you must interrogate it. To find your freedom, you must question. To grow, you must never stop asking. And so, let the childlike curiosity return, not as naivety, but as wisdom. Ask why until you see the truth beneath the surface. Because only then can you stand firmly in your own life, not borrowed from another, but built by your own reason. From here, we move into the next practice, the discipline of writing, the art of turning questions and reflections into words that sharpen the mind and anchor the soul. From here, we move into the fifth practice. Picture yourself sitting at a desk in the quiet of dawn. The world is still asleep. A blank page stares back at you, daring you to begin. Your hand trembles, not because you don't have thoughts, but because writing forces you to face them. To put them into words is to strip away excuses, to see yourself with no filter. Now imagine what happens if you never write. Your mind is a crowded room where voices shout over each other, unresolved emotions pressing against the walls. Without release, the noise becomes unbearable. But the moment you write, it is as if you open a window. The air clears. The room breathes. This is why Marcus Aurelius filled his meditations with reflections not meant for anyone else's eyes. He was not writing for fame. He was writing to wrestle his own soul into order. I remember the first time I kept a journal. At the end of a bitter day, I scribbled my frustrations onto paper. At first, it felt childish. But as the ink flowed, I saw patterns I had never noticed. My anger was not at the world, but at my own lack of discipline. My sorrow was not endless. It had roots I could trace. By writing, I discovered what I could not see in the chaos of thought. And in discovering, I began to heal. The Stoics believed philosophy must be practiced, not merely admired. Writing is practice. Epictetus urged his students to rehearse their lessons daily, to commit them not only to memory, but to action. And what better rehearsal than to write your failures, your victories, your fears, your resolve? Each word on paper is a mirror. Sometimes the reflection is hard to face, but better to confront it on the page than to let it rule you in silence. Think of the soldier sharpening his blade each morning. The act is repetitive, but essential. Without it, the weapon dulls and fails him in battle. Writing is the sharpening of the mind. Left unattended, thoughts grow blunt, judgments grow sloppy, emotions grow wild. But a few lines each day, a page, perhaps two, keep the edge keen. A young woman I knew once began journaling after years of drifting through her career. At first, she wrote simple things, what she did, what she felt. But slowly, her entries grew deeper. She asked herself why she stayed in work she despised, why she let fear dictate her choices. Within months, she made a change she had postponed for years. She told me later, Writing made it real. I couldn't hide from myself anymore. That is the quiet power of the pen. Seneca said, "We should every night call ourselves to account." To him, the day without reflection was a day wasted. For how can you steer your life if you never look at the map? Writing is the act of looking. It is confession without shame, clarity without performance. You write not to impress, but to live deliberately. So the fifth practice is this: pick up the pen. Write when you are angry, write when you are grateful, write when you are lost. Don't worry about eloquence, worry about honesty. The page does not judge, it reveals, and in what it reveals, you find the threads of growth. Remember, the greatest battles are not fought in public, but in the silence of your own mind. Writing gives you a weapon in that silence. It transforms confusion into clarity, wounds into wisdom, and fleeting thoughts into lasting lessons. So let this be your discipline. Carve time each day to put your mind on paper. For in those lines you will find not only who you are, but who you are becoming. And as this practice ends, we look to the next, how to carry this inner discipline into the way we speak, to master not just our thoughts on paper, but our words in the world. Entering the sixth practice, imagine sitting across from someone in a crowded cafe. The hum of conversation surrounds you, cups clinking, doors opening and closing. Yet in that sea of noise, the only sound that matters is theirs. They speak, waiting, searching for connection. But instead of listening, your mind races to reply. You cut in too quickly, or worse, you check your phone. The moment is lost. Presence slips away like water through the fingers. Now think about the weight of words. How many times have you spoken impulsively and later wished you had remained silent? A sharp reply in anger, a careless joke that cut deeper than you realized. Words cannot be recalled once they leave the mouth. Seneca reminded us, speech is the mirror of the soul. If your words are rushed, so too is your spirit. If your words are measured, your spirit is steady. I remember an older man I admired deeply. In every meeting he spoke little. He would listen, leaning back, letting others exhaust themselves in arguments. When he finally spoke, his words carried a gravity that silenced the room. Not because he was loud, but because his restraint made his voice rare. People leaned in. They knew he would not waste syllables. That was his power, born not from constant speaking, but from disciplined silence. The Stoics placed great value on speech. Epictetus taught his students first to master their impulses, then their words. He knew that language is the bridge between thought and action. If you cannot control your tongue, you cannot control your mind. And if you cannot control your mind, the world will control it for you. But this practice is not about muteness. It is about conscious speech. To speak when it serves truth, to hold silence when it preserves peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your speech be precise, clear, and measured. Precision is not weakness, it is clarity. The one who rambles hides behind noise. The one who chooses carefully reveals strength." I once spoke with a young professional who struggled in his career. He told me, "I feel invisible." I asked how he spoke in meetings. He admitted he filled silence with nervous chatter, hoping to be noticed. But in doing so, he diluted his presence. When he began to speak less but with intention, people listened. His silence sharpened his voice. His words gained weight. Soon, he no longer felt invisible. He felt respected. This is the discipline of speech. Let your words be few, but let them strike true. Resist the urge to defend every criticism. Resist the temptation to explain yourself to those who do not care. Silence in those moments is not weakness, it is mastery. For nothing unsettles the world more than a man or woman who does not need to justify themselves. But there is another side to this practice: listening. To truly hear another is an act of discipline. Most listen only to prepare their reply. Few listen to understand. Yet the Stoics valued understanding above winning. To listen is to set aside the ego, to open a space for another person to exist fully. And in that space, clarity often arises on its own. So the sixth practice is this: discipline your tongue. Speak only when you must, and when you do, let your words carry honesty and weight. In conversations, listen with full presence, as if nothing else exists. When provoked, pause. When tempted to argue, breathe. Remember, you do not owe the world constant explanations. Sometimes the most powerful reply is silence. Let this truth guide you. People may forget what you said, but they will never forget how your presence made them feel. A calm silence, a measured word, a steady gaze, these speak louder than any argument. And so, as this practice closes, hold fast to the image of the rare voice, the restrained word, the quiet presence that commands without force. From here, we step into the final practice: how to combine reflection and movement, reading and walking, so that wisdom does not remain on the page, but flows into the rhythm of your daily life. At this stage, imagine stepping outside just as the sun begins to rise. The air is crisp, your footsteps steady, and in your hands, the echo of a passage you just read lingers in your mind. Each step becomes a rhythm, each breath a meditation, and the words you carried from the page begin to take on flesh. This is where wisdom is tested, outside the stillness of reading and inside the movement of living. Think of how often we consume words only to forget them. A page read, then lost. A quote admired, then abandoned. Knowledge evaporates when it remains trapped in books, never crossing into the bloodstream of action. The Stoics understood this weakness well. Seneca cautioned, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." We waste it not only by distraction, but by failing to integrate the truths we already know. Here's where this practice becomes vital. Do not let learning end at the page. Pair it with movement. After reading a passage, walk with it. Turn it over in your mind like a stone in your hand. Test its weight. Ask, how does this apply to my life today? In this way, wisdom does not remain theory. It becomes muscle, memory, presence. I remember a time when I wrestled with anger. I had read Marcus Aurelius's words. The best revenge is not to be like your enemy. The line struck me, but in the moment of reading, it was just ink on paper. That evening I walked alone, repeating it with each step, letting the rhythm of my body carry the words deeper. By the time I returned, the anger had softened. The phrase was no longer distant philosophy. It had become a tool. Without the walk, it would have stayed only as a quotation. With the walk, it became part of me. The mind and body are not separate kingdoms. The Stoics saw them as allies. Epictetus trained his students not just by lecture, but by habit, exercise, and lived discipline. A truth considered in stillness, but practiced in motion, becomes anchored. Just as the blacksmith strikes iron repeatedly to shape it, so the repeated pairing of reflection and movement shapes the soul. Picture a farmer walking his fields at dusk. He does not merely read about crops. He studies the soil, feels the air, touches the plants. His wisdom is lived, not borrowed. Likewise, your philosophy must leave the desk and enter the street, the walk, the act. Reading without walking is like planting without watering. The seed is there, but it cannot grow. The beauty of this practice is in its simplicity. You do not need hours. 10 minutes after a chapter, a short stroll after a lecture, a pause in your commute where you let the words echo in your chest. These small rituals carve deep grooves in the mind, grooves where wisdom can flow like water. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, bore the weight of armies and politics, yet he returned again and again to his journal. He walked the halls of his palace with reflections alive in his mind. His life was proof that philosophy is not meant for the quiet study alone, but for the battlefield of existence. If he could weave thought into movement under such pressure, what excuse do we have? I knew a woman who began this practice after years of reading without change. She told me, "Books inspired me, but I stayed the same." Then she tried something different. Each morning after reading a page, she walked around her block, repeating the key idea aloud. Within months, her friends noticed she spoke with clarity, lived with calm, and acted with resolve. She laughed and said, "I finally stopped letting wisdom stay in the book and started letting it walk with me." The seventh practice, then, is this. Combine reflection with movement. Read less. Reflect more. Walk with your thoughts. Let your body become the vessel that carries philosophy into life. This simple act turns fleeting inspiration into enduring transformation. Remember, the mind grows sharper not only in silence, but in stride. Walking with wisdom tempers it like steel in the forge. Step by step, truth sinks deeper until it no longer feels foreign. It feels like home. So, let your mornings be more than routine. Read, walk, reflect, and let each day be not just another page consumed, but another truth embodied. As this final practice closes, one truth stands above the rest. Your mind is not broken. It is waiting to be disciplined, sharpened, anchored. And if you commit to these ways, you will discover what the Stoics always knew, that the strongest fortress is not built of stone, but of thought, presence, and unshakable will. You now see that your mind can be guarded, sharpened, and renewed. The choice is always yours. Subscribe if you seek more strength, and comment "strong mind" to affirm your path. Keep steady. The next journey will take you even deeper. Have you ever woken up with the heavy sense that life is slipping through your fingers, that the days blur together, and no matter how much you move, nothing truly changes? It feels like standing in front of a mirror and not recognizing the person staring back, knowing there is more within you, but trapped beneath layers of habit, fear, and hesitation. The Stoics understood this silence of the soul, the quiet despair of living below one's potential. They believed transformation does not require a lifetime, only a moment of absolute clarity followed by relentless action. Think of a soldier before battle. 1 week of preparation can decide the outcome of his entire future. Think of a sculptor. 7 deliberate strikes can reshape a block of stone into something unrecognizable. So what if, in the span of 7 days, you could strip away the old patterns, face yourself without distraction, and step into a new identity built on strength and discipline? Stay with me and let us begin this journey. 1 week, 7 days, a chance to become someone even you will struggle to recognize. As we step into the first chapter, picture this: A battlefield at dawn, smoke curling into the sky, the ground still trembling from the clash of steel. You stand there, weapon in hand, and you realize the enemy you must face is not before you, it is within you. The habits that have weakened your resolve, the doubts that whisper you cannot change, the comforts that have softened your edge. They are the foes that bind you to the person you no longer wish to be, and if you wish to walk into a new life, they must be confronted here and now. Think of how many mornings you have woken up and promised yourself something different, a new diet, a sharper focus, a calmer response, and yet, by nightfall, you were back in the same patterns. The Stoics warned us of this cycle. Seneca wrote that while we delay, life speeds by. He was not condemning time itself. He was condemning our excuses, the little stories we tell ourselves to postpone change. Delay is the oldest trick of the old self. It whispers, tomorrow. It whispers, one more day won't hurt. But tomorrow never comes. The truth is brutal. If you do not strike today, you surrender. Now imagine firewood stacked high, untouched. It looks harmless, maybe even beautiful in the quiet, but a single spark can consume it. Your old self is that woodpile, patterns, memories, excuses, waiting for the flame. You must be the one to light it. Destroying the old self does not mean erasing your past. It means refusing to let your past dictate your present. Epictetus said, "You are not your body, but your choices." What has held you back until now was never destiny. It was choice, repeated until it looked like identity, and identity can be unmade, just as it was made. I've seen this truth up close. A friend of mine spent years numbing himself with distractions, scrolling endlessly, chasing fleeting highs, avoiding silence, because in silence the weight of his life pressed down on him. He was not weak, not stupid, not hopeless. He was simply loyal to a version of himself that was killing him slowly. One night, sitting in his car after another wasted day, he said aloud, "I resign." He pulled out a scrap of paper, wrote down every excuse he had ever used. Too tired, not enough time, I'll start when things settle, and burned it with his lighter. It was nothing grand, just paper and flame. Yet in that moment, his old self began to die. By the next morning, he was different. Not perfect, but different. He had crossed a line, and lines, once crossed, cannot be uncrossed. The Stoics often spoke of symbolic acts. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations that one should cast away the useless as if it were rotten meat. He was reminding himself that letting go must feel absolute, like dropping a stone into the sea. You don't set it gently on the shore, hoping it won't roll back. You hurl it into the depths where it can no longer touch you. That is how you must treat the habits and identities that no longer serve you. Write them down, name them, then bury, tear, or burn them. Not for drama, for finality. But let me be clear. Destroying the old self will not be easy. Your mind will resist. It will cling to familiar pains the way a prisoner clings to the bars of his cell, because at least they are known. Freedom terrifies those who have lived too long in chains. You will feel that terror. You will hear the voice that says, "Stay as you are. It's safer here." And in that moment, you must remember, safety is a slow decay. Comfort is the hidden rust that eats at your strength. Growth requires a wound, and the wound of letting go will sting, but it will heal you into something stronger. Let me share another image. Imagine a snake shedding its skin. The process is painful, awkward, even bloody. The old skin clings, resisting its own death. But without that shedding, the snake cannot grow. You are no different. Your old patterns are not just habits, they are skins that no longer fit. If you refuse to shed them, they will suffocate you. If you endure the discomfort, you will emerge renewed. Marcus said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. The pain of shedding becomes the path to strength. The very act of destruction becomes creation." And here lies the paradox. The old self is not your enemy. It was once your ally. It carried you through seasons of survival, made choices you thought necessary, built defenses you once needed. Honor it for what it gave you, but do not mistake its usefulness as eternal. Thank it, and then lay it down. The soldier who clings to obsolete armor will drown when he falls into the river. You must strip off what no longer protects, even if it once saved your life. Gratitude, yes. Attachment, no. There is a practice I often recommend when beginning this work. Take a sheet of paper and draw 2 columns. On the left, write Old Self. List every behavior, thought, or indulgence that has shackled you. On the right, write New Self. Opposite each failing, write the virtue you wish to embody. Laziness becomes discipline, anger becomes composure, envy becomes gratitude. Then, with a sharp stroke, cross out the left column, tear it off, burn it. Keep only the right side, the side of virtues. Place it somewhere you will see each day. It is not superstition, it is clarity made visible. Now you may wonder, why the drama? Why the burning, the tearing, the ritual? Because the mind understands symbols. We mark weddings with rings, victories with medals, graves with stones. Transformation deserves its own ceremony. Without it, change remains a thought. With it, change becomes a vow, and vows carry weight. At this stage, I must warn you, the war against the old self is not fought once. It is fought daily. Each decision is a battlefield. Each temptation a skirmish. You will slip. You will hear the voice of the old identity calling you back. But you will also carry the memory of the fire, the torn paper, the vow you made, and that memory will remind you you are no longer the same. The line is crossed. The battle has begun. So as we close this first chapter, remember, before you can build, you must destroy. Before the seed can grow, the shell must crack. Before you can rise, something in you must fall. Do not mourn it, celebrate it. Because the death of your old self is not an ending, it is the birth of someone you have been waiting to meet. And as we move forward, we will see how the body becomes the forge where this new self is hammered into shape. Moving into the second chapter, picture the body as the armor you carry into life's battles. If the armor is weak, every blow cuts deeper. If the armor is strong, you move with confidence, knowing you can endure. Too many people neglect this truth. They let the body soften, thinking strength is only of the mind. But the Stoics knew better. They believed the body is the forge where discipline is hammered, the crucible where endurance is tested, and the vessel that carries the mind toward its highest potential. Without it, resolve falters. With it, resolve is unshakable. Think of Marcus Aurelius rising before dawn in a freezing Roman winter, forcing his body to endure the cold. He did not do this to suffer pointlessly. He did it to remind himself that discomfort could not command him. Seneca practiced fasting and sleeping on hard ground for the same reason, not to weaken himself, but to harden his spirit through his flesh. They understood a principle we forget in an age of convenience. Hardship is not the enemy. Softness is. Every comfort we overindulge in steals something from us. Every test we embrace adds something to us. Now imagine this. You wake in the morning, and instead of lying there bargaining with your alarm clock, you rise at the first ring. That simple act is training. You take a cold shower, and though the shock bites your skin, your mind whispers, "I endure." You lace your shoes, you move, you sweat, you strain. Your muscles burn, your lungs protest, but you keep going. That is not just exercise, that is Stoic training. Epictetus said, "Difficulties show a person's character. When you push the body beyond its laziness, you reveal the courage hidden within. You prove to yourself that your comfort does not own you." I remember a man I once knew. Overweight, sluggish, his confidence eroded by years of neglect. He told me he wanted to change his life, but every attempt ended the same way, enthusiasm fading into excuses. Until one week, he drew a line. Each morning, he walked to the park and sprinted, even if it lasted only 30 seconds before he collapsed. He returned the next day, and the day after. By the 7th day, he could run laps he once thought impossible. His body was not yet transformed, but his spirit was. In 1 week, he discovered a truth. Strength is not discovered, it is made. Every drop of sweat is a chisel carving away weakness. The Stoics saw voluntary discomfort as sacred practice. Seneca called it rehearsing poverty, not because poverty was noble, but because comfort is fragile. If your peace depends on luxury, then peace is a slave. But if you can thrive with little, if you can embrace hunger, cold, and fatigue without surrendering your spirit, then nothing can conquer you. That is why the body must be trained, not for vanity, for freedom. When you can endure what others fear, you walk differently, you speak differently, you face life differently. The world bends to the man who cannot be broken. Ask yourself, how do you carry yourself when you walk into a room? Shoulders slumped, eyes lowered, breath shallow, or upright, steady, each step deliberate as though the ground itself recognizes your presence. Posture is not just posture, it is a signal to your mind. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." I would add, the body also dyes the soul. Train your body to move with power, and your thoughts begin to align with strength. Neglect it, and weakness seeps into your spirit like rot into wood. And food, what of it? To eat carelessly is to dull the blade of your mind. Heavy meals, endless sugar, alcohol to numb the edge, they make the body sluggish and the will heavy. But when you eat with discipline, clean and measured, you are not just feeding the flesh. You are feeding your resolve. Every bite becomes a declaration, I will not be ruled by appetite. Epictetus taught that freedom is not achieved by satisfying desires, but by mastering them. When you control what enters your body, you control what commands your life. This chapter of transformation is not about sculpting a perfect body to be admired. That is vanity, and vanity is fragile. This is about shaping a body that can endure hardship, rise under pressure, and stand as a worthy partner to your mind. Imagine a soldier going into battle with rusted armor. He may be brave, but bravery cannot stop the blade from cutting. A disciplined mind must have a disciplined vessel. To neglect one is to weaken both. The Stoics did not worship strength, but they honored resilience, and resilience is built in the body first. So if you want to change your life in a week, begin here. Wake early, move, sweat, fast, eat only what strengthens you, take the cold, walk tall. Each act is a stone laid in the foundation of your new self. Each small hardship accepted is a reminder that you are stronger than the life you once tolerated. By the end of 7 days, you will not only feel different, you will know different. The mirror will reflect not just a body, but a man who commands himself. And here is the truth. The body does not lie. It tells the story of your discipline or your neglect. But when you choose to master it, to bend it toward virtue, it becomes the loudest proof of your transformation. You need no applause, no witness, no approval. Your strength will speak in the silence of your presence. This is where the old excuses end. This is where resilience takes form. The body is the forge. The fire is discomfort. The weapon being shaped is you. And from here, the next step awaits, the battle not of flesh, but of thought. For after the body has been tested, the mind must be reborn. Advancing to the third chapter, we enter the hidden chamber where the true war begins, not in your muscles, but in your mind. A strong body may carry you through storms, but if the mind is weak, you will abandon the journey halfway. You know this already. How many times have you set a plan, started with fire, and then watched your will dissolve like smoke in the wind? The body obeys, the mind commands. If the commander falters, the army falls. Now imagine sitting alone in a quiet room. No phone, no noise, just you and your thoughts. Suddenly you feel restless, almost panicked, as if silence itself is an enemy. That is the mind untrained, dragging you into worry, regret, fantasy. Marcus Aurelius warned himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Most people misplace their power. They wrestle with everything beyond their control, while their own thoughts roam free like unbroken horses. And then they wonder why life feels chaotic. The Stoics knew, until you master the reins of thought, you will remain a slave. I recall a woman I met who was outwardly successful, career, family, health, yet every night she drowned in anxiety. Her mind replayed every mistake, exaggerated every fear, predicted every disaster. She told me once, "I wish I could switch off my brain." But the mind cannot be silenced by force. It must be retrained, reshaped, rewired. She began keeping a Stoic journal. Each morning she wrote her fears, and beside them what was in her control and what was not. Slowly, the grip of her thoughts loosened. Within weeks, she told me she could finally breathe. It wasn't magic, it was discipline. The mind had learned its master. Seneca said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." And you know this is true. A single thought, "I will fail, they don't respect me, I'm not enough," has ruined more days than any real event. Thoughts are shadows, yet how easily we mistake them for walls. You must learn to see the difference, to step back and ask, is this thought fact or just noise? Epictetus taught, men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of them. That is the battlefield. Not the event, but your interpretation of it. So how do we begin the mental upgrade in 1 week? Start with awareness. Picture your thoughts as travelers at a train station. Each thought arrives, doors opening, inviting you to board. Anxiety, anger, envy, gratitude, discipline. You cannot stop the trains, but you can choose which to ride. Most people jump on the first one without question, and soon they are far from where they intended to go. The Stoic learns to wait on the platform, to watch, to decide. This is not denial, it is command. Every time you refuse to board a destructive thought, you reclaim authority. Let me offer a practice. Each morning before the world drowns you in noise, speak one line aloud. I am the master of my mind. Then write 3 thoughts that weaken you and counter them with 3 that strengthen you. If the thought says, I am tired of this struggle, answer with, struggle is the training ground of strength. If the thought says, "I am not capable," answer with, "I will prove my capacity by action." Over time, these counters become reflex. Just as the body builds muscle, the mind builds resilience. What you repeat, you become. And here lies a truth few accept. The mind cannot be left idle. Like a field, if you do not plant it with intention, weeds will claim it. Negativity, fear, envy, they grow wild in unguarded soil. The Stoics guarded their minds fiercely. They chose what to read, who to listen to, what stories to tell themselves. Marcus wrote to himself every morning as a farmer tends his field. He did not trust chance. He sowed seeds of clarity deliberately. You must do the same. Guard what enters, choose what stays, replace weeds with roots of wisdom. One man I know transformed his entire week with a single rule: no unchallenged thoughts. Every time a harsh idea crossed his mind, he asked, "Who told me this?" If the answer was fear or memory, he dismissed it. If it was truth, he acted on it. That week, he found peace he had never known in years. Not because the world changed, but because his mind stopped betraying him. That is the power of mental upgrade. The outer storm remains, but inside you are steady. So why does this matter to your transformation in 7 days? Because until the mind is disciplined, every other effort will collapse. You can train your body, but without mental command, you will quit. You can burn the old self, but without new thought, the ashes will return to dust. The mind is the architect. Build it well, and everything else aligns. Ignore it, and nothing will stand. Here is my challenge to you. For the next week, treat your mind like a temple. No careless thoughts allowed, no intruders admitted. Each morning, stand guard. Each evening, sweep it clean with reflection. Marcus said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Guard them as you would guard your life, for in truth, you are." And if this resonates with you, if you feel the need to reclaim your mind, take a moment now, subscribe, and let this journey continue together. And in the comments, write just one word: focus. A simple vow. A reminder that you are choosing clarity over chaos. The body was the training ground. The mind is the commander. And from here, we step into the next chapter, where thought must meet action, and discipline must become life itself. From here, we step into the fourth chapter, where thought must no longer remain thought. It must become rhythm, routine, and daily discipline. A mind may dream, a heart may yearn, but without action, those fires die in the ashes of wasted intention. This is the bridge between who you were and who you can become. And it is not built with grand gestures. It is built with the small, often invisible choices that compound until they define you. Picture the craftsman in his dimly lit workshop. He does not sculpt a masterpiece with a single strike. He chips, he polishes, he repeats the same motion until what was once raw and rough is refined into something enduring. Your life is no different. Discipline is not a single decision. It is 1,000 repeated acts that no one applauds, but that secretly rebuild you from the inside out. Marcus Aurelius warned himself, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." To be one is not a thought, it is practice. And practice is daily. Now imagine a morning where you rise before the world's noise invades you. The sky is still dark, silence presses on every corner, and you feel the pull to stay in bed. That moment is a fork in the road. You can surrender to comfort, or you can rise into discipline. If you rise, you claim victory before the day even begins. The Stoics taught that the first battle is with yourself, and it begins at dawn. Win that battle, and the others grow lighter. Lose it, and you walk into the day already defeated. I once knew a man who tried every system, every program, every shortcut to change his life. None lasted. His failure was not in lack of knowledge, but in lack of rhythm. He wanted transformation to be an event, not a process. 1 week, he decided differently. He chose 3 actions: wake at the same time, write a page in his journal, and train his body for 30 minutes. Nothing more, nothing less. At first, the actions felt small, almost insulting compared to the grand vision he carried. But after a week, he noticed something astonishing. His energy rose, his thoughts sharpened, his sense of control returned. In 30 minutes a day, he was building a foundation stronger than the hours he had wasted chasing comfort. The lesson was clear. Greatness is not an explosion. It is the slow, steady fire that refuses to die. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Discipline is how you refuse to waste it. When you plan your day with intention, when you guard your time like treasure, when you strip away what is unnecessary, you reclaim the life that has been leaking away through distraction. The world will always pull at you, messages, demands, endless noise, but you are not required to answer every call. You are required to hold fast to your purpose. Epictetus reminded his students, "If you wish to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." Discipline often looks foolish to those who drift. They cannot understand why you turn down pleasures, why you walk a narrower path, why you say no when everyone else says yes. But the fool is not the disciplined one. The fool is the man who cannot command himself. Think of a river. Left unguarded, it floods, destroying what lies in its path. But when channeled, when given banks and direction, it powers cities, gives life to the land, carves valleys that last for centuries. Your energy, your focus, your habits, they are the river. Without discipline, they scatter and drown you. With discipline, they carve your destiny. The Stoics did not despise order, they honored it. They saw discipline not as chains, but as freedom. Freedom from chaos, from wasted time, from the slavery of impulse. I recall a story of an athlete who trained in obscurity. No cameras, no applause. Day after day, repetition after repetition, while others celebrated or slept. Years later, when he emerged and stunned the world with his strength, they called him gifted. But his secret was not gift. His secret was discipline hidden in the shadows. That is the truth. The world sees the fruit, but discipline is the root. No root, no harvest. If you wish to change in 1 week, you must plant roots, not dreams. But let us be honest. Discipline is not glamorous. It is tedious. It is often lonely. It requires saying no more, often than yes. It requires living for the long term when everyone else is chasing the thrill of the moment. And yet, every no you speak to distraction is a yes to your future self. Every refusal to break your rhythm is a declaration that you are no longer the servant of appetite, but its master. Marcus said, "A man's worth is no greater than his ambitions." Discipline is the proof of those ambitions. It is the bridge between wanting and becoming. What would your life look like if, for 7 days, you treated every action as a vow, every meal as fuel, not escape, every hour as investment, not waste, every word as deliberate, not careless? You would feel the shift. Not because the world changed, but because you stopped betraying yourself. The Stoics were ruthless about self-honesty. They believed the man who lies to himself is already broken. Discipline is the opposite. it is truth in motion. When you act with consistency, you begin to trust yourself again. And self-trust is the foundation of power. Discipline also builds silence. Not the absence of sound, but the calm presence of focus. When you work without needing validation, when you persist without applause, you create a stillness that cannot be shaken. Seneca advised to cling to today's task. That is enough. The disciplined man does not rush to finish the whole journey at once. He takes the step before him and the next, until one day he looks back and realizes he has crossed mountains. The impatient man remains at the foot, cursing the climb he never began. And let me remind you, discipline is not just about action. It is about what you refuse, what you decline to watch, the gossip you do not join, the argument you do not feed, the habits you cut before they take root. Epictetus told his students to first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. What you refuse is as much a declaration of identity as what you pursue. A disciplined life is carved as much by subtraction as addition. You clear the ground so the new self has space to grow. So when the week ends and you look in the mirror, do not only ask what you did, ask what you resisted. Ask what impulses no longer command you. Ask what distractions you turned away from. Each answer is a brick in the fortress of discipline, and brick by brick, the fortress rises. This is where thought becomes tangible. This is where resolve becomes rhythm. This is where you stop wishing for change and begin living it. And as the fortress takes shape, another challenge waits, the one that tests not just your actions or your habits, but the very way you see the world and those around you. At this stage, we enter the 5th chapter, where your transformation begins to collide with the world around you. You have burned away the old self, hardened your body, disciplined your mind, and carved rhythms of daily action. But life is not lived in solitude. It is lived among people, friends, strangers, allies, enemies. And here is where many falter. They rise in strength, but collapse in noise. They let the opinions of others dictate their worth, and their hard-won clarity is drowned by the voices of the crowd. Now, picture a man standing in a marketplace. Around him, merchants shout, children laugh, beggars cry, and gossip swirls like dust in the air. Everyone pulls at him, demands his attention, provokes a reaction. If he stops at every voice, he will never move. If he answers every insult, he will lose his peace. But if he walks steadily, eyes fixed forward, he will reach his destination untouched. This is the lesson of the Stoics. The world is loud, but you need not echo it. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire surrounded by intrigue, betrayal, and constant pressure. Yet, in his meditations, he reminded himself, "Be like the rock against which the waves continually break, but it stands firm and tames the fury of the water around it." He knew that to govern others, he must first govern himself. The insults, the doubts, the criticisms, they were waves. He was the rock. You must learn the same. The world will not always cheer your growth. Many will question it. Some will envy it. Others will try to pull you back into the comfort they refuse to leave. Their voices are not your master. I remember a young man who decided to change his path. He gave up drinking, began training, and pursued a new career. At first, his friends laughed. "You've changed," they said, as if it were a crime. Every invitation to waste another night was a test. Every sarcastic comment was a stone thrown. At first, he wavered. He hated the tension. But one night he looked at himself in the mirror, sweat still dripping from training, and realized something vital. Their laughter did not build his future. His discipline did. Their opinions did not strengthen his body. His work did. He chose silence over debate, persistence over explanation. A year later, those same friends came to him for advice. He had become the rock. Seneca warned, "Associate with those who may improve you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." If you continue to spend your hours with those who belittle your discipline, you will eventually lower yourself to their level. Not because you are weak, but because humans absorb the tone of their surroundings. The Stoics understood this. Guarding your mind includes guarding your company. If you wish to grow, stand among those who also rise. If you wish to stand tall, stop bending to those who crawl. But silence, true silence, is not just about ignoring others. It is about mastering your own tongue. Think of how often we betray ourselves by speaking too much. We defend, justify, explain, argue, and each word scatters our focus, handing over pieces of our strength to those who do not deserve it. Epictetus advised, "Be mostly silent, or speak only what is necessary." The man who talks less saves his energy for action. The man who listens more gathers wisdom others miss. There is a story of a leader who was mocked in public. Instead of retaliating, he smiled and walked on. Later, his followers asked why he had not defended his honor. He replied, "My honor does not depend on his words, but on my deeds." That is Stoic strength. To know that what you are cannot be undone by the mouth of another. To know that your silence can be louder than their noise. Discipline in speech also teaches patience. How many conflicts have you seen ignite not because of true harm, but because of reckless words? A careless reply, a heated retort, a need to be right. Fire fed fire, and peace was lost. The Stoic cuts this chain. He knows not every battle is worth fighting. He chooses which flames to smother and which to let die out on their own. True mastery is not in conquering others, but in not being conquered by yourself. Now imagine this in your own life. You're at work. A colleague questions your ability, maybe even mocks you. The instinct rises, defend, snap back, prove them wrong. But instead, you breathe, you listen, you weigh, and you respond not with fire, but with calm clarity. Or you choose not to respond at all. That silence unsettles more than anger ever could. For silence is not weakness, it is control. It says, "I am not yours to provoke." The Stoics often return to this truth. External events cannot harm you without your consent. Criticism, insult, rejection, they sting only if you let them shape your judgment. Seneca wrote, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." How many nights have you lost replaying words said by someone who will not remember them tomorrow? That is not injury, that is self-inflicted slavery, and the key is in your hand. You can choose to let the words pass like smoke. But let us also remember, silence does not mean isolation. The Stoic path is not about cutting yourself off from humanity. It is about meeting others with steadiness. To listen without rushing, to speak without waste, to live without performing. People may not understand it at first. Some will mistake it for arrogance. But with time, they will see that your calm is not emptiness, it is power. This chapter of your transformation demands that you protect your peace as fiercely as you once protected your excuses. It demands that you learn the art of restraint, that you stop scattering your strength in endless reactions. When you no longer chase the approval of others, when you no longer fear their disapproval, you begin to taste true freedom. Epictetus said it plainly, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Silence, patience, composure, these are not passive traits, they are weapons. So let the world speak, let it doubt, let it test, let it try. You need not fight every battle, you need not prove every point. What you build quietly will outlast every shout around you. And as we close this chapter, we turn to the next frontier, the challenge not of words or opinions, but of emotion itself. For the storms of anger, fear, and sorrow will rise within. And the Stoic must learn not only to face the world's noise, but to master the tempests of his own heart. Entering the 6th chapter, we step into the storm that rises not from the voices around us, but from the chambers within. Anger, fear, sorrow, envy, emotions that surge like sudden waves, threatening to undo everything discipline has built. You can stand against the criticism of the world, but what about the fire that erupts in your own chest? What about the tremor in your hands when life does not bend your way? This is where the true test begins. Now imagine walking through a crowded street. Someone shoves you. No apology. Your first impulse is heat rising, words sharp on your tongue. In that instant, you feel the chains of instinct tug hard. If you follow them, you are no different than a leaf tossed in the wind. But if you pause, if you breathe, if you let the fire burn out before it leaps into flame, you discover something extraordinary. You are not the leaf tossed about. You are the hand holding the wheel. Marcus Aurelius whispered this reminder to himself daily. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment. I once knew a man whose anger ruled him like a tyrant. Small slights ignited him, delays sent him spiraling. He would slam doors, shout at strangers, drive recklessly. His strength was real, but it was wild, like fire with no hearth. One day, his rage cost him his job, his closest friend, and nearly his health. Only then did he turn inward. He began practicing a simple exercise from Epictetus. Each time he felt anger, he named it. Not "I am furious," but "I am having the thought of fury." That shift loosened the chains. Within weeks, he discovered space between the spark and the blaze. Within months, people who once avoided him began to trust his calm. He learned what all Stoics must learn, that mastery of emotion is not suppression, it is command. Seneca called anger a brief madness, and madness, if left unchecked, becomes ruin. But here is the hidden truth. The same energy that fuels rage can fuel courage. The same current that feeds fear can deepen humility. Emotions are not enemies. They are signals. They rise, they shout, they demand attention, but you are not obliged to obey. The Stoic listens, learns, and then decides. You are not your pulse. You are the one who feels it and chooses. Think of a storm at sea. The sailor cannot silence thunder or calm the waves, but he can hold the wheel. He can adjust the sails. He can ride the storm without becoming its victim. Life is no different. The storms of grief, of jealousy, of anxiety will come. They will roar when you least expect. To demand that they never appear is folly. To demand that you never bend is pride. But to steady yourself in their presence, to endure without breaking, that is Stoic mastery. Consider the quiet strength of someone who has lost everything yet still carries themselves with dignity. I once sat with an elderly woman who had buried her husband, her son, and her sister in the span of 5 years. When I asked her how she endured, she smiled faintly and said, "The storm does not ask my permission to come. but I decide whether it destroys my house." She read Marcus daily, and she reminded herself, "You have power over your mind." That phrase was her anchor. She still wept, she still felt pain, but the grief did not consume her. It shaped her, it refined her, it revealed her resilience. This is the work of the 6th chapter, emotional mastery, not denial, not numbness, but sovereignty. You feel the rise, you acknowledge it, you hold the wheel, and in that act, you transform pain into wisdom, fear into vigilance, loss into gratitude. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Simple words, ruthless in practice. But when lived, they make you untouchable. Let me tell you another story. A young fighter entered the ring brimming with power, but the first punch he took shattered his rhythm. His fury took over. He wasted his strength swinging wildly, while his opponent stayed calm, measured, deliberate. Within minutes, the furious fighter lay broken on the mat. Strength without calm is weakness. Emotion without command is surrender. But when you carry both, fire in your chest, discipline in your mind, you become unstoppable. So ask yourself, what controls you today? Is it anger at someone's words? Is it fear of tomorrow? Is it regret over yesterday? Each one is a chain, but each chain is yours to unfasten. Emotional mastery is not about never trembling. It is about trembling and still stepping forward. It is about feeling the heat rise and still holding your ground. And here is the paradox. The more you learn to govern your emotions, the more alive you become. Because you are no longer tossed by every wave, you can finally sail toward your chosen horizon. Because you are no longer enslaved by anger, you can use its energy for courage. Because you are no longer blinded by fear, you can use its sharpness for preparation. Every emotion has two faces, one that enslaves and one that strengthens. The Stoic learns to turn it toward strength. Picture your life 7 days from now if you practice this. Every irritation met with calm breath. Every sorrow met with dignity. Every fear met with resolve. Would you not stand taller? Would not others feel the gravity of your presence, a steadiness they cannot shake? That is the gift of emotional mastery, not perfection, but presence, not immunity, but sovereignty. And so, as we close this 6th chapter, carry this truth. The storms within are inevitable, but they do not own you. You are the captain. You hold the wheel. The waves will rise, but you will not be drowned. From here, the path turns toward the final stage of your transformation, the integration of all you have built, the destruction of the old self, the training of the body, the sharpening of the mind, the rhythm of discipline, the silence in the crowd, the mastery of emotion. All must now converge into a life that cannot be shaken. At this stage, we arrive at the 7th chapter, the convergence of all that has been built, the point where fragments become a whole. You have torn down the old self, forged the body, sharpened the mind, laid the stones of discipline, claimed silence amidst noise, and learned to master the storm of emotion. Now comes the most difficult task, integration, to live not in pieces, but in alignment. To embody in one life the sum of every lesson. Picture a warrior returning from campaign. His sword is honed, his armor tested, his spirit tempered in fire. Yet the true measure is not how he fought in battle, but how he carries himself in peace. If he cannot live with balance, he has won the fight, but lost the war. The same is true for you. The week has been a battlefield. But the victory is not in single acts. It is in weaving those acts into a fabric that holds. Now imagine the last night of this 7-day journey. You sit alone, perhaps with a candle flickering on the table, and you ask yourself, who am I now? It is not enough to say, I trained my body or I silenced my anger. The answer must be deeper. You are the one who owns his choices. You are the one who holds the reins of his mind. You are the one who no longer scatters himself in noise, distraction, and weakness. That realization is integration, the awareness that everything is connected, that no lesson stands alone. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look well into yourself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if you will always look." Strength is not an event, it is a state, and it comes when your body, mind, discipline, and heart no longer pull in opposite directions. Think of 4 horses pulling a chariot. If each pulls a different way, the chariot breaks. But if they move as one, no terrain can stop them. Integration is making your life pull as one. I knew a man who lived in fragments. He was disciplined at work, but careless in health. He trained his body, but let his temper destroy relationships. He read philosophy, but indulged in endless distraction. In each piece, he looked strong, but together his life was chaos. Only when he brought the fragments together, when he applied the same discipline to his body, his speech, his mind, his relationships, did his life take shape. He stopped being a collection of habits and became a man. Seneca once wrote, "To live is to war with trolls in the heart and soul. To write is to sit in judgment on oneself. This war within is constant." But integration does not mean peace without battle. It means unity in battle. You know what you stand for. You know which voice is yours and which is the world's. You know that discipline in one area must bleed into all others. There are no compartments. There is only you, whole, undivided. Think of a tree, roots buried deep, trunk unshaken, branches stretching wide. Its strength is not in any single root or branch, but in the integrity of all. Break the roots, the branches fall. Split the trunk, the tree dies. Your life must be the same. A root in your body, a root in your mind, a root in your discipline, a root in your silence, a root in your emotional mastery. Together, they hold you steady when storms arrive. This chapter demands reflection. Each evening, ask, did I live today as one whole or as fragments? If you trained your body but let anger rule. The chariot wobbled. If you silenced your emotions but wasted your time, the roots weakened. The Stoics practiced daily examination for this reason. Epictetus said, "Examine yourself. A wise man is never off his guard." To integrate is to examine, correct, align, repeat. I once met a woman who carried a small stone in her pocket. At the end of each day, she would hold it and ask herself, did I live today in unity? If the answer was yes, she placed the stone on her shelf. If no, she placed it back in her pocket for tomorrow. Over time, the shelf filled with stones, a visible reminder of days lived whole. It was her ritual of integration, small but powerful. Here is the paradox. The integrated life looks ordinary from the outside, waking early, eating clean, working steadily, speaking less, enduring calmly, reflecting nightly. There are no fireworks, no grand performance. Yet this ordinariness is extraordinary, because while others are torn by impulse, dragged by opinion, and scattered by distraction, you stand whole. Your life is not perfect, it is aligned, and alignment is strength. Marcus taught, a man's worth is no greater than his ambitions, but ambitions without integration collapse. What is the worth of a man who pursues greatness but cannot master his appetite? What is the worth of a man who speaks wisdom but lives in chaos? The Stoics did not care for titles or praise. They cared for unity of life. To live what you say. To embody what you believe, that is integrity, that is freedom. As this seventh day dawns, do not think the journey ends. Think of it as the first week of the rest of your life. The destruction of the old self was a beginning. The training of the body, the sharpening of the mind, the rhythms of discipline, the silence, the mastery of emotion, all of it was preparation. Now the true work begins, to live it daily, seamlessly, without fracture. So let me leave you with this image. A river flows from a mountain, carving valleys, giving life, unbroken in its path. It does not rush one moment and dry the next. It moves steadily, whole, certain. Be that river. Let your life move as one. Not scattered streams, but a single current carrying you toward the sea of your highest self. And as we close this final chapter, remember, 7 days are enough to begin, but a lifetime is required to embody. Integration is not the end of your journey. It is the way you walk it every day until your last breath. At the end of this journey, remember that change does not demand a lifetime. It asks for 1 week of complete honesty, 1 week of deliberate action, 1 week where you step outside the noise and finally choose yourself. In 7 days, you can begin to reshape the story you have been telling, shedding the weight of old habits and stepping into a life that feels more your own. Think back to the moments this week where you stood firm, even if it was only for a breath. That single pause before reacting. That one morning you rose with intention. That small decision to stay present rather than distracted. Each of these is proof that transformation is not distant. It is here, in the choices already within your grasp. Do not wait for a perfect season or flawless conditions. The Stoics taught us that the moment to act is always now. 1 week may seem brief, but it holds the power to ignite a lifetime. If you are ready to continue walking this path, to strengthen what you have begun, subscribing will keep you aligned with the steps ahead. And I invite you to write just 2 words in the comments: new life. Let it be your vow, a small but steady mark of your commitment. Carry this with you. Every ending is only the opening to another chapter. You have proven that in 7 days, change is possible. The next video will take you even deeper, showing how to sustain this growth and protect the peace you're building. Until then, stay steady, stay present, and trust that the person you're becoming is already on their way. Have you ever felt anger strike like a sudden storm, swift, violent, and beyond your command? One careless word, one thoughtless action, and it's as if something darker takes the reins. In that moment, you're no longer choosing your path, you're being dragged by it. And when the silence finally returns, what's left behind is the wreckage. Words you wish you had not spoken, faces turned away, the heaviness of regret that no apology can fully erase. I have watched it in myself and in others, how anger blinds more than it reveals. The Stoics called it a form of madness, a fire that consumes first the one who carries it. And yet they also knew it can be tempered. Anger, like iron, can be shaped. The same force that destroys can, with discipline, be forged into strength. So the real challenge is not to live without anger, but to face it with clear eyes. The question is, can you master the fire before it masters you? Stay with me, and we'll begin to uncover the answer. As we step into the first chapter, picture a fire suddenly igniting in a quiet room. It starts small, but in seconds it roars out of control, devouring everything within reach. That's anger. It doesn't announce itself politely. It erupts, blinds, and burns. Now think of the aftermath. The silence after the storm. the broken objects, the wounded faces, the words you wish you had never spoken. We all know that taste of regret. It sits heavy long after the flames have died down. And if you're honest, you'll admit, as I once had to, that most of the damage was never worth the momentary release. The Stoics understood this well. Seneca called anger a brief madness, a madness that seizes control, strips reason away, and leaves even the strongest among us smaller than we were before. He warned that no enemy can wound you as deeply as your own fury. And isn't that the truth? How often has your anger punished you more than the person you thought deserved it? I remember watching a man in a crowded market. Another brushed past him too roughly, knocking fruit from his hands. Instead of bending down to gather what was lost, he exploded. He shouted, cursed, demanded apology. The crowd gathered. Within minutes, he was not just a man wronged. He was a spectacle, mocked behind closed lips, pitied by strangers. His anger had robbed him not only of his peace, but also his dignity. This is the battlefield the Stoics spoke of, not fields of war, but the hidden ground of our own hearts. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you have power over your mind, not outside events. If that truth holds, then every insult, every slight, every disruption we face is nothing more than an invitation. An invitation to decide, will I be ruled by chaos or will I rule myself? But here's the first step, the one most overlooked: humility. To admit that anger is often stronger than you, to stop pretending you can always handle it. Too many believe that mastery means never slipping, never faltering, never losing control. But real mastery begins with honesty. There are moments when your anger will be bigger than you. When its weight crushes your chest, quickens your breath, and whispers for you to strike back. And in those moments, humility saves you. Not by defeating anger head-on, but by retreating. By walking away before the fire consumes the house. Cowardice? No. The Stoics would call it strategy. A wise general doesn't fight every battle at once. He chooses his ground. Sometimes victory means stepping back, because survival is already a win. Think of Epictetus, a slave, beaten and insulted, yet he taught others that insults harm only if we grant them power. Imagine the restraint it took not to lash out at the very hands that struck him. He did not call himself immune. He admitted the pain. But he refused to be mastered by the pain. That is humility in its fiercest form. So what does this look like for us? Perhaps it's leaving the room before your voice rises. Perhaps it's pausing for 30 minutes, letting your breath cool the embers before you return to speak. Perhaps it's telling someone you trust, when I'm angry, remind me to walk away. Do you see the pattern? It's not about being untouchable. It's about designing habits that protect your peace when your willpower falters. Anger is a thief. It steals your breath, pushes you to strike before thought can catch up. But the moment you create space, even a heartbeat of silence, you weaken it. Marcus wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." In other words, the second you pause, you have already won. You've denied anger its favorite weapon, your unguarded tongue. I know some will scoff. They'll say walking away makes you weak, that silence looks like surrender. But ask yourself, who looks weaker, the one raging wildly or the one unmoved, steady as a rock in the storm? Which one do you respect more? Fury shouts, real strength whispers. Picture a blacksmith shaping iron. Each strike of the hammer is deliberate, controlled, precise. He never swings wildly. If he did, the iron would shatter. He knows that force without control is not power, it is destruction. In the same way, your anger must be shaped, not unleashed. You may feel the fire rising, but instead of letting it consume, you forge it into discipline, into clarity, into a choice you won't regret when the silence returns. Let me be blunt. Anger is not strength. It is surrender disguised as power. Anyone can explode. Children do it daily, but the one who restrains himself, who bends but does not break, that one carries true force. And here is the deeper truth. Anger is often nothing more than pride wounded. You expected the world to treat you a certain way. It did not. And so you burned. But who promised you that life would align with your expectations? Who told you strangers would respect you, friends would never fail you, or fortune would always favor you? The Stoics remind us, life owes us nothing. To demand otherwise is folly. When pride dissolves, anger weakens. When humility rises, peace takes its place. And peace, my friends, is not passive, it is power. It is the unshakable foundation from which every noble action grows. So here, in the first step, we face the storm not by conquering it outright, but by knowing when to step aside, to admit, yes, this force is greater than me right now. And in that admission, you already begin to win, because humility creates distance. Distance creates clarity, and clarity makes mastery possible. The question then is not whether anger will visit you. It will. The question is whether you will greet it as a master or expose it as the slave it truly is. This is where the journey begins. Moving into the second chapter, picture a man standing in the middle of a crowded street, his fists clenched, his jaw tight, his breath shallow. He doesn't yet realize it, but his body has declared war long before his mind has spoken a single word. This is where anger begins. Not in the insult itself, not in the words thrown his way, but in the body that reacts first, faster than thought, preparing for battle. Now ask yourself, how many times have you felt it too? That quickening heartbeat when someone disrespects you. That sharp heat in your chest when a driver cuts you off. That tension coiling in your shoulders when you're interrupted in mid-sentence. Before the mind has reasoned, the body has already armed itself. The storm doesn't start in the world around you. It starts inside your skin. The Stoics, though they spoke more often of the mind, knew this truth well. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to observe the movements of the soul. Today we might say, observe the signals of the body, for the body is the earliest messenger of emotion. It whispers before the mind shouts. It warns before anger roars. And if you learn to hear its quiet signals, you can calm the wave before it crests. I remember once being in a meeting where criticism was thrown my way, sharp and dismissive. My jaw locked, my breath grew shallow, and the urge to respond instantly surged. But instead, I noticed. I placed a hand gently against my chest. I listened to the rhythm of my own heart. That pause, small as it was, saved me from speaking words that would have lived longer than the moment. The body told the truth before my pride had time to twist it. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." But often, that suffering begins in the body. A tight chest convinces the mind that we are under attack. A clenched fist tells the brain a fight is necessary. The danger is imagined, but the body reacts as if it were real. And so the wise learn to question, is this tension a signal of true threat, or merely the echo of an old wound? Think of it like this. Your body is a compass. Anger pulls it north. Fear pulls it south. Sadness anchors it to the ground. If you move without reading the compass, you wander blind, led by forces you barely understand. But if you pause, if you notice where the needle points, you regain choice. You don't let the storm inside dictate your next step. You choose the direction. This practice is not glamorous. It looks like slowing your breath when someone insults you. It looks like unclenching your jaw while you're waiting in traffic. It looks like standing still for 10 seconds before sending that email. Small things, quiet things. But in these small things lies the greatest power. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Mastery begins with listening, especially to the signals that come before words. I once knew a man who lost everything to anger. His friends avoided him, his family walked on eggshells, and his career stalled because every meeting ended in conflict. When I asked him what he felt in those moments, he said, "Nothing, I just snapped." But that wasn't true. He had simply never learned to notice the signs, the tightening breath, the heat in the face, the restless hands. He ignored the whispers, so the body had to scream. You don't need to let it get that far. Every surge of heat is a messenger. Every shallow breath is a signal. These are not enemies. They are warnings. If you train yourself to notice, to breathe deeper, to release your shoulders, you change the story. You no longer drown in the wave. You learn to surf it. Imagine for a moment a seasoned sailor. He doesn't curse the winds. He reads them. He knows that even a shift of a single degree can change the whole course of a journey. So he watches the sails. He listens to the ropes. He adjusts before the storm rages. That's what you must do with your body. Watch the signals. Adjust before anger owns you. This is not weakness. This is strength at its most profound. The world may think the strongest man is the one who strikes hardest. The Stoics knew better. The strongest man is the one who can stand still while the fire rises, who can breathe deeply while others shout, who can carry calm in his very skin. That calm is unshakable. That calm is power. And when you practice it daily, it becomes a reflex, a new instinct. At first, you will forget. At first, you will fail. The body will clench. The words will escape. The regret will return. But each time you catch it sooner, each time you breathe faster, you grow steadier. Like a muscle, awareness strengthens with use. Soon, you will notice the first ripple before it becomes a flood. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." I would add, the quality of your thoughts depends on the state of your body. Train it to relax and your mind will follow. Train it to breathe and your soul will calm. So let us be practical. The next time you feel anger creeping in, do not react. First, observe. Is your heart racing? Slow it. Is your jaw clenched? Release it. Are your shoulders heavy? Drop them. These are not small gestures. They are commands to the storm inside. Be still. This is the beginning of mastery. Not in silencing anger altogether, but in hearing its first whispers and answering with calm. In time, you will find yourself walking through storms with a serenity others can only envy. And so, as we close this chapter, remember, the body is your earliest ally. It does not lie. It does not wait. It speaks before your mind can twist the truth. Learn to hear it, and you reclaim the sacred pause. You reclaim choice. You reclaim yourself. From here, we step into the next lesson, the art of the pause itself, that thin slice of time between stimulus and response where your freedom lives. And in that pause, everything begins to change. Advancing to the third chapter, imagine the space between lightning and thunder, the flash that blinds you, then the long, breathless pause before the sky cracks open. That space is everything. In life too, there exists such a pause between what strikes you and how you strike back, between the insult and your reply, the trigger and your reaction. It is the smallest of spaces, invisible to the eye, but within it lies the difference between peace and chaos, strength and regret. Now imagine this pause in your own life. A colleague dismisses your idea, a stranger cuts you off in traffic, a loved one says words you never expected to hear. You feel the jolt, the flash of heat in your chest. In that instant, time seems stolen from you. But here's the truth. The Stoics remind us that no one can truly take your time, your calm, or your dignity unless you hand it over. Epictetus put it sharply. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. That pause, that gap, is where reaction becomes choice. I once saw this lived out in the simplest of places, a crowded subway. A young man was shoved hard by someone pushing through. His body tensed, his lips parted, his fists curled. But then he froze, just for a heartbeat. He took one slow breath, let the tension fall from his shoulders, and stayed silent. The other man disappeared into the crowd. No fight, no shouting, just calm. Around him, others noticed, not because he had retaliated, but because he hadn't. He carried himself with a quiet command, the kind that lingers longer than any punch thrown. That is the Stoic pause. It is not weakness, it is supreme control. It is the deliberate refusal to become a puppet, pulled by someone else's strings. And the longer you train yourself to notice this pause, the more you reclaim the one thing anger tries to steal, your freedom. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." But how do we practice this power when the surge of emotion feels stronger than us? The answer is simple, but never easy. Train the pause. Build it into your reflexes until it becomes instinct. Think of it like training a muscle. At first, you fail. The insult comes and you snap. The traffic slows and you curse. The loved one criticizes and you flare up. But every time you practice stopping, even for 2 seconds, you stretch the muscle. Next time it lasts 5 seconds, then 10. Eventually you can stand in that pause long enough for wisdom to speak louder than rage. Here's a story. There was a craftsman I once knew, a carpenter. He told me that whenever he felt the urge to hammer in frustration, when wood split, when tools failed, he forced himself to set the hammer down and count to 20. Only after 20 would he pick it up again. He said it saved him from breaking tools, from destroying projects, from wasting hours of labor. That ritual became his pause, his discipline. If he could do it with wood and steel, why can't we do it with words and wounds? The pause is not emptiness, it is power. It gives you the chance to ask, does this action serve my peace? Does this response align with my values, or only with my anger? Seneca warned that anger, if not restrained, is more hurtful to us than the injury that provokes it. In the pause, you see that truth clearly. You realize that the cost of exploding often outweighs the weight of the insult itself. So how do you train this in daily life? Begin small. When you feel irritation rise, pause. Name it silently. Anger, hurt, frustration. By naming it, you slow it. By slowing it, you weaken it. Then ask yourself, will this matter tomorrow, in a week, in a year? Most of the time, the answer is no. And if the answer is no, why sacrifice your calm today? But sometimes the pause does more than protect you from mistakes. Sometimes it opens the door to understanding. Think of the loved one whose harsh words sting you. In the pause, you might see the pain behind their anger, the fear hidden in their voice. You might choose compassion instead of retaliation. That is the higher victory. To master yourself so completely that you respond with clarity, not vengeance. Remember, the pause is not passivity. It is strategy. It is choosing the right moment, the right word, the right silence. Like a general who does not charge at every provocation, you conserve strength for the battles that matter. You win not by fighting more, but by fighting less, by fighting wisely. And let me tell you this, the pause changes how others see you. When you refuse to react instantly, you unsettle those who try to provoke you. Their power evaporates because your calm is impenetrable. Your silence becomes a mirror, reflecting their noise back at them. And in that silence, you rise. So, as you move through your days, carry this truth. There is always a gap, however small, between what strikes you and what you do next. That gap is your kingdom. Guard it fiercely. Train it daily. Make it your strongest ally. For in that pause lies everything the Stoics promised. Freedom, peace, dignity, and strength. This is where we now stand, on the edge of stillness, ready to learn how to transform that pause into not just a shield, but a tool for lasting mastery. And that is where we will step next. Here's where the journey deepens, where the battle is no longer against the sudden spark of anger, but against its lingering shadow. Picture this. You've walked away from the storm, you've breathed, you've paused. But when you return, the embers are still there. Anger waits, whispering in your mind, tempting you to pick it back up. This is where the real test begins, not in the fire itself, but in refusing to feed the ashes. Now imagine standing at your doorway after an argument. The room behind you still hums with tension, the air still heavy. You have a choice. Step back in with the same fury, or step in with something greater. Many people believe walking away is the victory, but the Stoics remind us. The greater victory is to return with clarity, to re-enter not as a prisoner of rage, but as a master of reason. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." Let that sink in. The true triumph is not proving the other wrong, not striking harder, not raising your voice louder. It is to come back into the same space that once provoked you, carrying calm as your shield. That is revenge enough. That is power. I once knew a woman who practiced this in the smallest of ways. Whenever her children's noise drove her to the edge of shouting, she would step outside. Not far, just a few minutes in the garden. She would breathe, touch the leaves of a tree, remind herself of her own strength. And when she returned, she spoke softly but with authority. Her children learned something greater than fear. They learned respect. They saw that their mother could feel anger, but she was not ruled by it. And in that lesson, they grew stronger too. This is where humility becomes practical. We often think of humility as lowering ourselves, but in truth, humility in anger means admitting, I cannot trust myself in this state. I will step aside until I can. It takes more strength to admit weakness than to pretend mastery. And in that act, paradoxically, you begin to master yourself. Seneca said, "He who dreads hostility too much is unfit to rule." But equally true is this: he who clings to hostility too long is unfit to live in peace. Carrying anger after the fire has burned out is like gripping hot coals, hoping to throw them later. You only scar yourself deeper. The pause gives you distance, but humility allows you to stay free after you return. So, how do we practice this? Create rituals of re-entry. Maybe it's a phrase you keep in your pocket. I return with calm. Maybe it's the act of washing your hands before you speak again, symbolically rinsing away the heat. Maybe it's simply the rule that you will not speak for the first 2 minutes after returning to a conflict. These small rituals train the body and mind to remember. I choose how I step back in. Think of it like a warrior leaving the battlefield. He doesn't drag the chaos of combat into his home. He leaves the blood and noise behind and enters his dwelling with dignity. You too can leave the chaos at the threshold, and when you do, you discover something extraordinary. The respect of others grows. People come to trust that your anger does not define you. They may provoke, they may test, but deep down they know you will not be broken. And let us be honest, most people lose credibility not because they get angry, but because they stay angry. They return to conversations still smoldering, still sharp, still seeking to win. But the Stoic way is different. It is to return composed, to speak when words carry weight, to act only when action is just. That steadiness is magnetic. It is what makes a person silently attractive. So here is my challenge to you. The next time you walk away from anger, set a rule for your return. Do not come back to fight. Come back to build. Do not re-enter to prove yourself right. Re-enter to prove yourself free, and in doing so, you will find that conflicts dissolve faster, relationships heal quicker, and your own soul grows lighter. If this message speaks to you, take a moment to subscribe so we can keep walking this path of strength and clarity together. And in the comments, drop just one word: calm. Let that be your silent vow to yourself and to this community. Because here's the truth. Mastering anger isn't about never feeling it. It's about never letting it own your return. It's about proving every single time that you are greater than the storm you just survived. And from this ground of humility and clarity, we move forward. For the next step is not just about walking back into the fire calmly, it's about forging habits so steady, so disciplined, that calm becomes your natural state, not just your practiced one. That's where we now go. From here, let us step deeper into the forge, where habits are hammered into shape. Imagine a craftsman striking the same piece of iron again and again, each blow precise, each strike carving order into chaos. That is what discipline does to the soul. And if anger is the wildfire that consumes, then discipline is the well-dug canal that directs water with purpose. Without it, passion floods and destroys. With it, the same force nourishes fields and sustains life. Now picture your own life for a moment. How many times have you promised yourself you'd stay calm, only to break that promise in the heat of the moment? You swore you would not snap at your partner, yet the words spilled out. You vowed not to lose your temper in traffic, but your horn blared anyway. This isn't because you're weak, it's because you trained nothing else. You practiced reaction 1,000 times, and practice, whether conscious or not, becomes habit. The Stoics knew this truth before psychology gave it modern terms. Epictetus taught that the mind is shaped by repetition. Every time you resist the urge to lash out, you carve a groove of strength. Every time you indulge it, you deepen the rut of weakness. You become what you rehearse. So, the question is not, can I change? But rather, what am I practicing every day? I once met a soldier who embodied this lesson. He told me that when bullets flew, his body did not tremble. Not because he was fearless, but because he drilled calmness under fire until it became instinct. In training, he practiced breathing slowly under simulated chaos, practiced scanning with clear eyes when alarms screamed. So when the real storm came, his body already knew what to do. Calm was no longer a choice, it was his nature. You and I may not walk battlefields, but every day we face the ambush of insults, setbacks, disappointments. If you don't train your pause, you will fall into reflex. If you don't rehearse calm, you will rehearse chaos. Seneca warned, "Most powerful is he who has himself in his own power." That power is not born in the moment of crisis. It is built in the hours before. So train your anger as a blacksmith trains steel. Create daily rituals that build resilience. Wake each morning and practice breathing through irritation before the world even provokes you. Place yourself in small discomforts, long lines, cold showers, deliberate silence, so that when life hands you greater discomforts, your mind is not startled. Marcus Aurelius did not wait for serenity to arrive. He wrote daily, preparing himself for insults, betrayals, and sudden blows. He pre-lived the chaos so he could live through it twice as strong. Here's the paradox. Anger feels powerful, but it is truly a surrender. Discipline feels ordinary, but it is true strength. Think of the athlete who practices hours alone, far from applause. Think of the craftsman who sands wood patiently until beauty emerges. They are unnoticed, unseen, but when the test comes, they are unshakable. So too with anger. Train in quiet, so that in conflict you stand like stone. Do not underestimate the force of small repetitions. Just as water, dripping steadily, can carve stone, your daily choices carve your character. Walk away from 10 minor irritations, and you have trained your mind to walk away from the great ones. Breathe through 100 small annoyances, and you have prepared to breathe through betrayal. You are programming your soul, whether you intend to or not. Better to write the code yourself. Let me give you an image. Picture a musician rehearsing scales. Day after day, the same notes, over and over. Tedious, yes. But when the performance arrives, the fingers move without thought. The music flows like water. Your temper is the same. Practice calm notes daily, and when life calls for the performance, you will not stumble. You will play peace like a master. And remember this, you will fail often, you will slip, you will flare up, you will regret. But failure is part of training. The soldier misses his mark in practice. The musician plays sour notes. The blacksmith ruins iron. Yet each mistake, if reflected upon, is not wasted. It is welded into wisdom. The only true failure is refusing to train at all. So take this to heart. Anger cannot be wished away. It must be replaced. Replaced with better reflexes, rehearsed responses, daily disciplines that stack upon each other until calm becomes second nature. When you commit to this path, you will notice something remarkable. The world still provokes you, but your responses shift. What once ignited you now barely stirs you. What once consumed you now rolls off your shoulders like rain off stone. People around you will notice too. They will not always understand, but they will feel it, the quiet authority of someone who cannot be easily moved. And this is the secret the Stoics left us, to build calm not as a momentary act, but as a practiced identity. To let discipline dig channels deep enough that no flood can destroy you. At this stage, the question is no longer whether you can resist anger once. It is whether you can craft a life where calmness is your default, where peace is not an act, but your nature. And to reach that place, we must now consider something deeper still, the meaning of turning trials into teachers, of seeing every spark not as danger, but as opportunity. That is where we go next. Entering this chapter, Picture the sharp edge of a blade. Left unchecked, it can wound without mercy. But placed in the hands of a skilled craftsman, it shapes wood, carves stone, and creates beauty. Anger is like that blade. Left wild, it cuts down everything in its path. Directed with purpose, it can carve strength, clarity, and wisdom into your life. The fire that once consumed you can be turned into a forge. Now imagine being in the middle of an argument. Voices raised, faces tense, your pulse thundering in your ears. Everything in you screams to win, to dominate, to strike back harder. Yet, in that instant, you recall a Stoic truth. Every trial is a lesson disguised. Seneca reminded us, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. What if this argument isn't an attack? What if it is training? A sparring partner for the soul, sent to teach you how to hold steady when the ground shakes beneath you. I once knew a man who transformed his temper through this very practice. He was a teacher, daily challenged by unruly students. At first, he saw their defiance as disrespect, each outburst fueling his anger. But over time, he began to treat each disruption as an exercise, a test. Instead of reacting, he asked, "What is this moment trying to teach me?" Some days it taught him patience, other days compassion. Over months, his anger did not vanish, but it shifted. What was once his enemy became his instructor. The Stoics taught us to premeditate adversity. Marcus Aurelius wrote each morning preparing himself for selfish people, for the arrogant, for the unjust. He did not do this to stew in bitterness, but to greet adversity as expected company. Imagine entering your day knowing insults will arrive, knowing obstacles will block you, knowing someone will provoke you. How different your reactions would be if you saw each trial not as sabotage, but as curriculum. The world is not against you, it is shaping you. Here's the shift. Anger becomes less of a curse and more of a signal, a red flag waving, telling you, here lies an opportunity to train. When you feel heat rise in your chest, instead of asking, why me? Ask, what strength is this calling forth? Perhaps resilience, perhaps humility, perhaps the power to remain silent while another burns himself out with words. That shift changes everything. Think of a warrior training in harsh conditions. He carries heavy loads uphill, not because he enjoys the pain, but because it prepares him for the real fight. In the same way, every difficult person, every unfair word, every delay in traffic is a weighted stone added to your training. If you carry it wisely, you grow stronger with each step. If you throw it down in rage, you gain nothing but exhaustion. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Self-mastery does not grow in easy seasons. It grows in friction. In the grit of daily irritation, in the slow burn of repeated trials. Anger, then, is the fire that reveals whether you have built yourself from straw or from steel. Let me offer you another image. Picture a sculptor facing a block of marble. At first, the stone resists. Every strike of the chisel is met with stubbornness, but the sculptor does not rage at the marble. He knows the resistance is part of the process. He knows that with every careful strike, something hidden is being revealed. In the same way, every provocation is a strike of the chisel. It does not exist to destroy you. It exists to shape you if you endure it with patience and vision. So, here is a practice. Each night, reflect on the moments you grew angry. Do not condemn yourself for them. Instead, ask, What were they meant to teach me? Where did I fail? Where did I succeed? And how will I use today's sparks to fuel tomorrow's wisdom? Marcus Aurelius himself wrote his meditations not as lofty philosophy, but as reminders to himself, notes from one student of life to another. You can do the same. Your anger can become your tutor if you are willing to sit at its feet and learn. And here lies the deepest paradox. When you begin to see anger as a teacher, its grip loosens. You stop fighting the existence of difficulty. You stop demanding a smooth road. Instead, you embrace the roughness, knowing it shapes you into someone unshakable. What once drove you to fury now drives you to growth. What once wounded you now strengthens your core. This is the ultimate Stoic transformation, not to erase anger, but to alchemize it. To turn the heat of emotion into the warmth of discipline. To use the very thing that once enslaved you as the means of your freedom. So when the next trial comes, do not curse it. Do not waste breath on why now, why me. Instead, ask the only question that matters. What strength is this moment calling me to build? Answer it with courage. Answer it with patience. Answer it with clarity. Because this is where true mastery lives, not in escaping the fire, but in learning to walk through it, shaped yet unburned. And from here, we move to the final ground, where anger no longer lingers as an enemy or even as a teacher, but becomes fuel for something far greater, a life of calm authority that nothing and no one can shake. At this stage, picture a mountain that once spewed fire, but now stands silent, majestic, unmoved. Its eruptions are history, but its strength remains. That mountain is what you can become when anger is no longer your ruler, but your servant. The energy that once destroyed is now contained, steady, commanding. This is not the absence of fire, it is fire under control. Now imagine walking into a room where conflict brews. People talk loudly, tempers flare, accusations fly. Yet when you enter, the atmosphere shifts. Not because you raise your voice, but because you don't. Your calm is louder than their noise. Your stillness becomes the gravity everyone feels. This is the Stoic way, not to escape life's storms, but to carry such composure that storms break against you like waves against stone. Marcus Aurelius said, "The best answer to anger is silence. Silence not born of fear, but of strength. The silence of someone who knows that dignity is never found in shouting contests. The silence of one who has mastered the art of standing still while others stumble. It is a silence that speaks louder than any argument. I recall a leader I once knew. In moments of crisis, others panicked. Voices rose, decisions clashed, yet he sat quietly, listening. People mistook his stillness for indecision until he finally spoke. And when he did, every word landed with weight. Why? Because he had not wasted a syllable in defense or retaliation. His words carried the authority of restraint. That is the authority you build when you master your emotions. Here is where anger becomes fuel. Instead of bursting outward, it burns inward, refining you. The same force that once drove you to lash out now drives you to clarity. You no longer ask, how do I prove them wrong? But how do I remain right within myself? Seneca warned that he who angers you conquers you. But when anger fuels discipline, no one conquers you. You become unconquerable. A river unchecked destroys. A river guided lights cities. So it is with anger. Anger is that water. Left free, it wrecks. Directed, it empowers. When you channel it, you discover a deeper energy, a determination, a persistence, a sharpness of vision that can turn setbacks into strategy. Consider the athlete denied victory. Rage could destroy him. But discipline can transform that fire into training harder, rising stronger, returning prepared. Consider the entrepreneur betrayed by a partner. Anger could collapse him. But discipline can transmute that betrayal into sharper boundaries, clearer decisions, greater resilience. This is how anger ceases to be poison and becomes medicine. But this requires vigilance. For even a dam must be maintained. Neglect, and cracks appear. The same is true of the mind. If you stop practicing restraint, the flood returns. This is why Stoicism is not a single choice, but a daily practice. Epictetus taught, "No man is free who is not master of himself, and mastery is not won once. It is kept through constant attention, like a warrior sharpening his sword every morning, knowing that neglect invites defeat." So what does mastery look like in the quiet hours? It looks like catching the first spark of irritation and quenching it before it spreads. It looks like reviewing your day each night, asking where you fell, where you held steady, and how tomorrow you will rise stronger. It looks like building the reflex of calm, so when storms come, you don't scramble, you simply remain. The paradox is this: those who appear unshaken are not cold. They feel deeply, but they have trained their feelings to serve, not rule. They have learned to walk through fire without letting it consume their step. And because of this, they move through life with a rare gravity. People lean on them, trust them, follow them, not because they shout the loudest, but because they stand the firmest. Imagine yourself becoming that presence, the one who does not need to prove, who does not need to react, who does not need to explain. Your calm becomes your reputation, your steadiness, your legacy. And one day, when others recall you, they will not remember the sharpness of your words, but the weight of your silence, the power of your restraint, the dignity with which you carried storms without passing them on. This is the culmination of all we have explored: humility, pause, discipline, transformation. They lead here to the authority of calm. Anger no longer enslaves you. It no longer dictates your story. It becomes fuel for growth, a teacher of patience, a forge for resilience, and at last, a quiet fire you carry within. And so, we close this journey with one enduring truth. Mastery is not found in never feeling anger. It is found in never being owned by it. When you learn to walk with calm authority, you walk as the Stoics did, unmoved by the noise of the world, steady in virtue, free in spirit. From here, the path continues, not as a struggle against anger, but as a life lived above it. Entering this final chapter, picture the horizon just before dawn. The night has not vanished, but its power is fading. The first light pushes through, quiet yet unstoppable. This is what mastery of anger feels like. Darkness still exists, but it no longer commands you. You rise above it, steady, luminous, unshaken. Now imagine looking back at the life you've lived, the moments you lost yourself in rage, the bridges you burned, the words you can never retrieve. And alongside those memories, imagine also the victories, times you held your tongue, times you chose silence, times you turned storms into strength. Which moments defined you more? Which version of yourself do you wish to carry forward? For the Stoics, this reflection is not regret. It is fuel. Seneca warned that we suffer most in our imagination, replaying mistakes, clinging to shame. But wisdom is born when we look at the past without chains, using it only as firewood for the life ahead. Here's where calm becomes more than a tactic. It becomes identity, No longer are you someone who sometimes holds back anger. You are someone anger cannot hold. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That realization is the dawn. It is the turning point when you stop fighting anger like an enemy and begin walking above it as though it were nothing more than shadows beneath your feet. I remember a man who once came to me, broken by his own temper. He had lost friends, alienated family, and sabotaged his career because he could not control his outbursts. "It's just who I am," he said. "I can't change it." But over months, he learned to pause, to breathe, to write down his triggers, to practice silence in small irritations until silence grew stronger than the urge to lash out. Years later, he told me something remarkable. "I still feel anger, but now it feels like watching someone else's storm through a window. It's there, but it no longer owns me." That is transformation. That is Stoic victory. And you too can become that person. Not someone without emotion, but someone whose emotions serve him instead of enslaving him. Epictetus taught, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Freedom, then, is not the absence of hardship. It is the refusal to let hardship dictate your inner state. You may not control the insults, the betrayals, the delays, the injustice, but you always control your response. That is your fortress. That is your kingdom. Think of life as a great stage. Around you, actors shout, stumble, laugh, cry. Some insult you, others cheer you. The untrained man loses himself in the play, reacting to every scene as if it were reality. The Stoic knows better. He knows he is both actor and spectator. He plays his role with dignity, but he does not confuse the play for truth. When anger comes, he steps back, remembers, this too is part of the script. I will act with virtue, not vengeance. That shift of perspective is liberation. Here's a practice to anchor this truth. Each morning, expect provocation. Tell yourself, today I will meet the arrogant, the selfish, the unjust. In doing so, you strip surprise of its sting. When they appear, you are not caught off guard. You nod inwardly. Yes, I knew you were coming. And because you expected them, you meet them with calm. This was Marcus Aurelius's discipline, written in his meditations as a daily ritual. It is not cynicism, it is preparation, and preparation transforms reaction into mastery. Let me offer you a deeper image. Picture a great oak tree in a storm. The wind howls, rain lashes, lightning splits the sky. Smaller trees bend and break, but the oak stands. It does not curse the storm, nor does it attempt to stop it. It simply roots deeper, sways with patience, and waits. That is you when calm becomes identity. You do not fight every insult. You do not wrestle every injustice. You stand rooted in discipline, unbroken by forces you cannot control, and when the storm passes, as storms always do, you remain. This is not passive resignation. This is active strength, to feel anger rise and choose restraint, to sense injustice and still act with reason, to endure insult without lowering yourself to insult in return. This is harder than striking back. It demands more courage than violence ever could. Seneca said, "Anyone can become angry, that is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose, in the right way, that is not within everyone's power." The Stoic narrows this further. The highest power is not to be angry at all. But here lies the final truth. Calm mastery is not just for you. It becomes a gift to others. When you walk into a room carrying peace, others feel it. Your restraint teaches more than your speeches. Your silence guides more than your commands. Children, partners, colleagues, they see in you an example that words cannot teach. You become the mountain, the oak, the dawn, symbols of steadiness in a restless world. I think of a story from a man I once mentored. His teenage son often tested him, throwing cruel words in heated moments. In the past, he responded with shouting, and battles raged nightly. But as he practiced stoic calm, he began to simply listen, to breathe, to respond with short, measured words. Over months, something shifted. His son's anger had nowhere to land. The fights stopped. And one day the boy admitted, "I yell because I expect you to yell back, but you don't anymore. And that makes me respect you." That is legacy. That is strength passed down without force. So what remains for you now? To practice until calm is no longer effort, but instinct. To pause until silence becomes natural. To reflect until anger, when it arises, feels like a guest that does not belong in your house. You acknowledge its presence, but you do not seat it at your table. That is mastery, not suppression, not denial, but freedom. At this stage, anger no longer defines you. You walk above it, carrying a serenity that nothing external can touch. Betrayal may come, insults may fly, chaos may surround you, but your face, your breath, your step remain steady. You have become unshakable. And so we close this journey with one final image. Picture yourself years from now looking back. The storms you once feared now look small. The insults that once enraged you now seem trivial. The anger that once ruled you has become a tool you hold lightly, using it only when reason commands. You are not empty. You are full of clarity, discipline, and quiet authority. This is the Stoic way. To live not as a slave to passion, but as a master of self. To carry peace so deeply within that no storm can steal it. And when history remembers you, it will not recall your outbursts, but your steadiness. Not your rage, but your calm. Not the fire you lost, but the light you became. When anger visits, let it remind you of your strength, not your weakness. You hold the choice to turn fire into light, to carry calm where others bring chaos. If today's message spoke to you, consider subscribing so we can keep walking this path of strength together. In the comments, write, "Stay calm," as your quiet vow. Remember, peace is not surrender, it is power. Hold on to it and be ready for the wisdom waiting in the next journey. Have you ever wondered why a single thought can shake your entire day? A message left unanswered, a careless word, a sudden silence, and suddenly your chest feels heavy, your mind restless, as if the ground beneath you has turned fragile. We picture strength as a far peak, but it often starts with one trained breath today. Yet the Stoics remind us that strength begins not in the weight we lift, but in the way we train the mind. Life will always bring crosswinds, betrayal, failure, loneliness, the quiet fear of not being enough. But here is the truth. The storm outside is never as powerful as the storm we allow inside. If the mind remains untamed, every problem grows larger, every pain lingers longer. But when the mind is trained, once, with clarity and intention, it becomes a fortress no chaos can break. This isn't about denying your emotions or pretending not to hurt. It's about learning to guide your attention, to hold your ground when the world tries to pull it away, to stand steady when everything else is falling apart. The ancients practiced this, not with theory, but with small, deliberate steps that built resilience for a lifetime. stay with me. Because in the next moments we'll walk together through the kind of training that doesn't just change how you feel today, but reshapes how you carry yourself for the rest of your life. 1. Attention is your power. Have you ever noticed how a single moment of distraction can unravel your entire day? You wake with a plan, a fragile sense of calm, and then one message, one careless word, one delay in traffic, and suddenly your mind is spiraling into frustration, regret, or fear. It is in these tiny moments, more than in the great catastrophes, that the strength of the mind is tested. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Yet how many of us live as if the outside world has the final say in our peace? Picture a young man standing at the edge of a boxing ring. He has trained his body well, every muscle honed, but the first punch he takes is not on his jaw. It is in his mind. Doubt enters. Fear grows, and suddenly his strength collapses before his opponent even touches him again. His body was ready, but his mind was untrained, and so he lost the battle before it began. Life works in the same way. The blows of the world rarely destroy us. It is the way our untamed thoughts multiply the pain that brings us to our knees. The Stoics knew this truth intimately. They did not imagine strength as a shield against hardship, but as a discipline of attention. They observed that the mind, like a wild horse, will drag us into panic, anger, or despair if we do not learn to hold the reins. Seneca said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." How often do we find ourselves tormented not by what has happened, but by the stories our minds weave endlessly, stories of betrayal that might come, failures that have not yet arrived, humiliations that only exist in the theater of our imagination. If the mind can invent so much suffering, then surely the same mind can be trained to choose another path. Think of the mind as a room. If you leave the door open, anyone may enter. Noise, gossip, fear, anger, all will make themselves at home. But if you learn to guard the door, to choose deliberately who or what may come in, the room becomes a sanctuary. The training begins with one simple decision: to recognize that attention is the most valuable possession we have. Without it, we are tossed by every storm. With it, even in chaos, we stand firm. Let me tell you a story. A woman once wrote of how she endured the collapse of her business. At first, she obsessed over the loss, rehearsing every mistake in her mind until even sleep abandoned her. But one morning she sat quietly and asked herself, "What is truly mine to control today?" She realized she could not control the market, the betrayal of a partner, or the judgments of others. What she could control was her focus. She began each morning by writing down 3 tasks that were within her reach, small, steady steps. The storm outside did not calm immediately, but her mind grew steadier, her days regained rhythm, and slowly the weight lifted. She trained her attention, and that alone saved her spirit. This is the first promise of Stoicism, that you are not powerless. The mind you carry, if disciplined, becomes a fortress. It does not eliminate pain, but it prevents pain from multiplying beyond what is real. It doesn't silence the noise of the world, but it ensures that noise does not dictate your inner harmony. In every breath, in every moment of choice, you are offered the chance to practice this discipline. You cannot control who will cut you off in traffic, who will disappoint you, who will reject or betray you. But you can control whether your attention feeds the wound or builds resilience. Training the mind once does not mean a single day of effort. It means that when you truly understand and practice the discipline of attention, the foundation is set for life. Like a warrior who learns the art of holding his shield, you may still face battles, but you will never again be defenseless. Each challenge becomes another chance to practice, another weight that strengthens the muscle of resilience. The ancient Stoics did not promise a life free from hardship. They promised a mind so steady that hardship could no longer destroy it. So ask yourself now, what power are you giving away each day? Do you let your peace depend on the kindness of strangers, the success of plans, the approval of others? Or will you reclaim it, moment by moment, by learning to guide your attention? Imagine the freedom of waking tomorrow and knowing that no matter what comes, your mind belongs to you alone. This is where our journey begins. To train your mind once, to anchor your attention, is to step into a strength that does not fade with age, fortune, or failure. It is a discipline that, once understood, becomes a lifelong ally. In the next part, we will explore why the mind often betrays us, how it becomes its own worst enemy, and how the very flaw of our thinking can be turned into the key to our freedom. 2. The bottleneck mind. Have you ever tried to read a page while your mind is racing with numbers, worries, and unanswered questions? Your eyes move across the lines, but nothing sinks in. It feels as though your brain is torn in two, one half clinging to the words, the other wandering restlessly. That struggle, familiar to all of us, is not a flaw of character. It is the design of the mind itself. The Stoics understood this long before science confirmed it. The mind can truly hold only one difficult task at a time. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This is what we call the bottleneck of the mind. Imagine pouring marbles into a glass jar with a narrow neck. No matter how many you try to push through, only one will pass at a time. Our minds work the same way. When you attempt to carry pain, anger, and resentment alongside reason, you choke your own attention. It's design, not deficiency. Epictetus put it simply, no man can serve two masters. You cannot grieve and heal in the same breath, nor rage and reflect in the same moment. To insist otherwise is to set yourself against the very structure of your being. Let me tell you a story. A man once lost his job unexpectedly. As he sat in his car afterward, he tried to plan his future, send messages, calculate his savings, and swallow his despair all at once. The more he forced himself to handle everything now, the more paralyzed he became. He broke down, not because the problem was unsolvable, but because he demanded his mind process grief and strategy in the same instant. Later, when he allowed himself to focus only on one thing, first breathing, then calling a trusted friend, then drafting a list, the weight grew lighter. Step by step, he discovered that attention is not infinite. It must be directed with precision. His peace returned not through control of circumstances, but through control of focus. The bottleneck mind, then, is not our enemy, but our teacher. It reveals a truth we spend most of our lives ignoring. Distraction amplifies pain, but deliberate focus dissolves it. Seneca once warned, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." How much of our suffering today comes from trying to be everywhere at once, in every message, every news update, every imagined crisis of tomorrow? We are exhausted not because life is impossible, but because we attempt to live 3 lives at the same time and call it being productive. The Stoic instead chooses one thing, holds it in clear view, and allows the rest to pass like clouds drifting behind a mountain. There is a practical strength here. When sadness floods your heart, you will be tempted to fight it head on. to juggle both your despair and your need for progress. But the bottleneck mind reminds you, you can only hold one at a time. If you give your focus to something deliberate, a breath, a step, a word on a page, the sadness has no entry in that moment. This is not denial, it is discipline. The sorrow will return when the focus lifts, but now it comes in waves you can bear, not a flood that drowns you. And with practice, those waves grow gentler. Think of an archer drawing his bow. He does not aim at 3 targets at once. His entire body, his breath, his gaze, everything converges on a single point. Only then does the arrow fly true. The Stoic mind trains itself in the same way. To scatter your attention is to miss the target every time. To focus is to discover a quiet power, a steadiness that outlasts chaos. So when you feel overwhelmed, remember this: your mind is not infinite. It is a narrow passage, a single channel. Do not curse it for what it cannot hold. Bless it for showing you the path to clarity. Choose one thought, one task, one breath, and guard it. That choice is your freedom. This is the gift of understanding the bottleneck. Once you see it, you no longer demand the impossible of yourself. You stop expecting to be calm and angry at once, joyful and bitter in the same heartbeat. You learn instead to walk steadily, one thought at a time. That is where resilience begins. And so, having understood the flaw and the gift of the mind, we are ready to move further. In the next part, we will step into practice, the first drill of focus and balance, a training ground where your attention meets challenge and your strength begins to take shape. 3. Break the spiral. Have you ever noticed how quickly a dark mood can spiral? One insult, one mistake, one memory can drag you downward until it feels as though the entire day is poisoned. You tell yourself to stop thinking about it, but the more you resist, the louder it becomes, like trying to cup a wave in your hands. The Stoics understood this trap well. They knew that the mind cannot simply be ordered into silence. It must be redirected. Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." But that power is not abstract. It is physical, practical, and trainable. One of the fastest ways to reclaim it is through balance. Imagine standing on a narrow beam stretched across 2 walls. Beneath you is nothing threatening, perhaps just a few feet to the ground. But suddenly, your entire being focuses on one thing: do not fall. For those moments, your mind has no room for grief, regret, or fear. The body demands attention, and the emotions lose their grip. This is the genius hidden in balance exercises. They force presence. The Stoics often sought voluntary discomfort to strengthen resilience. Seneca practiced fasting and hardship, not to punish himself, but to prove that he could remain steady under pressure. In the same way, when you put yourself in a position where balance is required, your mind becomes singular. It forgets the sorrow, the anger, the envy, because all it can hold is the urgency of the present moment. Consider a man who has just endured a breakup. His thoughts are drowning him, what she said, what he should have done differently, what he has lost. He feels the spiral pulling him into despair. Instead of pouring another drink or scrolling endlessly, he takes a ball and begins to juggle. At first clumsy, his mind stumbles between grief and concentration. But within minutes, the grief begins to fade because the mind cannot weep and juggle at the same time. Soon, the focus wins. By the 10th minute, he is breathing deeper. His sorrow is not erased, but its claws have loosened. Through the simple act of demanding balance, he has reclaimed space from his emotions. The principle is simple. The body's demand for equilibrium silences the noise of suffering. Try standing on one leg for 2 minutes, or bouncing a tennis ball against the wall and catching it continuously, or walking a straight line without faltering. These are not children's games. They are Stoic drills. Each requires your mind to narrow its gaze to a single task, and in that narrowing, the spiral is broken. Epictetus taught, "We suffer not from the events themselves, but from our judgment about them." Balance practice interrupts that judgment by cutting the line of thought before it gains power. It places you back into the raw simplicity of the present. This does not mean your problems vanish. They wait for you, but they wait weaker, stripped of the frantic energy you fed them. When you practice balance, you are telling your mind, "Not now. Right now, I am here." And over time, this practice strengthens not only your steadiness in the moment, but your ability to face larger storms. Like a warrior who drills his stance every morning, you are training yourself to remain upright, no matter how many blows come. The beauty of this drill is that it requires nothing more than what you already possess: your body, your breath, and a little space to move. You do not need expensive tools, complicated rituals, or external help. In the very act of demanding balance, you discover a power you forgot you had, the ability to command your attention at will. And once you feel that shift, even once, you begin to realize that your emotions no longer own you. So the next time you feel yourself spiraling, do not reach first for escape or distraction. Stand up, find a surface, a ball, a line on the floor, and demand balance from yourself. Within 120 seconds, you will notice the storm inside beginning to clear. It isn't a trick, it's training. It is the Stoic way of training the mind through the body, so that no matter what the world throws at you, you remain grounded. And this is only the beginning. Because once you have broken the spiral through balance, you can begin to shape your attention in even subtler ways. In the next part, we will explore how the art of listening to a single sound, a single note, can become a powerful shield against the chaos of thought. 4. One channel, total control. Have you ever been in a crowded cafe where voices, footsteps, and music blend into a blur, and suddenly you realize you can't hear yourself think? Noise is not just in the world around us, it is inside our minds too. Thoughts collide, worries clash, memories interrupt, until everything becomes a storm of sound. And yet, the Stoics remind us that clarity does not come from escaping the noise, but from training ourselves to choose what we listen to. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. But thoughts are like instruments in an orchestra. Many are playing, few deserve your attention. The discipline is learning to follow one and let the rest fade into the background." Imagine putting on a song you know well. The voice of the singer grabs your ear, the guitar strums, the drums drive the beat, the piano lingers softly beneath it all. Most people hear the whole thing at once, but this exercise asks something different. Choose one instrument and listen only to that. If it is the guitar, let every string, every vibration become your focus. The voice, the drum, the piano, they are still there, but they are no longer yours. Your attention narrows into a single channel. This, too, is Stoic training, to command the mind to hold one thing with clarity while refusing the invitation of distraction. I once spoke with a man who used this practice during the lowest season of his life. His father had passed away, his work was collapsing, and at night his head was filled with what-ifs and regrets that left him unable to sleep. One evening, in his exhaustion, he put on a simple acoustic track. Instead of hearing the whole song, he chose to follow only the bass line. At first, his thoughts resisted, dragging him back into grief. But he forced himself to listen again, to catch every note of that one instrument. Slowly, the storm quieted. For the first time in weeks, his mind obeyed. He realized that just as he could choose to hear the bass, he could choose what thoughts to give weight to. That night, he slept. And from then on, he understood. Focus is not a gift. It is a practice. The principle is powerful because it reveals how limited our attention really is. We think we can worry, plan, argue, and heal at the same time, but the bottleneck of the mind does not allow it. When you place your ear on a single thread of sound, you are teaching your brain the art of deliberate selection. Seneca wrote, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere. To be everywhere in a song is to drown in noise. To be with one sound is to rediscover clarity." Try this the next time you feel overwhelmed. Choose a song, preferably one with rich layers, and dedicate yourself to hearing only one instrument. Do it for 2 minutes, then 5, then 10. Notice how stubbornly your mind wants to wander, how often the voice or the drum pulls you back. Notice also how, with practice, you grow sharper. That is not just listening, it is training the very muscle of your attention. And once you can guide your attention in music, you can guide it in life. Think of a heated argument with someone you love. Voices rise, accusations fly, and your emotions demand you react. But the Stoic who has trained his attention knows how to hear one thing beneath it all. Perhaps the fear behind the anger or the truth hidden inside the noise. In the same way, you separate the guitar from the drum, you separate the signal from the chaos. This is how you regain power. If this message resonates with you, take a moment to subscribe so these Stoic practices can walk with you week after week. And in the comments, leave just 2 words. Stay focused. Let it be your small vow, a public reminder of what you are choosing to practice. The world will not grow quieter. But you can. The crowd and the chatter remain, but your inner metronome keeps time. When you train your mind to hear only what you choose, you become unshakable. That is the gift of this exercise, and why even a few minutes can shift the entire rhythm of your day. And so we move forward. Because once you learn to break the spiral with balance and then sharpen focus through listening, you are ready to expand this discipline into daily life. In the next part, we will explore 4 micro-strategies, small drills you can weave into any moment that keep your mind steady and your spirit resilient no matter what the day demands. 5. 4 daily drills. Have you ever noticed how it is not the great disasters, but the small, constant frictions of life that most often drain us? The late reply that unsettles your trust. The colleague's sharp tone that lingers longer than it should. The countless minor irritations that pile up until you feel weighed down more by grit than by boulders. The Stoics understood that life is rarely undone by catastrophes alone. More often, it is our failure to train for the small moments that weakens us. Seneca once wrote, "Life is very short and anxious for those who forget the past, neglect the present, and fear the future." His words remind us that the way to strength lies not only in philosophy, but in daily rehearsal. It is through small, deliberate drills that we become capable of meeting larger storms without faltering. Imagine a craftsman sharpening his tools each morning. The blade does not become strong in a single strike, but through countless gentle passes of the whetstone. So it is with the mind. We do not forge resilience in a single grand practice, but in steady, repeated actions that train us to hold ourselves with clarity even when the world presses close. The 4 micro drills that I share with you here are not meant to overwhelm. They are meant to slip quietly into the rhythm of your day, reshaping your responses one breath at a time. The first drill is the art of labeling emotions. Instead of saying, "I am angry," you pause and reframe. "There is anger here." Instead of drowning in sadness, you say, "Sadness has arrived." This small shift separates identity from emotion. It is no longer who you are, but something passing through. A young student once told me how this changed his life. He grew up in a household filled with conflict and often felt as though anger defined him. But when he learned to name emotions as visitors rather than owners, he realized that even the fiercest storm would eventually pass. By training himself to recognize feelings as temporary impressions, he reclaimed the power to act with reason instead of impulse. The second drill is the 90-second pause. Neuroscientists confirm what Epictetus taught centuries ago, that our first reaction is rarely our best. When provoked, the body releases a chemical surge that lasts roughly a minute and a half. If we resist acting within that time, clarity returns. So practice this. The next time you are stung by a comment or frustrated by delay, commit to 90 seconds of stillness. Breathe deeply, watch the rush of feeling, and do nothing. A father once shared how this saved his relationship with his teenage son. In the heat of argument, he remembered the 90 seconds, walked outside, and let the surge dissolve. When he returned, the fight was gone, and what remained was space for conversation. The third drill is to shape the environment rather than rely on willpower alone. The Stoics did not chase temptations only to prove their strength. They also removed needless distractions. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to live with simplicity, to clear away excess so the mind could focus on what mattered. For us, this may mean silencing notifications, clearing a desk, or choosing carefully the voices we let into our day. Think of a gardener who does not scold himself for weeds, but simply removes them. By designing your environment to support calm, you save yourself from countless inner battles. The fourth drill is the practice of 3-line journaling, morning and evening. At dawn, you write one intention, one thing you will not waste energy on, and one reminder of what lies within your control. At night, you write one thing you did well, one thing you could improve, and one thing you are grateful for. These short reflections, if practiced consistently, act like anchors in the current of your life. I once met a woman who'd endured years of anxiety. She began journaling in this way and found over weeks that her scattered thoughts began to form patterns. She saw progress where before she saw only failure. The pages became a quiet mirror, showing her that growth was happening each day, even in the smallest steps. Deceptively simple, they ask little time and return real strength. They remind us that resilience is not a distant mountain to climb, but a path laid stone by stone, step by step, choice by choice. The Stoics were not concerned with grand speeches or lofty ideals unless they could be lived in the marketplace, in the home, in the ordinary pulse of daily life. To practice these drills is to follow their way, practical, grounded, and enduring. So let me ask you, which of these will you begin today? To name your emotions instead of becoming them, to pause before you respond, to clear the weeds from your environment, or to set down your reflections in 3 quiet lines. Each is a thread, small on its own, but woven together they form a rope strong enough to pull you through hardship. As you carry these into your life, remember this: strength is not built in the great crises alone, but in the quiet rehearsal of everyday moments. When you train your mind with these small disciplines, you are not just surviving the day, you are preparing for the storms yet to come. And in the next part, we will see how this preparation comes alive in the heat of crisis, where theory is tested and resilience is revealed. 6. The crisis script. Have you ever been caught in the kind of moment where everything seems to collapse at once? A harsh message you weren't expecting, a betrayal from someone you trusted, or an opportunity that disappears without warning. Your chest tightens, your thoughts race, and you feel the old habits pulling you back: anger, panic, self-pity. These are the moments that reveal whether our practice is real or just words. Seneca once wrote, "Anyone can hold a helm when the sea is calm." The true test comes when the storm rises and the waves threaten to swallow the ship. The Stoics never promised us a life without storms. What they offered was a map, a crisis script that shows us where to place our feet when the ground shifts beneath us. The steps are simple, but their simplicity is what makes them powerful. First, pause. Do not react in the first wave of shock. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit. By pausing, even for a breath, you take back the space between stimulus and response. That breath is your shield. I remember hearing about a woman who received devastating news one afternoon. Her company was downsizing and her job was gone. At that moment, everything inside her wanted to cry out, to lash out at the unfairness, to sink into despair. But she remembered something she had practiced, the 90-second rule. She walked outside, sat beneath a tree, and did nothing but breathe. For a minute and a half, she allowed the shock to surge through her without giving it her voice. When the storm inside her began to calm, she asked herself a Stoic question. What is within my control right now? She could not control the decision made above her, nor the judgment of her supervisors, nor the economy. But she could control her next step. That clarity saved her. Instead of acting from panic, she acted from steadiness. Within weeks, she had found a new position, not because the world grew kinder, but because she refused to let her first reaction become her chain. The second step in the crisis script is to anchor yourself in the body. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that he was not just a mind floating in chaos, but a living being rooted in breath and motion. He wrote, "When jarred unavoidably by circumstance, revert at once to yourself." This is why the drills of balance and focus are so essential. In crisis, your body can become the bridge back to clarity. Stand tall, feel the ground beneath your feet, slow your breathing. These physical acts are not trivial. They are anchors for the soul. Third, reframe. Ask yourself, is this event truly catastrophic, or is it simply painful in this moment? The Stoics used a practice called premeditatio malorum, imagining loss and hardship ahead of time so that when it arrived, they would not be broken. By reframing, you remind yourself that what feels like the end is often only a bend in the path. Seneca observed, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." To reframe is to strip away the exaggerations of fear and see the situation as it is. Let me share another story. A young man once failed an important exam, one that he believed would decide his entire future. He came home ready to collapse, convinced that his life was ruined. But his mentor, who had studied Stoicism, asked him a simple question. Is it true that this single failure defines all of you? Or is it true that it is one step in a longer road? The young man resisted at first, but slowly he began to see the truth. His worth was not bound to one test. He reframed the failure not as destruction, but as training. Later he passed, and more importantly, he discovered that resilience mattered more than any single outcome. The final step of the crisis script is to act, but act small. Do not try to solve everything at once. Take one deliberate step. Write one message. Drink one glass of water. Finish one task that is within your reach. In doing so, you remind your mind that even in chaos, you are not powerless. Epictetus would say, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." A single steady step has more strength than 100 frantic gestures. This is how you keep form when pressure closes in. Pause to reclaim your mind, anchor to your body, reframe to see clearly, and act in small, steady steps. It's not theory, it's muscle memory you can access on impact. And here lies the deeper truth. Each time you follow this path, you grow stronger. Crisis becomes not only a test, but also a training ground. You emerge not untouched, but unbroken. The storm may leave its mark, but it also leaves behind a steadier you. As we move forward, we will take this resilience and stretch it across days, building a map of practice that lasts not only in crisis, but in the daily rhythm of life. In the next part, we will explore how a disciplined 2-week path can set your mind into a lifelong state of strength. 7. The Discipline Map. Have you ever felt that the weight of change is too heavy, that no matter how much you wish to transform, the first step seems unreachable? We often imagine discipline as something monumental, something reserved for monks, warriors, or philosophers who lived centuries ago. Yet the Stoics understood a quieter truth. The strength of a lifetime is forged not in extraordinary gestures, but in ordinary days lived with intention. Marcus Aurelius once reflected, "Each day provides its own gifts." When we approach each day as a training ground, we realize that transformation is not far away. It begins where we already stand. This is the purpose of the 14-day discipline map, a simple path that can take you from scattered emotions to a steady mind if you dare to walk it step by step. In the first week, the task is modest. 5 minutes each morning and 5 minutes each evening dedicated to training your attention. It may sound trivial, but here lies the genius. For 7 days, choose one exercise, either balance practice or single instrument listening. Stand on one leg, hold your body steady, and breathe while your mind resists the urge to wander. Or put on a piece of music and focus entirely on the guitar, the piano, or the drum, letting every other sound dissolve into the background. At first, your thoughts will rebel, rushing to what happened yesterday or what might happen tomorrow. But if you persist, something remarkable begins to happen. You start to taste the power of directing attention instead of being dragged by it. I recall the story of a man who began this practice after years of being consumed by anxiety. He doubted it would work. 5 minutes seemed laughable against the storms in his head. Yet by the 4th day, he noticed something subtle. When anger rose during an argument, the fire did not last as long. When sadness visited, it did not spiral endlessly. By the 7th day, he discovered a gap between trigger and reaction, a space wide enough for choice. That space is where freedom begins. The week did not erase his struggles, but it gave him proof that his mind could be trained. Proof outlives hope. It becomes conviction. The 2nd week deepens the practice. You continue the drills of balance and listening, but now you add the micro-disciplines, labeling emotions, the 90-second pause, shaping your environment, and journaling in 3 lines. Each of these, though small, strengthens the foundation you are building. A woman once told me how labeling changed her relationship with anger. Instead of saying, "I am furious," she learned to say, "There is fury here." That single phrase shifted her identity from being the anger to being the witness of it, and when she witnessed it, she could choose. Another man practiced the 90-second pause with his teenage son. In the heat of an argument, he walked away, breathed, and returned calmer. The argument ended, not in broken trust, but in understanding. These are not theoretical victories. They are lived ones, born from simple drills repeated daily. Journaling may seem old-fashioned, but it is one of the most powerful Stoic practices. Seneca himself wrote letters each night reflecting on his failures and progress. For 7 days, you write just 3 lines in the morning, an intention, a boundary, and a reminder of what is in your control. At night, you write 3 more, a success, an improvement, and gratitude. In time, the pages become a mirror. They show you not who you wish to be, but who you are becoming. And when you can see growth, even in small strokes, discouragement begins to lose its grip. By the end of 14 days, you will not be perfect. You will still feel frustration, doubt, and sadness. But you will not be the same as you were. You will have built a path. You will know that when crisis strikes, you are not helpless. You have a script, you have drills, and you have the memory of victories to guide you. Marcus Aurelius once asked himself, "You have power over your mind. Why then do you let it be stolen away?" The discipline map is how you claim it back, one day at a time. Think of it like planting a tree. On the first day, the seed is invisible beneath the soil. A week later, a fragile sprout appears. By the second week, roots begin to take hold. From above, it still looks small, fragile, easy to overlook. But beneath the surface, strength is forming. In time, the roots will anchor so deeply that no storm can uproot it. That is what these 14 days give you. Outwardly, perhaps little has changed. Inwardly, the roots of your calm have begun to take hold. Consider the image of a traveler lost in a dark forest. Without a map, every sound is a threat, every shadow a reason for panic. But with a map, even though the forest is the same, the traveler walks differently. He is not free of fear, but he is no longer consumed by it. He knows where to step next. The 14-day discipline plan is such a map. It doesn't remove the forest, but it gives you the path. And once you know the path, you are not lost. I once met a woman who had lived for years at the mercy of her emotions. Anger would hijack her day, sadness would crush her for weeks, and fear would keep her from moving forward. She began the map reluctantly. 14 days felt trivial against a lifetime of pain. Yet when she finished, she wrote me this: "For the first time in years, I feel like I am not my emotions. They still come, but they no longer own me. They knock at the door, but I can choose whether to let them in." Her life was not free of struggle, but she was free to live it with dignity. The Stoics never promised escape from hardship. They promised strength within it. They did not tell us to wish for lighter burdens. They told us to build stronger backs. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." The 14-day discipline map is not about waiting for the right time. It is about reclaiming the time you already have, hour by hour, day by day, until discipline is no longer something you do, it is something you are. As you reflect on this path, Understand this. Change is not found in a single leap, but in the steady repetition of small acts. Each breath, each pause, each written line is a stone laid in the foundation of resilience. After 14 days, you will not be finished, but you will no longer be starting from nothing. You will have momentum. You will have proof. You will have the beginnings of a fortress within yourself, one that no storm can destroy. And from here, the journey does not end. It deepens. For the next step is not to practice calm as an act, but to embody calm as your very nature. And so, as we prepare to move to the final chapter, remember this. The forest is still dark, the storms will still come, but you no longer walk empty-handed. You walk with a map, a steady breath, and a mind that you have begun to master. The next part will show what it means to move beyond practice, to carry calm not as something you do, but as something you have become. That is the final transformation, when training dissolves into identity and steadiness becomes your second nature. 8. Calm as identity. Have you ever woken up one morning and realized that what once consumed you, what once left you sleepless, restless, and full of dread, no longer holds the same power over you? Perhaps it was an insult that used to ignite your anger, a failure that used to bury you in shame, or a fear that used to leave your hands trembling. And now, after time, after practice, it arrives again, but instead of overwhelming you, it passes by like a shadow against a steady wall. That is the quiet transformation that the Stoics spoke of, the shift from practicing resilience to becoming resilience itself. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." When that realization is no longer an idea but a lived reality, you have crossed the threshold from training to identity. The journey of training the mind begins with effort. At first, every exercise feels like a battle. You pause and breathe, though anger burns within you. You try to focus on one sound, though your mind runs wild in a dozen directions. You write down your reflections each night, though part of you feels foolish for believing a few lines can make a difference. Discipline at the beginning is an act of will. You drag yourself into balance, into silence, into attention. But like a blacksmith who hammers iron each day, there comes a point where what was once effort becomes instinct. The sword takes its shape, not in one strike, but in the 1,000 that came before it. So it is with you. The calm you once struggled to summon becomes the calm that now shapes your every breath. There is a story told of a scholar who studied Stoic writings for decades. In his youth, he was hot-tempered, quick to argue, and easily wounded by insult. His friends avoided debates with him because he would not let go of a single slight. But he read Epictetus daily, and he practiced. He labeled his emotions instead of fusing with them. He paused when provoked instead of striking back. He simplified his life to remove the weeds of distraction. Years later, when asked what Stoicism had given him, he did not speak of wisdom or eloquence. He said, "It gave me the ability to remain myself in every season." One day, a rival hurled accusations at him in public. The scholar listened quietly, then nodded and returned to his work. The rival asked, "Do you not care what people think of you?" The scholar replied, "I care deeply about my integrity, but your words cannot take it from me. That is not performance, it is identity." The truth is, life will never run out of storms. Loss will visit us all. Betrayal will come. Failure will arrive. The death of loved ones, the collapse of plans, the decay of health. These are not exceptions. They are inevitabilities. The Stoics did not ask us to deny this. they asked us to prepare. Seneca wrote, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. Every hardship that once threatened to undo you is also the friction that shapes you. The pain is not wasted, it is the whetstone against which your mind is sharpened." When you train yourself to see trials as teachers, you are no longer their victim. You are their student, and every lesson makes you steadier. Imagine standing in the middle of a crowded marketplace. Around you, merchants are shouting, arguments are erupting, chaos presses in from every side. Most people get swept up in the frenzy, their attention pulled this way and that until they lose themselves in the noise. But a Stoic stands quietly, breathing, eyes steady. The noise is still there, but it does not enter him. His calm is not borrowed from silence outside, but built from silence within. That is what it means to become calm as an identity. The storm no longer dictates who you are. You dictate who you are in the midst of the storm. This transformation does not happen overnight. It is born in the repetition of small acts. A soldier does not become brave in the moment of battle. His courage was rehearsed in countless drills when no one was watching. In the same way, you do not become calm only in the grand crises. You become calm by rehearsing calm in the quiet moments of daily life. When you choose not to argue over a trivial comment, when you pause before replying to a harsh email, when you breathe instead of rushing into judgment, you are shaping identity. These are not minor choices. They are strokes of the hammer against the iron of your character. Epictetus taught that freedom is not given to us by the world, but claimed within. He said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." True mastery is not found in controlling others, nor in bending circumstances to your will, but in commanding the kingdom within your own mind. When you reach the point where insults no longer wound, where setbacks no longer shatter, where fears no longer paralyze, you are free. Not because the world has changed, but because you have. That freedom is not an act, it is who you are. Consider the difference between acting calm and being calm. To act calm is to force stillness while chaos reigns inside. To be calm is to embody steadiness so fully that the chaos cannot take root. Think of the oak tree in a storm. The branches may sway, the leaves may tear away, but the roots hold firm. The oak is not pretending to be strong, it simply is. That is the calm of identity. And like the oak, your roots grow deeper with every storm you endure. I once knew a man who lost nearly everything in a single year. His business collapsed, his marriage ended, his health faltered. Friends pitied him, certain that he would collapse under the weight. But when asked how he endured, he said, "I did not endure. I continued." His words carried the essence of Stoic identity. He had trained himself to respond to life, not with denial, not with despair, but with continuity. He did not cling to what was gone, nor did he rage against what was. He walked forward, step by step, rooted in the calm he had cultivated. His life did not escape pain, but his spirit remained unshaken. And that is the final gift of training the mind. It becomes more than training. It becomes transformation. You no longer reach for calm, you carry it. You no longer struggle to focus, you embody focus. You no longer search for resilience, you are resilience. Marcus Aurelius, reflecting on his own life of hardship, wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. When this is not only something you remember, but something you live, then the work is complete." So as we close this journey, remember, uncertainty remains and the world keeps its hum. The losses will still come, but you are no longer the same person who trembles at every gust of wind. You have trained, you have practiced, and now you have become. You don't reach for calm, you carry it. And from that calm, you will meet whatever life brings, not as a victim, not as a performer, but as a soul anchored in its own unshakable strength. That is the promise of Stoicism. That is the identity you carry forward, and it is enough. When you step back and reflect on everything we've shared, a simple but profound truth emerges. The strength of your mind is not distant, it is within reach right now. You don't need to wait for a perfect moment or a calmer season of life. Training your mind once with clarity and purpose can plant the foundation for resilience that lasts for years. What you may feel at this moment, even if only a small spark of calm, is proof that you are capable of standing steady no matter what storms rise around you. The Stoics reminded us that challenges will never vanish. People will disappoint us, failures will arrive, uncertainty will press in. But it is not the world that decides whether we collapse or endure. It is the way we choose to direct our attention. When the mind is trained, it becomes like a fortress. Anger may knock, fear may whisper, sadness may return, but none of them can take control without your permission. If today's message touched you, let it be the beginning of practice, not just a passing thought. Strength is not about pretending pain does not exist. It is about learning to remain steady while pain passes through. Subscribe if you wish to continue exploring these timeless principles with me so that together we can build the kind of discipline that transforms not just our days, but our entire lives. And as your own quiet vow, leave a comment with 2 simple words: stay strong. Remember this as you walk back into your daily life. The tests will still come. You will still feel pressure, doubt, and temptation. But now you carry tools that cannot be taken away. The ability to pause, to breathe, to guide your focus, and to claim your peace. In the next video, we will continue this journey and explore Stoic lessons that help you stay unshaken, even when the world around you trembles. Until then, trust in the resilience you are building. The storms outside may roar, but within you, strength can remain unbroken. Have you ever lain awake at night, your body exhausted but your mind refusing to rest? Thoughts circling like restless birds, conversations replaying, what-ifs piling up until silence feels impossible. We live in an age where our minds rarely stop talking, where even in stillness we are haunted by noise from within. It's not always anger or fear. It can be the subtle pressure of needing to figure everything out, to control every outcome, to answer questions that life hasn't even asked yet. The Stoics understood this ancient struggle. They taught that peace doesn't come from eliminating thoughts, but from learning to see them without being ruled by them. To watch them pass like clouds rather than storms, we must survive. This isn't about suppressing who you are. It's about discovering the quiet strength that has always been there beneath the chatter. So if part of you longs for that inner calm, stay with me. Together, we'll walk gently into the stillness, and you may just find the silence your soul has been searching for. 1. Thoughts are not truths. Have you ever noticed how a single thought can hijack your entire day? One moment you are calm, going about your life, and then suddenly a voice inside your head whispers, "You're not good enough," or "This is going to fall apart." And before you realize it, that one fleeting idea has grown into a storm, pulling you into worry, anger, or despair. We often live as if every thought that passes through our mind is a message carved into stone, something final, something that defines us. But the Stoics taught otherwise. They understood that thoughts are impressions, not truths. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. Notice the focus here. Power over your mind, not in believing every idea it produces, but in seeing thoughts for what they are. Temporary visitors, not permanent masters. Imagine standing at a busy train station. Every train that roars by represents a thought. Some trains carry fear, others regret, others the endless speculation about the future. You could jump onto everyone, ride it to its destination, and exhaust yourself. Or you could remain on the platform, watching the trains come and go, knowing you don't have to board. This is what it means to see thoughts as impressions. They are moving, noisy, insistent, but you have a choice whether to follow them or not. Seneca said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." What he meant is simple. Much of our suffering is born not from life itself, but from the unchecked trains of thought we decide to ride. Consider the story of a young man named Adrian. He worked hard, did well in his career, and was respected by his peers. Yet every night he was plagued by the thought that he was a fraud, that one day everyone would discover he wasn't as capable as they believed. He carried this idea like a weight, letting it shape his choices, avoiding opportunities out of fear. One evening, he read a passage from Epictetus. "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them." It struck him, what if this voice in his head wasn't truth, but just a judgment, just another passing train? Slowly, Adrian began to treat these thoughts differently. When the voice whispered, "You are not enough," he replied within himself, "That's a thought, not a fact." Over time, the thought lost its power, not because it disappeared, but because he stopped bowing to it. His life opened again, not because the world had changed, but because he no longer mistook inner chatter for reality. When you see your thoughts as impressions, you begin to loosen the grip they hold over your emotions. The anxious voice that says, "What if everything goes wrong?" is just a hypothesis, not a prophecy. The harsh inner critic that declares, "You always fail," is only repeating old fears, not describing your future. You are not obligated to obey these voices. You are not the thought, you are the awareness that notices the thought. And awareness has power. It can step back, observe, and choose. Think about how liberating that is. Instead of being dragged around by every worry or doubt, you can stand on the platform, steady, watching the trains pass. Instead of believing the storm inside, you can recognize it as clouds moving across the sky. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. This is why it matters so deeply to see thoughts for what they are. If you believe every dark thought, your soul will feel darkened. But if you recognize that thoughts are not facts, you create space to choose which ones to let color your life. So the next time your mind whispers something cruel or fearful, pause. Ask yourself, is this truly real, or is it just a passing impression? In that simple question lies the freedom to step out of the storm. You do not need to silence all thoughts, nor pretend they don't exist. You only need to remember that they are not commands. They are not verdicts. They are not the essence of who you are. They are only clouds drifting by, fading on their own if you don't give them weight. When you stop treating thoughts as truth, you reclaim peace. You realize you can walk through your day unshaken, carrying not the burden of every idea, but the calm of someone who knows the difference between noise and reality. That is where strength begins, not by eliminating the mind's chatter, but by refusing to mistake it for truth. And once you begin to see thoughts for what they are, the next step is to discover the most powerful tool of all, the pause, the space between what happens and how you respond, where your freedom and true mastery reside. 2. The power of the pause. Have you ever replayed a moment in your head where you reacted too quickly and wished you could take it back? Perhaps it was a sharp reply in an argument, a rash decision made under pressure, or a sudden burst of anger at someone you love. In the heat of that instant, it felt justified, almost inevitable. But later, when the dust settled, regret crept in. You realized that your reaction hadn't changed the situation, it only changed you, often for the worse. This is a very human experience, and it is exactly where the Stoics turned their attention. They understood that life constantly tests us, not with grand catastrophes, but with these small, everyday provocations. The true battlefield is not out there, but in the split second between what happens and how we choose to respond. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." That simple line contains the key to freedom. When something strikes us, an insult, a disappointment, a loss, our body reacts faster than thought. The heart races, the jaw tightens, the urge to strike back surges like fire. But in that instant, there is also a space, however small, where choice still lives. If we can find it, if we can pause, breathe, and let reason catch up, we reclaim power over ourselves. That pause is the shield between dignity and regret. Most people don't notice it. They leap from stimulus to reaction like a spark catching dry wood. But those who learn to extend that pause discover a strength that cannot be provoked. Imagine a man in a crowded city walking home after a long day. A stranger bumps into him, spilling coffee onto his shirt. Heat rises immediately, anger, humiliation, the urge to shout. For a moment he feels himself about to snap, but then he remembers the teaching of Marcus Aurelius. You have power over your mind, not outside events. He takes one slow breath. He looks at the stranger, sees not malice but distraction, maybe even exhaustion. Instead of reacting with fury, he simply nods and keeps walking. The coffee stain remains, but his peace does too. That man will reach home unburdened, while another in his place might have carried rage all night. The difference lies not in the event, but in the pause. I once knew a young manager eager to prove himself in his company. During a meeting, his superior publicly dismissed his idea with arrogance, even mockery. The entire room turned tense, waiting for him to defend himself. Every nerve in his body screamed to fight back, to protect his pride in front of his peers. But he remembered a discipline he had practiced: to wait before answering. He stayed quiet, took notes, and moved the meeting forward. Later, in private, he calmly laid out his reasoning and spoke with clarity, not emotion. His composure did more for his reputation than any heated defense could have. People came to see him as steady, trustworthy, and unshakable. What had he done? Nothing extraordinary, only this. He found the pause, and he chose his response with wisdom rather than impulse. The pause is not weakness, it is strength refined. It is not passivity, nor surrender. It is the discipline of stepping back so that your highest self, not your lowest impulse, decides what happens next. Seneca described anger as a brief madness. What is madness but the absence of pause, the collapse of choice into compulsion? To pause is to reclaim sanity in the very moment the world tries to steal it from you. It is to say, I am not a slave to this feeling. I am the master of my mind. Think about your own life. How many regrets have been born from words spoken too quickly? How many relationships strained because of reactions you couldn't pull back? How many opportunities lost because impatience overran reason? Now imagine if, in each of those moments, you had waited just a breath longer. Not to suppress what you felt, but to see it clearly before acting. That single breath can change the trajectory of a conversation, a relationship, sometimes even a life. The Stoics didn't teach us to be emotionless statues. They taught us to be human with wisdom, to feel without being ruled, to recognize that a pause is not emptiness, but presence. It is the space where freedom lives, where the mind returns to its throne and commands the heart with steadiness. A pause can be a quiet nod instead of an insult, a patient silence instead of an argument, a thoughtful step forward instead of a hasty retreat. Each time you choose it, you strengthen the habit of mastery. Each pause becomes a brick in the foundation of your inner fortress. So, the next time your chest tightens, your words rush to your tongue, or your hand trembles with the urge to lash out, remember this. The world can take almost everything from you, but it cannot touch the space between stimulus and response. That space is yours alone. Claim it, guard it, and in that sacred breath, choose the man or woman you wish to become. For once you master the pause, you are no longer just reacting to life, you are shaping it. And when you learn to pause, you also begin to notice which battles are even worth fighting and which wounds come only from your own oversensitivity. That is where our journey now turns, to the art of managing your sensitivity with wisdom, so the noise of the world no longer drowns the stillness within you. 3. Guard your sensitivity. Have you ever felt pierced by a simple word, as if someone's tone or silence carried enough weight to shake your entire mood? One careless remark from a stranger, one delayed reply from a friend, and suddenly your mind is spinning, your chest is heavy, your peace is gone. Sensitivity is a gift, but when it rules us instead of serving us, it becomes a chain. The Stoics understood this well. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Our oversensitivity often makes us prisoners of shadows, hurt by what might have been meant, wounded by what was never truly said, haunted by interpretations we ourselves invented. Think of a young musician named Clara who performed in a small cafe. After her set, most of the audience applauded warmly, yet one man shook his head and left. That single gesture eclipsed every smile and every kind word. For days, Clara obsessed over it. Was she untalented? Had she failed? Should she stop performing altogether? She built an entire story of inadequacy around one stranger's frown, forgetting the dozens who had admired her. What tortured her was not the event, but her interpretation of it. She turned a moment into a verdict, and her sensitivity became her judge. Only when she read the words of Marcus Aurelius, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment," did she begin to see the truth. It was not the man's frown that wounded her, but the power she gave to it. This is the danger of untrained sensitivity. It tricks us into believing that every look is a judgment, every pause is rejection, every silence is condemnation. We begin to bleed at the slightest touch, not because life is cruel, but because our skin has grown too thin. The Stoics would remind us that we cannot stop others from speaking, judging, or misunderstanding, but we can govern the meaning we attach to their actions. To manage sensitivity is not to become numb, but to become discerning. It is to ask, is this truly about me? Or is it a reflection of something in them? Does this moment deserve to enter my inner circle of peace, or should it remain outside the walls of my mind? Picture your inner world as a walled garden. Within it grow the flowers of your calm, your clarity, your dignity. Not every passerby deserves entry. If you fling the gates open to every opinion, every mood of others, your garden will be trampled, your peace destroyed. But if you guard it with wisdom, if you choose carefully what you allow in, the garden flourishes. You remain tender, yet unshakable, compassionate, yet not at the mercy of every breeze. Sensitivity then becomes a strength, a heightened awareness that can deepen connection without destroying your center. I recall an older teacher who embodied this. His students were young and often brash, quick to challenge him or dismiss his lessons. Where another teacher might have grown bitter or defensive, he smiled gently and carried on. "Their words do not define me," he once told me. "They reveal them. And my task is not to defend my ego, but to remain steady in what I know to be true." His calm disarmed the most difficult student. It wasn't that he didn't feel the sting of disrespect. It was that he refused to hand it the keys to his inner world. That is what mastery of sensitivity looks like. Not denial of feeling, but the wise decision not to let every touch become a wound. Managing sensitivity is about remembering that not every sound must echo within you. Some words can pass like wind against stone, while others may deserve reflection. The difference is yours to choose. When you stop assuming that every action is aimed at you, you stop living as a target. You begin to live as a presence, aware, grounded, and free. So the next time a careless remark threatens to shatter your calm, or someone's silence tempts you into overthinking, pause and ask, is this real, or is this my imagination painting the worst? More often than not, you'll see that the wound was self-made, and in that moment, you'll reclaim the freedom the Stoics spoke of, the power to choose what you let into your soul. And once you've begun to guard your sensitivity, the next step becomes clearer. Learning to start each day in silence, with intention, before the world's noise has the chance to scatter your mind. 4. Begin each morning in silence. Have you ever noticed how the tone of your entire day can be set in the first few minutes after waking? One careless glance at your phone, one scroll through anxious headlines or unfinished messages, and your mind is already scattered, running in 10 directions before your feet even touch the floor. We carry this restless energy like a weight, and then we wonder why peace seems so hard to find. The Stoics knew that the beginning of each day was sacred, and they treated the morning as a battlefield where clarity is either won or lost. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." To him, the morning was not a time to surrender to noise, but to anchor himself in silence and purpose. Imagine two people waking up. The first rolls out of bed, instantly caught in the pull of notifications, rushing through tasks, drinking coffee while already stressed about the hours ahead. By noon, he feels like life has dragged him by the collar, and his thoughts are scattered, unfocused, easily provoked. The second person wakes slowly, sits quietly at the edge of the bed, and spends 5 minutes in silence. He breathes, notices the morning light, and reminds himself of what matters: his principles, his duties, his gratitude for another chance to live with virtue. He hasn't solved every problem of the day, but he has chosen the ground on which he will stand. That choice changes everything. There is a story told of a Roman soldier who, despite the chaos of campaigns and battles, would begin each morning in silence. While the camp woke in noise and orders, he sat alone with his thoughts, sharpening his mind before sharpening his sword. His comrades wondered why he never seemed shaken in the heat of combat, why he could stay calm when fear was spreading like fire. His answer was simple: I win my battles before the day begins. His discipline of morning silence was not luxury, it was strategy. In the quiet, he anchored himself so deeply that the world's chaos could not uproot him. This is what the Stoics invite us to practice. Silence in the morning is not about empty rituals or mystical detachment. It is about reclaiming the one part of the day that is still entirely yours before the demands of the world arrive. It is about training the mind to walk steadily instead of rushing blindly. When you wake and immediately fill your head with noise, you become a prisoner of other people's agendas. But when you choose stillness, you declare that your life will not be ruled by accidents, by moods, by the chaos outside. Seneca advised, "As is a tale, so is life." Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. That goodness begins in the quiet moments you claim for yourself. Try this. Tomorrow morning, before reaching for anything, sit in silence for just 3 minutes. Breathe deeply, notice the thought that rushes in, and instead of following it, let it pass like a cloud. Ask yourself one question: what kind of person do I want to be today? Not, what do I need to achieve? Or, what will people think of me? But simply, who do I choose to be in this day? That single question aligns you with what Epictetus called the only true power, mastery of your mind and your choices. The tasks and struggles will come anyway, but you will face them rooted in intention rather than dragged by impulse. Over time, this simple discipline shapes your entire outlook. A day that begins in silence is harder to disturb because you have already planted your flag. A man or woman who trains the mind each morning does not crumble at the first insult or setback because they have already chosen calm. Like the soldier who won his battles before sunrise, you carry into the day a strength that others cannot quite understand. So when the world tells you that you don't have time for silence, remember this: you don't have time not to. One quiet morning is worth more than 10 frantic ones. One moment of intention outweighs hours of reaction. Begin your day with silence, and you will discover that you walk through noise with a peace no one can steal. And once you learn to begin your mornings this way, the next lesson reveals itself. That real freedom comes when you stop clinging to outcomes and release the illusion of control over what is not yours to command. 5. Release control of outcomes. How often have you found yourself lying awake at night, rehearsing every possible outcome, imagining how things must unfold, clinging to the hope that if you think hard enough, you can force life to obey your design? We've all been there, trapped in the loop of overthinking, exhausting ourselves with what-ifs, as if anxiety could bend the future to our will. But deep down, you know the truth. The more you try to control everything, the more restless you become. The Stoics saw this centuries ago. Epictetus warned, "Don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen, and you will go on well." This is not resignation, it is clarity. It is the discipline of knowing the boundary between what is yours to shape and what is not. Imagine a farmer who plants seeds in spring. He tills the soil, waters faithfully, protects the plants from pests. He does all he can. But he cannot control the rain. He cannot dictate the sun. If he spends each day in fear of storms, he loses not only sleep, but also the joy of watching growth unfold. A wise farmer does his part, then accepts the rest with calm. Life is no different. You can prepare, act, give your best effort, but the rain, the sun, the timing of the harvest are never yours to command. Worrying about them only robs you of the strength to tend what is actually in your hands. There was once a merchant in Rome who lost an entire shipment when his vessel sank at sea. He had done everything right, chose skilled sailors, studied the tides, inspected the cargo, and yet a sudden storm destroyed it all. His peers expected him to collapse in grief, to rage against fortune. Instead, he said calmly, "The sea was never mine to rule. My work was to trade with integrity, and that I did. The rest belonged to the waves." He rebuilt his business, not because fate was kind, but because his spirit was steady. He had released the illusion of control, and in that release found the energy to move forward. Seneca once wrote, "What need is there to weep over parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears." He did not mean this in despair, but as a reminder that life will never bend to all our wishes. To demand otherwise is to sentence ourselves to constant frustration. When we release the need to control outcomes, we do not become careless, we become free. Free to act with focus instead of anxiety. Free to enjoy the present without bargaining with the future. This is the paradox of Stoicism. The less you cling, the more peace you carry. Think of your own life. How many moments of joy have been stolen because you were too focused on results? A student studies diligently but spends sleepless nights panicking about grades. A man confesses his feelings but obsesses over whether love will be returned. A parent gives everything for their child but aches endlessly over choices beyond their reach. In each case, effort was noble, but suffering came from trying to control what was never theirs. The Stoics would say, "Act well, then let go. Your responsibility ends where your influence ends. Beyond that line, worry is wasted fuel." Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same reasoned mind that equips you against the present." Notice his wisdom. He does not promise a painless path, but he promises that the mind trained in virtue will be ready when tomorrow arrives. Trusting in this truth allows you to meet each day, not with frantic grasping, but with steady confidence. So the next time you catch yourself rehearsing endless scenarios, stop. Ask, have I done my part? If the answer is yes, then breathe. Step back. Allow the world to unfold without demanding it follow your script. This is not passivity, it is mastery. It is choosing to live in harmony with reality rather than waging war against it. When you release the need to control outcomes, you rediscover energy for the things that matter most. You find joy in the work itself, peace in the present moment, and strength in the knowledge that you can endure whatever arrives. If this message resonates with you, subscribe for more reflections like this and leave a simple word in the comments. Peace. And with that steady spirit, you are ready for the next lesson. To silence not only your grasping at results, but also the weaker version of yourself that thrives on excuses and hesitation. 6. Defeat the weaker self. Have you ever felt that tug of war inside you? The part that dreams of strength and clarity against the part that whispers excuses, that convinces you to wait until tomorrow, that makes comfort sound like wisdom. We all carry this inner conflict. There is a version of you that is steady, disciplined, and courageous. And there is another version, fragile, hesitant, always searching for shortcuts, always quick to surrender. The Stoics did not deny this struggle. They faced it head-on. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." To him, the battlefield was not out in the streets of Rome, but in the silence of his own heart, where he chose which version of himself would prevail. Think of a young man named Lucius. Every morning he told himself he wanted to rise early, to train, to study, to become someone worthy of respect. But when the dawn came, the weaker self spoke louder. "Stay in bed, you need rest. Skip today, tomorrow will be easier." Each time he obeyed that voice, his resolve weakened, his spirit bent a little more. One evening, exhausted from another day wasted, he opened a copy of Meditations. His eyes fell on Aurelius's words. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, "I am rising to do the work of a human being." That line pierced him. He realized the weaker self was nothing more than a set of habits, a story he had rehearsed so long that it felt like truth. The next morning, when the whisper tempted him to stay down, he stood up anyway, and in that small victory, he discovered something profound. The weaker self loses its power the moment you stop feeding it. The Stoics believed that strength is not built in grand gestures, but in quiet refusals, refusing to indulge excuses, refusing to let laziness disguise itself as self-care, refusing to let fear decide the course of your day. Seneca warned, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Wasting life is what the weaker self craves. It thrives when you postpone, when you hide, when you surrender to distractions. Destroying it does not mean erasing every flaw. It means stripping away the illusions that keep you from showing up as who you already are capable of being. Picture your life as a house under construction. Each day you either place bricks or let weeds grow. The stronger self builds, slowly, consistently. The weaker self neglects, excuses, lets the walls crumble. Over time, the difference becomes undeniable. One path leads to shelter and solidity, the other to ruin. The choice is made not once, but 1,000 times in small decisions. Do you rise with purpose, or do you sink into delay? Do you speak with integrity, or let fear silence you? Every choice is a strike, either against the weaker self or against the stronger one waiting to emerge. There was a Roman general who said his victories were not won on the battlefield, but in the training yard. He forced himself to endure cold, hunger, and discipline in preparation, so that when the true test came, nothing could shake him. That is the model for us. We destroy the weaker self, not by waiting for life's storms, but by choosing small hardships willingly, rising early, saying no to temptations, facing discomfort without complaint. Each act is a hammer blow to the fragile version of ourselves that wants to dominate. And with each strike, the stronger self grows. Ask yourself now, which self do you feed more often? The one that promises comfort or the one that demands growth? The one that craves applause or the one that values virtue? Epictetus taught, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Mastery is not glamorous. It is repetitive, unseen, often uncomfortable, but it is also where true freedom lives. The weaker self makes you a slave to moods, to circumstances, to desires. The stronger self frees you because it answers not to impulse, but to principle. So, the next time that voice tells you to delay, to retreat, to lower your standards. Recognize it for what it is, the whisper of the weaker self, and then stand anyway. Do the thing you promised yourself. Step forward when fear says to wait. That is the act of destruction, not violent, but decisive. Each time you do, the weaker self dies a little more, and the stronger self takes its rightful place. When you commit to this fight, you stop drifting and start becoming. You stop bowing to the easy path and begin shaping the path of resilience and strength. And once you begin to silence that weaker self, you are ready for the next great discipline, to master your reactions so that no insult, no chaos, no voice outside of you can disturb the calm you've built within. 7. Detach from insults and chaos. Have you ever noticed how quickly your peace can be stolen by just a few careless words? Someone mocks you, a stranger cuts you off in traffic, or a colleague dismisses your effort in front of others, and suddenly the calm you worked so hard to protect vanishes in an instant. It is as if we hand over the keys to our emotions at the first sign of disrespect. Yet Marcus Aurelius warned himself against this very weakness when he wrote, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your judgment about it, and it is in your power to wipe out this judgment now." The insult itself has no power. It is the meaning we attach to it that wounds us. Think of a simple scene. Two men walk through the marketplace. A bystander hurls the same insult at both. The first man stiffens, his face flushes with rage, and he spends the rest of the day replaying the words, fuming at the offense. The second man glances briefly, almost amused, and continues walking, unaffected. The insult was the same, but the experience was not. The first man chose to carry it like a burden. The second left it where it fell. This is the essence of Stoic detachment, not numbness, but the refusal to let another person's noise dictate the state of your soul. Seneca described anger as a brief madness, and that is what happens when we let insults hook us. We stop thinking clearly, we abandon principle, and we let someone else's lack of control ignite our own. But what if we practiced a different response? What if, instead of meeting fire with fire, we responded with the quiet dignity of self-command? Epictetus advised his students, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." In other words, let others say what they will. Let them call you names, misunderstand you, even belittle you. Their words cannot alter your character. Their judgment is their burden, not yours. I once heard of a philosopher in Athens who was mocked relentlessly by a group of young men trying to provoke him. They followed him through the streets, shouting insults, laughing at his silence. Finally, one of them ran ahead and demanded, "Why don't you answer us? Don't you care what we say?" The philosopher stopped, looked at him and replied, "Would you expect me to argue with the wind? It blows as it will. Why waste my breath fighting air?" And with that, he walked on. The young men were stunned into silence because they realized he had refused to grant them the victory of reaction. His calm was unshaken, and in that calm was a strength none of them could match. Detachment does not mean indifference to injustice or silence in the face of true harm. It means discerning what is worth your energy and what is not. A personal slight, a thoughtless remark, the chaos of other people's tempers, these do not deserve the throne of your attention. They deserve only to be noted, set aside, and left to wither without your participation. To engage is to drink poison handed to you by another. To detach is to stay alive, to keep your mind clear, your dignity intact, and your energy preserved for what truly matters. Ask yourself, How many hours of your life have been stolen by replaying someone's insult or by fuming over another's behavior? How much of your strength has been wasted proving yourself to people who were never even looking? The Stoics remind us that life is too short for such losses. Our task is not to win every quarrel, nor to correct every voice raised against us, but to remain steady in ourselves. That steadiness is what makes you untouchable, because when the world realizes it cannot provoke you, it loses its hold. So the next time someone tries to drag you into chaos with their words or actions, pause, ask, is this truly mine to carry? If the answer is no, let it fall. Like dust brushed off your shoulder, let the moment pass without staining your spirit. This is not weakness, this is power. The power to walk through noise without becoming noise yourself. And once you can detach from insults and chaos, you will see more clearly the next step on this path. Learning to say less, to conserve your energy and speak only with intention so that your presence carries weight even in silence. 8. Speak less, listen more. Have you ever walked away from a conversation and felt the sting of regret, wishing you had said less, or even nothing at all? Words once spoken cannot be recalled. They rush out in moments of pride, anger, or insecurity, and often they do more harm than silence ever could. Seneca warned, "It is better to be silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt." The Stoics saw speech not as a casual habit, but as a discipline. To them, silence was not emptiness, but strength, a deliberate restraint that gave weight to the few words one chose to speak. Imagine a council meeting in Rome. Dozens of men argue, each trying to be louder than the other, their voices colliding in chaos. At the edge of the room sits one man who remains quiet, listening intently. When finally pressed for his opinion, he speaks slowly, thoughtfully, in only a few sentences. The room falls silent because his words carry more authority than the flood of speeches before. Why? Because he conserved his energy, because he listened before speaking, because his silence made his words valuable. This is the Stoic approach, to measure your tongue like a soldier measures his blade, unsheathing it only when necessary. Marcus Aurelius reflected often on this practice. In Meditations he wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." To live by this is to treat speech as a sacred act, not a reflex. When you speak less, you create space for clarity. You are no longer driven to fill silence with noise, nor to prove yourself with endless explanations. Instead, your words become precise, intentional, and therefore more powerful. The Stoics believed that silence was not just the absence of sound, but the presence of mastery, the ability to govern your impulses rather than being governed by them. Consider the story of Julia, a young woman constantly frustrated at work. Her colleagues gossiped, her supervisor often criticized unfairly, and Julia felt the urge to defend herself at every turn. She would jump into arguments, correct minor mistakes, and try to prove her worth through words. The more she spoke, the more entangled she became in conflict. One evening she stumbled across Epictetus's teaching. Let silence be your goal for the most part. Say only what is necessary, and in few words. Inspired, she tried a new experiment. The next time a colleague baited her into gossip, she stayed quiet. When her supervisor nitpicked again, she responded briefly and calmly, then returned to her work. To her surprise, her silence unsettled others more than her words ever did. Slowly, she realized she no longer needed to explain herself to everyone. Her presence, grounded in restraint, spoke louder than her defense. This is the paradox. When you speak less, people listen more. Silence makes space for observation, for deeper listening, for understanding what others truly mean rather than preparing your next reply. It also makes your words more impactful because they are rare. Like coins, their value increases when they are not scattered carelessly. And silence guards your peace. No insult can trap you if you choose not to answer it. No argument can drag you in if you decline to enter. To refuse to waste words is to refuse to waste life. Ask yourself, how much of your energy is drained, not by action, but by talking, explaining, defending, complaining, or filling the air simply to avoid discomfort? The Stoics remind us that silence is not awkwardness, but strength. It is a chance to hold your ground, to practice patience, and to let truth emerge without your interference. Words can be powerful weapons, but the greatest victories often come from not needing to draw them. So the next time you feel the urge to respond instantly, pause. Ask, is this necessary? Is this true? Will silence serve me better? More often than not, silence will protect your dignity and sharpen your presence. Speaking less is not about withholding, it is about choosing wisely. It is about living as one who commands his own tongue, not as one enslaved by it. And once you learn to master your words, you naturally turn to mastering your focus, directing your attention inward, guarding it from distraction, and using silence not only in speech, but in the way you live your life. 9. Master the discipline of focus. Have you ever reached the end of a day only to wonder where all your time went? You began with good intentions, but your attention was scattered, pulled into conversations that didn't matter, distracted by notifications, lost in overthinking. You may have been busy, yet you accomplished little that truly mattered. This is the silent tragedy of a distracted mind. It expends its energy everywhere, but builds nothing of substance. The Stoics understood this danger well. Marcus Aurelius warned himself, "You must build your life action by action, and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible, and no one can keep you from this." In other words, the power of life is not in what you dream endlessly, but in what you focus on in this moment, right now. Think of a craftsman shaping marble in his workshop. Around him the city hums with noise, neighbors argue, merchants shout. Yet he hears none of it. His chisel strikes with rhythm, each blow shaping the stone into something timeless. The world could be in chaos outside his door, but his masterpiece grows in silence because his attention is not divided. That is the discipline of focus. To protect your energy from being squandered on what is fleeting so that you may invest it in what endures. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Wasting time is not always about idleness. More often, it is about divided attention. We half listen to others, half work on tasks, half dream of the future, while half dwelling on the past. A divided life never feels complete. To practice focus is to reclaim the fullness of the present moment. It is to pour yourself completely into the work before you, the conversation you are having, the duty at hand, as if nothing else exists. Because in truth, nothing else does. The past is gone, the future uncertain. Only this act remains, and your ability to give it your entire mind. There was once a student in Athens who longed to study philosophy. Yet every day he wandered through the marketplace, overwhelmed by the noise, the vendors, the chatter of his peers. He would return home with nothing learned, nothing gained. One day, an elder philosopher stopped him and asked, "What have you collected today?" The student shrugged, embarrassed. The philosopher handed him a single stone and said, "Better to carry one thing with clarity than 1,000 with confusion." The lesson was clear. Knowledge, like life, must be gathered with focus. Without it, all is scattered and nothing is kept. In our time, distraction comes not only from the marketplace, but from the endless streams of information that demand our attention. Each ping, each scroll, each idle curiosity can fracture the mind into fragments. To live stoically is to resist this pull, to remember that peace belongs not to the one who knows everything, but to the one who can direct his attention toward what is essential. Epictetus advised, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless in unnecessary things." Focus requires the humility to ignore what does not matter, even if others chase it feverishly. Ask yourself, what truly deserves your mind today? Not just your time, but your full attention, your undivided presence. Is it the project that aligns with your purpose? Is it the relationship that demands listening without distraction? Is it the discipline that strengthens your body or mind? Choose these and let the rest fade into background noise. For what you attend to becomes the shape of your life, just as the sculptor's chisel shapes stone. When you train your mind to focus, you also train it to be still. You silence the inner chatter that pulls you in 1,000 directions. You discover that the mind, like a wild horse, becomes steady only when guided with discipline, and in that steadiness lies freedom, the ability to act with clarity, to build with intention, to live without scattering yourself thin. So the next time you feel yourself pulled into distraction, pause and remind yourself, this moment is my life. What I choose to give it to will shape me. Protect your attention as you would protect your most valuable possession, because it is. Focus, and you will find not only productivity, but also peace. And when you've learned to focus, the final lesson awaits. To weave all these practices together, silence, discipline, detachment, into a way of life that makes you unshakable. 10. Live Stoicism daily. Have you ever caught yourself nodding along to wisdom that felt profound in the moment, only to forget it completely when life tested you the very next day? This is the gap so many of us live with, the distance between knowing and doing, between admiring philosophy and embodying it. Marcus Aurelius warned himself against this illusion when he wrote, "Don't waste the rest of your life in thoughts about others. Be one instead of talking about what a good man should be." The essence of Stoicism is not in the beauty of its words, but in the consistency of its practice. Imagine a blacksmith in his forge. Every day he hammers iron into shape. The fire is hot, the blows repetitive, the progress often invisible. Yet after weeks and months, a blade emerges, sharp, balanced, enduring. Strength of character is forged the same way. Each morning of silence, each pause, each moment of discipline, these are the hammer strikes. One by itself seems small, but together they shape a life that cannot be bent by fortune. Philosophy teaches us to act, not to speak. To integrate Stoicism is to train until these practices are no longer forced, but natural. You don't have to remind yourself to breathe before reacting, you simply do. You don't need to recite maxims about focus, you already protect it as instinctively as you protect your breath. What begins as deliberate effort slowly becomes the rhythm of your life. This is where true freedom lies, when virtue is not an aspiration but a habit. There is a story of a Roman merchant who lost his fortune 3 times. Storms sank his ships, thieves betrayed his trust. markets collapsed, yet those who knew him marveled at his steadiness. Each time he began again, neither broken by loss nor intoxicated by gain. He had practiced for years the art of detachment, the discipline of focus, the strength of silence. So when fate struck, he did not collapse. His fortune could be taken, but his character could not. That is what integration looks like, the ability to face storms with the same calm as fair weather. So ask yourself, not what you admire about Stoicism, but what you will live today. Will you rise in silence, pause before anger, guard your focus, speak less, act with intention? Each choice weaves philosophy into the fabric of your life, and once woven, it becomes unbreakable. For when Stoicism ceases to be something you study and becomes something you breathe, you discover that peace was never out there. It was always within you, waiting for practice to uncover it. In the end, peace is not something we chase by silencing every thought, but something we discover when we learn to see our thoughts for what they truly are. They are not commands. They are not judgments. They are not who you are. They are only passing impressions. And when you stop clinging to them, space opens inside you for calm, for clarity, for strength. So the next time your mind begins to wander into restless chatter, remind yourself of this simple truth. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who observes them. In that moment of recognition, you step out of the storm and into the stillness that has been waiting for you all along. If this message touched something within you, I invite you to subscribe so these reminders of strength and serenity can find you whenever you need them. And if you want to anchor the lesson even deeper, share your presence in the comments with 2 simple words: inner calm. Carry this practice into your days, not as a heavy task, but as a gentle return to yourself. May you walk with a mind that is quiet, a heart that is steady, and a spirit that knows how to rest. Stay with me for the next reflection, where we will continue walking this path of wisdom together. Have you ever felt like the harder you try to control life, the further peace slips from your hands? You plan every detail, you chase outcomes, you cling to what you think must happen, and yet the more you grasp, the more restless you become. Deep down, you wonder if all this striving is stealing the very calm you are searching for. The Stoics understood this tension well. They taught that our true power lies not in forcing the world into our design, but in mastering how we meet it. Life will always deliver storms, delays, disappointments, unanswered prayers. But what unsettles us is rarely the event itself. It is our refusal to let go of what is beyond our control. Like a clenched fist, the tighter we hold, the more we hurt ourselves. Now imagine the opposite, walking through your day steady and unshaken, knowing that you have done your part, and then allowing the rest to unfold as it must. That is not passivity, it is clarity. It is the discipline of focusing only on what is yours to shape, your thoughts, your actions, your choices, and trusting the rest to life's greater rhythm. This video is not about surrendering ambition or lowering your standards. It is about learning the rare art of calm strength, the kind that allows you to wait without anxiety, to act without desperation, and to receive without fear. Stay with me, because in the next moments we'll explore how a stoic calm can open doors that striving alone never could. 1. Calmness over desperation. Have you ever noticed how, on the days when you are restless, anxious, and grasping for certainty, life seems to resist you even more? You try harder, you push further, but every step feels heavy, as if the very ground beneath you refuses to cooperate. And yet, on the rare days when you are calm, collected, and quietly confident, doors begin to open almost on their own. Strangers are kinder, opportunities appear, and your path unfolds with less resistance. Why does this happen? The Stoics would say it is not because the world changes suddenly, but because you do. The Stoic philosophers understood something essential about human life. The world we move through is not fully ours to command. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself again and again in his meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." To live in constant desperation, to chase and force outcomes, is to spend your life focused on what is not in your control. Desperation is the language of a mind at war with reality, while calmness is the presence of a mind aligned with reason and clarity. Think of a man who desperately wants recognition at work. Every meeting he interrupts, he forces his ideas into the conversation. He worries about being overlooked, and he craves applause. But his desperation makes others pull away. His energy communicates neediness rather than confidence. Now, picture another man who speaks little but with clarity. He does not chase approval. He contributes steadily, trusts the worth of his preparation, and accepts that the outcome is not his to control. Without demanding attention, he receives it, because his calm presence carries more weight than desperation ever could. The same principle applies to every part of life. Epictetus once said, "When you are offended at any man's fault, turn to yourself and study your own failings. Then you will forget your anger." He meant that what we project outward comes first from within us. If we project desperation, fear, and frantic energy, we invite disorder into our lives. When we project steadiness, composure, and trust in the order of things, the world seems to mirror that stability. The vibration we carry, though the Stoics would call it our disposition of the soul, sets the tone for how we experience everything around us. Imagine for a moment a soldier on campaign with the Roman legions. The battlefield is chaos, filled with noise, uncertainty, and danger. One soldier panics, running back and forth, trying to control everything: the enemy's charge, the weather, the cries of his comrades. His fear spreads to others, and soon his entire unit falters. Another soldier, however, remains still. He sharpens his blade, adjusts his armor, and quietly takes his position. He cannot control the storm of arrows or the movements of the enemy, but he controls his stance, his breath, his readiness. Those around him feel his steadiness and gather courage. Which soldier would you trust when the moment of truth arrives? The universe, like the battlefield, responds to the disposition you bring into it. Desperation, in the Stoic view, is nothing more than misplaced judgment. It is the illusion that if you push harder against what lies outside your control, the world will bend to your will. But life is not persuaded by frantic effort. It is only shaped by reasoned action and patient endurance. Seneca put it bluntly, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which hangs upon tomorrow and loses today." Desperation is always about tomorrow, the fear of not getting what you crave, the dread of losing what you have. Calmness, by contrast, belongs to today. It is the choice to act with clarity in the present and to let the future arrive in its own time. Consider a simple story. A young woman longs for love. Every interaction, every message, every silence from the one she admires becomes a test she must pass. She overthinks, and her desperation pushes the other person away. Later, when she finally releases her grip, when she focuses on her own life, her growth, her presence, the right connection comes to her naturally, without force. The Stoic lesson here is not about romance, It is about the rhythm of life itself. When you clutch too tightly, you strangle possibility. When you loosen your grip and stand steady, life brings to you what aligns with your character and effort. The Stoics did not believe in some mystical universe adjusting itself to our emotions. They believed in the power of perception. To live in desperation is to see every delay as injustice, every silence as rejection, every obstacle as disaster. To live in calmness is to reframe those same events. A delay is preparation, silence is space, obstacles are exercises for the soul. The outer world may not change, but the inner world transforms, and with it, the quality of life itself. Think of a sculptor working on marble. If he chips away impatiently, demanding the statue to appear overnight, he ruins the stone. But if he works steadily, strike by strike, the form emerges in its time. His desperation interrupts the natural process. But if he waters them daily, tends the soil, and patiently trusts the seasons, the crop eventually flourishes. The Stoic farmer lives in alignment with reason. He does what is his to do, then accepts the outcome. The desperate farmer demands fruit before its time, and in his impatience ruins the harvest. So it is with all of us. Calm focus cultivates, while desperation destroys. In your own life, reflect on how many times you have blocked your own progress by trying to force it. That job you chased with anxious obsession only to see it slip away. That conversation where you over-explained until your words lost their weight. That dream you suffocated by worrying it would never arrive. Desperation does not bring you closer to what you want. It creates more distance because it makes you a servant of fear. Calmness, on the other hand, communicates trust to yourself, to others, to life itself. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the universe was change and life was opinion. The change is inevitable, the opinion is yours to shape. When you cultivate an opinion rooted in steadiness and sufficiency, the constant flow of events begins to feel less like resistance and more like rhythm. You move with life instead of against it. This is why those who appear calm, even under strain, often receive more than those who struggle and shout. Their inner order aligns them with the outer order. The message here is simple yet profound. The universe responds not to your frantic need, but to your composed presence. Or, in Stoic terms, reality is not bent by your demands, but by the steadiness of your reasoned choices. When you live in desperation, you amplify scarcity. When you live in calmness, you discover abundance, not because fortune has suddenly favored you, but because you have stopped sabotaging yourself. So ask yourself, are you moving through life as the desperate soldier, scattered and restless, or as the calm one, grounded and prepared? Are you uprooting your seeds daily in fear, or are you tending them with patience and trust? Your answer reveals not what the universe owes you, but how you are shaping your experience of it. The Stoics never promised a life free of struggle, but they did teach that struggle becomes heavier when carried with desperation and lighter when carried with calm. Let this be your practice. Release the need to control every outcome. Act with clarity in the present, and trust that what is meant for you will arrive when the time is right. Because the truth is unshakable, the universe responds to your vibration, not your desperation. When you embody calm confidence, when you choose patience over panic, life has a way of unfolding in your favor. That is the quiet power of Stoicism. Not forcing, not pleading, but standing firm in reason and trust. And as we move forward, remember this: Once you learn to meet life with calmness, the next step is to discover how to protect that calm from the storms of others. For it is not enough to find peace, you must also learn how to keep it. 2. Control less, live freely. Have you ever clenched your fist so tightly that your hand began to ache, only to realize that in holding on too hard, you could no longer even feel what was inside your palm? Life is very much the same. The harder we try to seize every detail, the more we choke the very thing we long to protect. Control, in its extreme form, becomes a prison, one we build for ourselves, brick by brick, out of fear. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. Epictetus reminded his students that our freedom lies and what does not. He said, "Some things are in our control and others not." Yet how often do we live as if everything depended on our grip? We plan, we predict, we demand that events bow to our timetable, and when they do not, we suffer twice. Once from the event itself, and once more from the resistance inside our own mind. Think of a man awaiting news of a promotion. Each day he obsesses over emails, analyzes every gesture of his manager, lies awake at night rehearsing speeches in his head. His need to control the outcome consumes him. By the time the decision arrives, he is too drained to meet it with clarity. Whether he wins or loses, his peace is already lost. Contrast this with another man who performs his duty with diligence, knowing the decision is not his to dictate. He finds satisfaction in the work itself, not in the verdict of others. When the news comes, good or bad, he is steady, because he never tried to control what was never his to control. Marcus Aurelius, who bore the weight of an empire, wrote in his Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. It is a simple truth, yet endlessly difficult to live. We confuse preparation with control. We imagine that by tightening our hold, we can guarantee outcomes. But in truth, the more tightly we cling, the more brittle we become. Like a tree fighting the wind with rigid branches, we snap where we might have bent. Letting go in the Stoic sense is not surrendering to idleness. It is not sitting back and doing nothing. It is the art of acting with intention, guided by reason, while releasing the feverish attachment to results. Seneca spoke of this when he wrote, "A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not." That does not mean the Stoic abandons goals. He strives, but he does not chain his peace to success or failure. He prepares, but he does not demand that events unfold to his script. Picture a sailor navigating the sea. He cannot control the winds, the storms, or the currents. But he can trim his sails, steer his rudder, and read the stars. His peace lies in his seamanship, not in commanding the ocean to obey him. The sailor who curses every gust wastes his energy. The one who adjusts and adapts moves steadily toward his destination, even if the course changes. This is what it means to act without forcing, to move in harmony with reality rather than in defiance of it. Now consider the inner world. Many people try to control not just their circumstances, but their very thoughts and feelings. They tell themselves, "I must not feel anxious. I must not be sad. I must not get angry." And in resisting so fiercely, they feed the very emotions they wish to silence. The Stoics did not tell us to banish feelings. They told us to examine them, to see them for what they are. Impressions, not commands. When you accept the presence of fear without clinging to it, you rob it of its power. When you allow sadness to pass through you without resistance, you discover it does not stay forever. Peace is found not in suppression, but in understanding. There is a story of a Roman general whose legion was caught in a storm while crossing a river. Many soldiers cursed the water, shouting at the sky as if noise could change the weather. But the general sat calmly on a rock, waiting. A soldier asked him, "Why do you not rage like the rest of us?" The general replied, "Because my anger will not calm the river, but my patience might preserve my strength to cross it." That man embodied the Stoic truth. Resistance to what you cannot command only drains you. Acceptance gives you the clarity to act when action is possible. Letting go of control is an act of courage. It demands that you trust your reason, your preparation, your virtue, and release everything else. It means doing what is necessary today without the chains of tomorrow's anxiety. It means sowing seeds with care, but not clawing at the earth to make them grow faster. It means remembering that the fruit arrives in its own season, not in yours. When you practice this, something subtle but profound happens. The tension in your chest loosens. You begin to notice opportunities you once pushed away in your frenzy to dictate outcomes. You speak with more clarity because you are not rehearsing responses in advance. You connect more deeply with others because you are not trying to control their reactions. The world feels less like an enemy and more like a companion walking beside you. The truth is simple. The more you try to control, the more you block. You block peace with worry, block joy with fear, block possibility with rigidity. But when you release your grip, when you step into the rhythm of what is, life begins to move again. Events flow, conversations breathe, and you discover that solutions arrive more easily than they ever did when you forced them. So I ask you, what are you holding too tightly right now? A relationship? A job? A fear of the future? What would happen if you loosened your grip? If you trusted yourself to act with reason and let the rest unfold? Perhaps you would find that the universe was never against you. It was only waiting for you to stop standing in your own way. Remember, freedom is not in the mastery of every outcome, but in mastery of yourself. To live with calm steadiness, to act without clinging, is to allow life to reveal its order. Trust this process, for as you let go, you create the space where what is meant for you can finally enter. And once you learn to release control, the next lesson follows naturally. How to endure the storms that still come, and to see them not as curses, but as teachers shaping your strength. 3. The power of silence. Have you ever noticed how exhausting it feels when the world never seems to stop talking? The endless buzzing of notifications, the voices competing for your attention, the constant chatter inside your own head. Sometimes it feels as if life itself has become one long argument. And yet, in those rare moments when everything finally grows quiet, you feel something different. A strange calm, a glimpse of clarity, almost as if truth only chooses to visit when the noise has stepped aside. The Stoics knew this well. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. Silence, in this sense, is not merely the absence of sound. It is the inner stillness where reason can breathe, where wisdom is allowed to rise to the surface. When the mind is agitated, racing with judgments, predictions, and fears, it is like a lake whipped by wind. Nothing beneath can be seen. But when the waters are calm, even the smallest stone at the bottom becomes visible. Silence is that calm surface. It is the condition that makes truth discernible. Imagine a man in the Roman Forum. All around him, voices clash, merchants shouting prices, politicians giving speeches, citizens arguing over rumors. He listens, then steps away. He doesn't join every quarrel. He doesn't raise his voice just to be heard. Instead, he retreats inward. Later, when decisions must be made, his words carry weight, not because they were many, but because they were chosen in silence. His restraint, his ability to wait and listen, makes him the one others eventually turn to for clarity. This is the paradox the Stoics understood. Silence can speak louder than the loudest noise. Seneca wrote, "Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so is he." But he also knew that silence is often the sharper mirror. It reveals whether you are ruled by impulse or by discipline. In a world where people rush to fill every empty space with words, the one who remains still demonstrates mastery. Silence is not weakness. It is the refusal to be baited, the quiet confidence that does not need validation. The angry man who shouts has already lost the battle. The calm man who does not rise to the noise has already won. Think of a simple story. A young soldier is mocked by his peers for staying quiet. They tell him he is timid, that he lacks courage. One day, a conflict erupts. Tempers flare, voices rise, and insults fly across the camp. The young soldier listens, but does not react. Hours later, when the chaos has burned itself out, the commander calls him forward and asks for his counsel. His few words, born from silence, cut deeper than all the shouting that came before. From that day on, he is respected not for his noise, but for his restraint. This is the Stoic way. Words matter more when silence has been their companion. But silence is not only external. It is also the quieting of the storm within. How often do we exhaust ourselves by arguing silently with people who aren't even present, replaying conversations, anticipating offenses? Epictetus warned against this when he taught, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Silence is the pause that allows reaction to become reason. It is the gap between impulse and choice where your freedom truly lives. The modern world tempts us to believe that constant motion and constant speech equal strength, but the Stoics knew otherwise. Real strength is found in self-command, to hold your tongue when it burns to answer, to pause when pride pushes you forward, to allow yourself to observe instead of instantly reacting. That is the silence that builds character. And often, in that pause, life whispers the very guidance you have been too loud to hear. We forget that not every moment requires our commentary. Not every slight demands an answer. Not every challenge is improved by noise. Sometimes the wisest action is no action. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." Silence gives you the space to examine your estimate before you turn it into action. Without that space, you are a slave to impulse. With it, you are a master of yourself. When you begin to live with silence as a companion, you notice a subtle shift. Conversations grow easier because you no longer fear pauses. Arguments lose their grip because you don't feed them with constant replies. Your mind becomes clearer because it is no longer cluttered with rehearsed defenses. And, almost mysteriously, people start to respect you more. Not because you dominate the room with words, but because your restraint commands attention. Ask yourself, how many mistakes in your life were born not from silence, but from speaking too soon? How many regrets were carved out of words you wish you could take back? Silence removes that burden. It gives you the chance to respond only when wisdom is ready, and not a moment before. This is why silence is not emptiness, it is power. The man who fills every space with words reveals his need to be heard. The man who speaks only after silence reveals his command over himself. And in that command lies the strength to endure, to influence, to walk steadily, no matter the noise of the crowd. So the next time you are tempted to shout back, to justify, to explain, pause, choose silence. Let others waste their breath while you conserve your strength. In time, your calm will be the loudest voice in the room. If this truth speaks to you, take a quiet moment now, subscribe, so that these lessons continue to meet you where you are. And in the comments, write just one word: silence. Let it be your reminder, your anchor, because silence truly does speak louder than noise. And when you learn to embrace it, you open the door to clarity, to wisdom, and to the kind of strength that no storm of words can ever shake. And from here, the path leads naturally to the next lesson: how to face adversity not with noise, but with the calm resilience of a mind that cannot be moved. 4. Trust the right time. Have you ever stood at a place in life where you felt as if everything was taking too long, as if the world was holding back what you had already earned? You watch others succeed, relationships blossom around you, and opportunities pass as if they were meant for someone else. Inside, a quiet voice keeps asking, "Why not me? Why not now?" That impatience is human, but it is also the very thing that robs us of peace. The Stoics knew the struggle of waiting well. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, carried burdens beyond measure, yet he wrote to himself, "Time is like a river made up of the events which happen, and a violent stream. For as soon as a thing has been seen, it is carried away, and another comes in its place, and this will be carried away too." What he understood was this: life has its rhythm, and no amount of forcing can change the river's current. To fight it is to exhaust yourself. To move with it is to find strength. Trusting timing is not about passively resigning to fate. It is about discipline, the discipline to do what is yours to do today, while accepting that tomorrow will arrive only when it is meant to. Think of the soldier preparing for battle. He sharpens his blade, trains his body, and readies his mind. But the moment of combat is not his to decide. If he spends every day cursing the delay, he wastes his strength. If instead he uses the time to grow sharper and steadier, when the moment comes, he is prepared. That is what it means to trust timing. To let waiting refine you, not weaken you. Seneca reminded us how much better to pursue a straight course and reach that goal without being troubled by 1,000 distractions. What we often call delays are not obstacles at all, but part of the course itself. Life is not denying you, it is shaping you. Every pause, every season of silence, every unanswered prayer is a chance to deepen your roots. A tree does not bloom in winter, but it is not dead. It is gathering strength beneath the soil, unseen, until the right season calls it forth. There is a story of a craftsman in Rome who carved statues from marble. One commission was delayed for years. Payments withheld. Patrons uncertain. He might have abandoned the work in frustration, but instead he carved each day, piece by piece, without rushing. By the time the commission was finally called for, the statue was more magnificent than it would have been had he hurried. The delay was not wasted time, it was the very thing that gave the work its depth. So it is with our lives. The waiting seasons are not empty, they are chisels shaping us in silence. The mistake we make is believing that forcing events to arrive sooner will bring peace. But forcing is born of fear, the fear that if we do not act now, life will forget us. The Stoic perspective is different. Nothing truly meant for you can be taken, and nothing not meant for you is worth clinging to. Epictetus put it simply, do not seek for things to happen the way you want them to. Rather, wish that what happens, happen the way it happens. Then you will be happy. To trust timing is to release the illusion that life must obey your clock. It means aligning your will with reality instead of trying to bend reality to your will. Think of how often impatience has led you to ruin. A rushed decision in business that cost more than it earned. A relationship clung to before its foundation was ready, collapsing under pressure. Words spoken too soon, leaving wounds that silence could have prevented. Impatience makes us believe we are advancing, but often we are only stumbling faster toward regret. Waiting, on the other hand, feels slow, but carries us forward with fewer scars. This does not mean you should sit idle. The Stoics never preached idleness. They preached presence. You work, you act, you live each day with full intent, but you release the need to demand results on your schedule. The farmer plants seeds and tends the soil, but he does not pull at the stalks to make them grow. He does his part, then trusts the seasons. So, too, must you plant, tend, and trust. Trusting timing also transforms how we experience setbacks. What looks like a closed door may only be a delay. The Stoic accepts this not with bitterness, but with curiosity. What is this pause meant to teach me? How can I use this time instead of wasting it in complaint? Very often, it is in the waiting that you discover strength you never suspected you had, wisdom you did not know you needed, and resilience that will serve you when the real test comes. Think of a traveler caught in a storm. He cannot leave, though he longs to. If he paces in anger, the storm lasts just as long. If he rests, prepares his supplies, and sharpens his tools, the storm still lasts. The difference is not in the storm, but in how he uses it. Trusting timing is choosing the second path. The art of trusting timing, then, of patience with purpose. It is not lazy readiness. It is the quiet strength of someone who knows that every season has meaning, that every delay carries hidden gifts, and that what is cannot be rushed. To live this way is to live without the poison of anxiety, without the chains of forcing. Begin to see that even when you cannot yet hold what you desire, life is already preparing the ground for its arrival. Hungry for the next chapter. Remember, flowers do not bloom at them. They bloom because the time has come, and so will you. Trust timing. Let it sharpen you, not break you. Pauses, for they are part of the music, and as you master this art, you will be ready to meet the next lesson, not with haste, but with the steady hand who understands that peace is not found in speed, but 5. You become what you believe. Have you ever noticed see yourself quietly shapes the way others see you? A person who walks into a room with quiet dignity often commands more respect than the one who shouts for attention. And the curious thing is this: respect doesn't come because the world suddenly decided to give it. It comes because the individual carried within themselves the belief that they were worthy of it. To regard yourself becomes the invitation for how the Stoics spoke endlessly about this inner state. Epictetus students that if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. What did he mean? That our worth cannot be measured by the quick judgment, by the steadiness of our own convictions. When you believe you live cautiously, apologetically, shrinking from opportunity. Life mirrors this back to you in missed chances, in doors half live as if you are worthy of peace, love and strength. Not with clarity, you align with circumstances that reflect that belief. Think of two merchants in the marketplace. The first doubts himself. He speaks timidly, undersells his goods, lowers his price the moment someone questions him. Belief becomes visible, and soon others treat him as though his work has little value. The second merchant knows the worth of what he offers. He does not demand, nor does he beg. He simply stands firm in the fairness of his trade. People sense his confidence, and his business thrives. The difference between them lies not in fortune, but in belief. Seneca once wrote, "A man who is master of himself can never be ruined." Mastery begins with belief. If deep inside you believe you are destined only for hardship, you will unconsciously steer yourself toward it. You will accept poor treatment, avoid risks, and sabotage your own progress because you think that is all you deserve. The world has not condemned you, you have condemned yourself. And yet, the reverse is just as true. When you believe that you are worthy of something greater, your actions, your choices, and even your posture begin to align with that belief. You walk into rooms differently, you speak with more clarity, you no longer tolerate what weakens you. Life begins to mirror this, back in opportunities that once felt out of reach. Consider a young soldier who believes he is insignificant. In training, he hesitates, never volunteering, never speaking. His commanders overlook him because he hides himself. But another soldier of equal skill believes he can rise. He steps forward, takes responsibility, carries himself. Over time, he is trusted with more and eventually chosen for leadership. Their talents were equal. It was their beliefs about themselves that created two very different fates. The Stoics were not mystical, but practical. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Belief is nothing but thought repeated until it becomes identity." If you think of yourself as serving, every choice you make will echo that thought. You won't apply for the position, you won't speak the truth in love, you won't dare to ask. But if you cultivate the belief that you are worthy of living with virtue, with strength, with fulfillment, then you act accordingly. You move toward opportunities instead of away from them, and the world answers in kind. Then, entitlement. The Stoics despised entitlement, for it was nothing but weakness disguised. To thee, it is to stand upright in the dignity of your own reason. To live as if your efforts, guided by virtue, are enough to open the path. You don't receive everything you want, but you stop sabotaging yourself. You stop letting fear dictate your steps. You stop bending under the unworthiness. Picture a craftsman carving marble. If he believes his work is crude, he will never attempt the details that could make it magnificent. He will stop halfway, ashamed. But if he believes his work matters, he will persevere through the difficulty. When the statue is revealed, the world sees not only his skill, but the belief that sustained it. Your life is no different. What you believe you deserve decides whether you stop or continue, whether you risk or retreat. When you begin to change this inner dialogue, when you replace "I am not enough" with "I am capable of more," you feel the ground shift. The same opportunities that once seemed invisible begin to appear. Not because the world changed, but because you did. You started to notice doors you had once walked past. You started to speak words you had once swallowed, and those small changes accumulate until life itself seems to respond. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." Belief is the first step. You decide within yourself that you are deserving of peace, strength, and purpose. Then you live as if it is already true by the choices you make, the standards you set, the company you keep. Reality bends to meet the conviction you carry. So ask yourself, what quiet belief are you carrying about your worth? Does it open doors, or does it close them? Does it make you lift your head, or does it make you shrink into the shadows? The truth is this. What you receive in life is a reflection of what you believe you are allowed to receive. If you believe you deserve nothing, even abundance will pass you by. If you believe you are worthy of living strength, you will walk paths you once thought impossible. You attract what you believe you deserve, not through magic, not through wishful thinking, but through the steady alignment of thought, action, and presence. As Seneca said, it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Stop wasting your time in the shadow of unworthiness. Stand firmly in your value, act with reason, and life will begin to reflect it back. And once you grasp this truth, another follows naturally. What you tolerate from others is also a mirror of what you believe you deserve. To explore that, we turn to the next lesson. 6. Calmness creates strength. Have you ever noticed how the moments when you are most frantic are often the moments when everything seems to slip further away? You push, you chase, you demand, and yet the harder you try, the more life seems to resist. Then there are the rare moments when you are calm, steady, and quietly confident. Suddenly, things begin to align, conversations flow more easily, decisions become clearer, opportunities seem to find you. This is no accident. It is the subtle power of calmness itself, a force that shapes your life more effectively than any frantic effort ever could. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that if you are disturbed by external things, it is not they that trouble you, but your own judgment of them. What he meant was that our inner state is the lens through which we experience the world. If the mind is restless, even the smallest obstacle feels insurmountable. But when the mind is calm, the largest burden can be carried with surprising ease. Not passive, it is a form of mastery. It is the soil in which clarity grows, and from clarity comes the kind of action that truly can facing the same challenge. One is overwhelmed, anxious, and rushed. He tries 10 solutions in a frenzy, than the last, and ends the day exhausted, but no. He breathes, observes, and allows his mind to settle. From that state, he sees a simple, clear step forward that resolves, not chance. It is the calmness. Seneca mind the future is miserable. Mind refuses to be pulled into panic, has already. Think of calmness as alignment with reality. Against what is, you create. Is like swimming upstream against the current until your strength is gone. But when you stop resisting yourself to move with the flow, you discover that requires less. Calmness is not about surrendering your goals. It is charge yourself with needless resistance within to unfold in its time. There is a story told general who was once caught in a political storm. rivals deserted him, and the city whispered of his downfall. As panicked, he remained composed. He attended to his duties, spoke little, and kept his mind steady. In time, the truth, his name was calm demeanor during the chaos, only increased his enemies, but his silence and composure spoke. That manifestation calmness creates, not through force. Calmness also clarifies decision-making. When you are urgent and fear drives you toward rash choice, you can separate what is essential from what is noise. Teach students to pause before reacting, whether were true or simply the distortions of fear or inaction. It is the most powerful action in chaos. Notice calmness affects others. A person who remains composed in the face of provocation disarms those who settle him. A leader who speaks quietly during often in confidence than one who shouts. Calmness is contagious, radiates an energy that steadies the people around you, and in doing so, people are drawn to those who carry peace within themselves. For in a noisy world, the truth is, calmness itself is a form of conditions where your best qualities, reason, temper emerge. Without calmness, you're bounded. With it, they shine. Calmness is the ground upon which one can take root. This does not mean life will hand you everything. Never believed in calmness is all. It is the choice to act with intent of compulsion, to pursue your goals without poison. It is strong strokes rather than slowly until you sink. In calmness, every action you wait, more direction, more impact. It also frees you. When you are calm, you're not asking constantly. Instead, you focus on what is yours to do now. The farmer plants his seeds and waters them, but he does not dig them up each of their. He trusts the season. Is that trust the demand from life what cannot be rushed? And what happened? Space for opportunities to appear, for solutions to surface. He chokes the flow of possible. Calmness invites it. As Marcus Aurelius said, never you choose, especially don't allow yourself to be pulled aside too much. Calmness is that refuge, the inner fortress that protects you from both the storms outside and the storms within. Next time you feel the pull of haste, the rush of desperation, pause. Calmness is not weakness, it is strength under control. To be calm is to be unshaken, to live in such a way that life itself bends toward you because you forced it, but because you aligned with it. Calmness is a manifestation in itself. It is the quiet magnet that draws to you what frantic striving can never secure. It is not found in the world outside, but built within, step by steady step. And once you begin to live from this place of calm, you will find yourself ready for the next lesson, how to hold that peace when the inevitable storms arrive, and how to turn every trial into a teacher. 7. Freedom in letting go. Have you ever noticed how tightly we hold on to the things we most fear losing? A relationship, an opportunity, an outcome. We clutch at them with white knuckles, terrified that if we loosen our grip for even a moment, they'll vanish. Yet the paradox is this: the tighter we hold, the more fragile everything becomes. Like sand clenched in a fist, what we try to control most often slips away the fastest. The Stoics understood this tension deeply. Epictetus taught that freedom comes not from bending the world to your will, but from mastering the distinction between what is yours to shape and what is not. To cling obsessively to outcomes beyond your control is to set yourself up for misery. Seneca once said, "He suffers more than necessary who suffers before it is necessary." In our desperate need to guarantee the future, we end up suffering twice. Once in our anxious grip on what might happen, and once again when reality takes its natural course. Letting go is not abandonment. It does not mean you stop striving, caring, or working toward what matters. It means you release the illusion that you can choreograph every step of the dance. You tend to your duties, you cultivate discipline, you prepare with clarity, but then you allow life to unfold in its rhythm. Just as a farmer plants his seeds and waters the soil, he does not rip open the earth each morning to demand proof of growth. His trust in the process creates space for nature to do what only nature can do. So too in our lives, when we let go of obsessive control, we open ourselves to possibilities that effort alone could never have delivered. Think of a Roman general awaiting the return of his soldiers. He cannot command the weather that delays them, nor the terrain that slows their march. If he spends his days pacing, raging at the sky, he accomplishes nothing but his own exhaustion. If instead he uses the waiting to sharpen his mind, fortify his city, and prepare for their arrival, then when they come, he is ready. The difference lies not in the event, but in his disposition. By letting go of what he cannot control, he makes space for strength, clarity, and what others might call miracles. What we call miracles are often nothing mysterious. They are simply the openings that reveal themselves once we stop blocking them with anxiety. When your mind is tangled in worry, you do not see the subtle opportunities that stand in front of you. But when you loosen your grip, your vision clears. You begin to notice the friend who offers help, the idea that arrives in stillness, the chance that had always been waiting. In Stoic terms, it is not magic. It is perception purified by letting go. There is also the fear of loss. How often do we suffocate what we love by clinging too tightly to it? Out of fear of losing someone, we demand constant reassurance, and in doing so, we push them further away. Out of fear of failure, we overwork ourselves to exhaustion, and in doing so, we undermine the very success we seek. The Stoic answer is to release this fear. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that everything we hold will one day pass, whether we grip it desperately or not. To accept this truth is to free yourself. When you let go of the fear of loss, you make space for genuine presence. You are no longer relating to life through chains of anxiety, but through openness and strength. Think of how often the most meaningful events in your life came not from the plans you forced, but from the paths you never expected. The friend you met by accident, the opportunity that appeared when another door closed, the wisdom you gained only after losing what you thought you could not live without. None of these could have been scripted. They were born in the space you did not control. This is what the Stoics would have called aligning with nature, the recognition that life's order is greater than your designs. Letting go, then, is a form of trust, not trust in blind fate, but in the order of things, in the wisdom of acting rightly without demanding results. Epictetus put it sharply: "Do not seek for things to happen as you wish, but wish for things to happen as they do, and your life will go smoothly." To let go is to step into this wisdom, to act with courage and reason, and then to release your obsession with how the outcome must look. And in that release, something powerful happens. You create space. Space for new people, new paths, and new growth. Space for life to surprise you with gifts you could never have designed. What some call miracles are often nothing more than the fruits of this openness. You did not demand, you did not clutch, you did not narrow the path with rigid expectations. You let go, and so the world was free to give you more than you imagined. So take a breath. Ask yourself, what are you clinging to so tightly that it has become a burden? What would happen if you loosened your grip, if you trusted yourself to do what is yours to do and trusted life to do the rest? Perhaps you would find that letting go is not the end of control, but the beginning of freedom. Letting go is not about loss. It is about creating room for something greater to arrive. Space for strength, space for clarity, and yes, space for the unexpected gifts life has been waiting to give you. And once you learn this art, you are ready for the next truth. How to transform waiting itself into a source of growth instead of a source of suffering. Close your eyes for a moment, take a deep breath, and remember that everything you need is already finding its way to you. When you stop chasing, life begins to open in its own rhythm. Calmness is the strongest signal you can carry. If this message spoke to you, subscribe and leave a simple comment. Stay calm. Trust that you are exactly where you need to be, and know the next lesson is waiting to guide you even further. Have you ever lain awake at night with your mind racing, replaying every possibility of what could go wrong? The job you might lose, the relationship that might end, the future that feels like a fog you can't see through. Worry has a way of gripping us long before anything has even happened. And sometimes it's not the weight of reality that breaks us. It's the endless stories our minds invent in the dark. The Stoics knew this struggle well. They reminded us that most suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the way we interpret them. Seneca once wrote that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. And if you look closely, you'll see it's true. We spend hours fighting battles that exist only in our heads, battles against shadows that may never take shape. But what if worry wasn't something you had to obey? What if, instead of being dragged by anxious thoughts, you could learn to stand apart from them, to watch them, question them, and let them pass? That's where the quiet strength of Stoicism steps in. It doesn't promise a life without storms. It promises a way to walk through them with steadier steps. In this video, we'll explore how to worry less when life feels heavy. Not by pretending everything is fine, but by remembering where your real power lies. So, take a breath, stay with me, and let's walk this path together. 1. Thoughts are not truth. Have you ever noticed how in the quiet of the night or in the middle of a hard day, your mind suddenly begins to whisper its darkest stories? It tells you that you are failing, that you are not enough, that the future is doomed, and there is no way forward. These thoughts come not as gentle suggestions, but as loud certainties, almost as if they were carved in stone. And yet how many times have those voices proven to be wrong? How many times did the disaster you imagined never come to pass? The Stoics knew this well. The mind is not always a faithful companion. In fact, it can be your fiercest adversary, spinning illusions that make you suffer twice, once in imagination and once in reality. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, wrote in his Meditations, You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. What he meant was simple but profound. Life's hardships are not always what destroy us. What often breaks us is the commentary our mind attaches to those hardships. A missed opportunity becomes proof that we are worthless. A single failure transforms in our thoughts into a lifelong sentence of inadequacy. The event itself is neutral, but the story we attach to it poisons us. Think of a soldier standing guard during a stormy night. The wind howls, branches snap, shadows shift. His mind begins to paint dangers in every movement, enemies in every shadow. If he reacts to every illusion, he exhausts himself long before the real enemy arrives. The wise soldier learns to watch the shadows without immediately believing them. In the same way, Stoicism teaches us that we must stand watch over our thoughts. Not every whisper in our head is an oracle. Many are echoes of fear, habits of worry, memories of old wounds replaying themselves again and again. Epictetus, a former slave who became one of Stoicism's greatest teachers, reminded his students that men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of them. Imagine losing a job. One person might see it as the end of everything, proof of their incompetence, a spiral into despair. Another, standing in the same shoes, might see it as an opening to redirect their life, to search for something better aligned with their nature. The event is the same. The thoughts about it are what differ. And so, our task as Stoics is not to silence the mind completely, that would be impossible, but to see its stories for what they are, stories, not truths. I once knew a man, a craftsman who worked with wood. For months he worried that his shop would fail. Every creak of the door, every day with fewer customers, became to him a sign of collapse. He would lie awake at night, telling himself over and over that he would lose everything. But when he finally sat down to examine his accounts, he realized he was not ruined. In fact, he was still afloat, still capable of surviving, still with chances to improve. The collapse existed only in his head. His suffering was real, but it was self-created, born from the tyranny of unchecked thoughts. That realization did not solve all his problems, but it freed him from carrying a weight that wasn't even real. He could then focus on the actual work before him instead of drowning in imagined catastrophes. The Stoic path asks us to create this same distance within ourselves. When a fearful thought arises, I will never succeed, everyone is against me, the worst is inevitable. We do not need to grab it and wear it like a chain around our neck. We can take a step back and observe it. Most of the torment we feel is nothing more than our mind rehearsing disasters that may never arrive. If we can pause and recognize this is just a thought, not a prophecy, we break its grip. Think of your mind like a vast sky. The thoughts are clouds, some heavy and dark, some light and passing, but none of them are the sky itself. You are the sky. You are the awareness that remains even as the clouds shift. No storm, however fierce, can erase the sky. This perspective transforms the battlefield within. Instead of wrestling every thought, we watch them. We let them pass. We ask, is this thought serving me? Is it true, or is it simply fear speaking? Often we find that our worst thoughts dissolve when exposed to such light. They survive only in the dark corners of unquestioned belief. Let us imagine a young woman named Julia. She prepares for an important presentation at her job. The night before, her mind hurls accusations at her. You're not ready. They will laugh at you. You will fail. The pressure is suffocating. But then she remembers the words of Marcus Aurelius. She pauses, breathes, and says to herself, "This is only a thought. It is not reality. Tomorrow I will face what comes, and no amount of tonight's torment will change it." By naming the thought as a thought, she removes its mask of authority. She walks into the meeting nervous but not broken, aware that fear exists but not enslaved by it. And in doing so, she embodies Stoic strength, not the absence of worry, but the refusal to bow before it. This is not a one-time lesson, it is a discipline. Each day the mind will throw shadows across your path. Each day you must choose whether to believe them blindly or to see them for what they are. With practice, you will notice the quiet gap between a thought arising and your decision to believe it. That gap is your freedom. That is where your strength lives. So the next time your mind tells you everything is falling apart, remember, the mind loves to exaggerate. It loves to dramatize. But you, the one who observes, are not required to join its theater. You can let the scene play out without stepping onto the stage. You can breathe, you can wait, and you can see reality more clearly. In this way, worry loses its sharpest teeth. The storms of the mind may still come, but you will know yourself as the ground beneath them, steady, unmoved by passing weather. And from that stillness, you will act with clarity. Because here is the truth. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who chooses which thoughts deserve your belief. And the more you practice this, the more unshakable you become. That is the first step to worrying less in hard times, not silencing the mind completely, but learning to stop mistaking every story it tells for truth. And once you see your thoughts clearly, the next challenge awaits. How do you train your response when life presses hardest, when others provoke you, when the world seems to demand your anger or your fear? That is where we turn next. 2. Stay present, not predicting. Have you ever noticed how quickly the mind runs away from the moment you're living in? You could be sitting at the table, a warm cup of coffee in your hands, the morning light spilling through the window, and yet your thoughts are miles ahead. What if I fail this project? What if my savings run out? What if tomorrow brings something I cannot handle? Suddenly the coffee doesn't taste like anything, the morning light doesn't matter, and your chest is tight with anxiety over a future that hasn't even arrived. The Stoics warned about this restless urge to live in a time that doesn't yet exist. Marcus Aurelius, in the quiet of his tent while leading Rome's armies, wrote, "Confine yourself to the present." He knew that much of human misery comes not from what is happening here and now, but from our compulsion to step into imagined futures. We spin entire stories of catastrophe in our heads, and then we live as if those stories are already unfolding. Life itself rarely overwhelms us. What crushes us is the weight of thousands of imagined tomorrows piled onto today. Seneca observed the same truth. We are more often frightened than hurt, and most fears are born from shadows, not facts. How many nights have you lost sleep over scenarios that never came to pass? How many times have you walked into a situation convinced you were doomed, only to realize it was manageable or even turned out better than you expected? Our minds, left unchecked, are like playwrights of tragedy, rehearsing disaster after disaster on a stage that may never exist. But here is the truth the Stoics invite us to remember. The future does not exist. It is a blank page. What exists is this breath, this step, this moment in front of you. And in this moment, almost always, you are safe. You are breathing. You are alive. Even when surrounded by difficulty, the present is still lighter than the entire burden of the future you try to carry on your back. Think of a traveler walking through the mountains. He sees dark clouds gathering on the horizon and panics, imagining floods, lightning and rock slides. He begins to despair before a drop of rain has even fallen. But if he returns his attention to the ground beneath his feet, he realizes he is still moving, still steady, still capable of taking the next step. The storm may come, or it may pass, but only the step he is taking now belongs to him. Worrying about the sky does not move him forward. The step does. Epictetus reminded his students that the chief task in life is to distinguish what is within our control from what is not. The future, with all its uncertainties, lies outside our grasp. But this moment, how we breathe, how we speak, how we choose to act, that is always within reach. When you return to the present, you return to the sphere of power that cannot be taken from you. Consider the story of Julia, a woman preparing for an important trial as an advocate in the Roman courts. The night before, her mind flooded her with visions of humiliation, of losing her case, of whispers spreading about her incompetence. She nearly convinced herself not to appear at all. But then she remembered the writings of the philosophers. The present alone is ours. She asked herself, what is happening right now? Am I standing before the court already? Has the verdict been spoken? The answer was no. At that moment she was simply sitting, breathing, alive. By focusing on the preparation she could still do that evening and the courage she could carry into the morning, she steadied herself. The outcome was uncertain, but her presence was hers. And when she finally walked into the court, she did so not with the weight of imagined defeat, but with the clarity of someone anchored in the present. This is the discipline we are called to practice. When worry arises, ask yourself, what is real in this moment? Is the catastrophe already here, or is it only a shadow in my imagination? Can I take one breath? Can I place my attention on the work directly before me? Even in hardship, this practice brings relief. The mind may try to leap into endless what-ifs, but each time you bring it back to what is, you reclaim your balance. Marcus Aurelius gave himself this reminder often. Don't let your imagination be crushed by life as a whole. Don't try to picture everything bad that could happen. Instead, he chose to meet life piece by piece, moment by moment. That is how an emperor endured wars, plagues, and betrayals without collapsing under their combined weight, by refusing to live them all in advance. This doesn't mean ignoring the future completely. The Stoics were not careless. They believed in preparation, in thinking ahead with reason. But there is a difference between preparing wisely and torturing yourself with visions of doom. Preparation says, I will set aside resources for tomorrow. Anxiety says, tomorrow is already ruined and I am powerless. The first is grounded in reason. The second is slavery to imagination. By anchoring yourself in the present, you also discover gratitude. When you stop living inside 1,000 imagined disasters, you notice what is actually here. The quiet in the room, the breath filling your lungs, the face of a friend sitting beside you. These are small, but they are real. And they are easily missed when the mind is lost in futures that do not exist. The more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. Worry loses its grip because you no longer feed it with attention. Instead, you focus on what can be done now. Writing the next line, lifting the next weight, speaking the next word with kindness. You realize that life is never lived in years or decades, but always in single moments, stitched together, one after another. So the next time fear drags you into predictions, pause, return to the present. Remind yourself, the future is not yet written, and the past is already gone. All that exists is this breath, this choice, this step. And in this moment, you are capable, you are steady, you are alive. And once you learn to hold yourself here, in the clarity of the present, another challenge arises. How do you carry that same steadiness when the world refuses to go according to your plans? That is where we now turn. 3. Control only what is yours. Have you ever felt the weight of frustration when life refuses to obey your plans? You prepare carefully, you imagine how things should unfold, and yet reality arrives like an uninvited guest, messy, unpredictable, and utterly indifferent to your expectations. Perhaps someone you trusted let you down. Perhaps your efforts, poured out with all your strength, ended in silence. Or perhaps the world simply shifted overnight, leaving you stranded in circumstances you never asked for. In those moments, worry and fear often swell because beneath it all lies a desperate truth. We long to control more than we truly can. The Stoics confronted this dilemma centuries ago. Epictetus taught his students a principle so simple and yet so life-changing that it has echoed across time. Some things are in our control and others not. He urged them to separate clearly between the two, because confusion on this point is the seed of suffering. When we demand mastery over what was never ours, the opinions of others, the turning of fortune, the weather of circumstance, we become prisoners to disappointment. But when we redirect our energy toward what is ours, our choices, our judgments, our responses, we discover a power no storm can strip away. Seneca captured this in a letter when he said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality. The reality is that events themselves rarely crush us. It is our insistence that they should have been different, that they should have bent to our plans, that tears us apart inside. Trying to grip life too tightly is like clutching sand in your fist. The harder you squeeze, the faster it slips away." Picture a farmer who carefully tends his fields. He prays for rain, he fears drought, he dreads the storm. But the seasons never ask his permission. If he spends his days cursing the clouds or panicking over the sun, he exhausts himself for nothing. Yet if he accepts the weather as beyond his command and focuses on his craft, the soil, the seeds, the work of his own hands, he builds resilience. Some years bring abundance, others scarcity, but in both he finds dignity because he has given what was his to give. We are not so different from that farmer. Our peace begins the moment we release the fantasy of controlling the skies and return to governing ourselves. Marcus Aurelius, sitting at the helm of an empire constantly unraveling at its edges, reminded himself each morning that the actions of others, the twists of fortune, the decay of time, all were outside his grasp. "You have power over your mind," he wrote, "not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Imagine the weight of armies pressing at Rome's borders, the betrayal of political allies, the endless complaints of the people, and yet the emperor trained himself to return again and again to the only fortress that could not be breached, his own judgment. So what exactly can we control? The Stoics point us to a short, steady list. We can control our choices. We can control the discipline of our mind. We can control whether we meet an insult with rage or with silence. We can control whether we abandon our principles under pressure or cling to them with quiet resolve. You cannot dictate whether someone speaks of you with cruelty, but you can decide whether their words enter your heart or dissolve at its gates. You cannot guarantee success in your endeavors, but you can ensure that you showed up fully with courage and clarity, regardless of the outcome. Let me share with you the story of Helena, a young woman who dreamed of becoming a writer. She poured years into a manuscript, sacrificing sleep and comfort, only to receive rejection after rejection. At first, she spiraled, asking herself why the world was so unfair, why others were praised while she was overlooked. But then she encountered the words of Epictetus and realized her error. She had chained her piece to the verdict of publishers, something never within her control. So she shifted. Instead of defining success by the acceptance of others, she defined it by her effort. The hours she devoted each day to her craft, the honesty of the sentences she produced. With this new compass, her worry faded. She still longed for recognition, but it no longer ruled her. She had reclaimed her freedom by returning to what was hers to govern. This shift is not surrender, it is not indifference, it is wisdom. When your plans collapse, you may still feel grief, but you will not collapse with them. When people wound you with words, you may still feel the sting, but you will not hand them the keys to your soul. To live this way is to practice what the Stoics called self-command, a sovereignty of the inner world that no emperor, no critic, no twist of fate can overturn. Consider this. When a storm comes, you cannot stop the rain, but you can decide to walk through it without cursing the sky. You can choose to lift your face, to feel the drops, and to keep moving forward. You cannot halt the passage of time, but you can honor the hours you are given by using them well. You cannot force every door to open, but you can knock with persistence, and you can build new doors with your own hands when others remain closed. The more you practice this, the more powerful you become. Not because you command the universe, but because you stop allowing the universe to command you. True strength is not found in bending the world to your will, but in refusing to let the world bend your spirit. And here is where I ask something small of you. If these words resonate with you, carry them forward in your own way. Let it be a small anchor, a reminder each time you return. Subscribe so that you continue to walk this path with us, and leave 2 simple words in the comments: inner strength. In writing them, you are not just interacting, you are affirming your own decision to live by what you can control. So the next time your heart feels overwhelmed, pause and remind yourself, I do not need to control everything. I only need to control how I respond. That is where your freedom lives. That is where your worry begins to fade. And that is where the foundation for unshakable peace is laid. Now that we've reclaimed our power by drawing the line between what is ours and what is not, the next step is learning how to transform adversity itself, not merely endure it, but to use it as fuel for growth. And that is where our journey turns next. 4. Your worst days forged you. Have you ever looked back on the hardest chapters of your life and wished they had never happened? The days when you felt stripped bare, when loss hollowed you out, when betrayal cut deep, when failure left you ashamed, or when loneliness pressed against your chest so heavily you wondered if you would ever breathe freely again. In those moments, it felt as if life itself had turned against you, reducing you to fragments of who you thought you were. And yet, here you are, breathing, moving, still standing. The Stoics believed that pain is not a meaningless detour, but a sculptor shaping the contours of your character. Marcus Aurelius, a man who bore the crushing weight of empire and grief, wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." He understood that suffering rather than being wasted could become the very forge in which strength and wisdom are created. It's tempting to despise those lowest moments, to wish them erased from the story of your life. But imagine a sword forged without fire, or a tree that never felt the resistance of wind. Such things remain brittle and untested. In the same way, your worst days, those that seem bent on breaking you, were quietly fortifying you. Every sorrow pressed something into you. Every disappointment stretched your capacity to endure. Every heartbreak widened the chambers of your empathy. Without them, you would be softer, perhaps, but also shallower. Think of a seed buried deep beneath heavy soil. To sprout, it must first crack open. The pressure that threatens to crush it is the very force that sends its first shoot upward towards the light. If you only saw the seed breaking, you would call it destruction. But in truth, it is transformation. Our lives mirror that process. What felt like collapse was, more often than not, the beginning of growth you could not yet perceive. Take, for instance, the story of Darius, a craftsman in an ancient port city. When his workshop burned to the ground, he thought everything was lost. His livelihood, his dignity, his future. For months he lived in despair, convinced he had been abandoned by fortune. Yet, out of necessity, he apprenticed himself in shipbuilding, a trade he had never before considered. Years later, he was not only prosperous again, but had crafted vessels that carried explorers across seas he himself had never imagined. The fire that once seemed his ruin had quietly redirected him to a path far greater than the one he clung to. His worst day had built him, though he could not see it at the time. Seneca once observed, "Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body." He was not romanticizing suffering, but acknowledging its raw function. Hardship trains us, stripping away illusions of control, humbling our pride, and revealing reserves of resilience we did not know existed. Remember a time when you were convinced you could not go on, and yet somehow you did. That moment proved something. Even when stripped of comfort, you were still capable of choosing to breathe, choosing to take the next step, choosing, however faintly, to believe that life was not finished with you. Your darkest hours also teach humility. They remind you that you are not the master of every circumstance, and that certainty is never promised. And in that humbling, something essential awakens: compassion. Because once you've tasted despair yourself, you recognize it in the eyes of others. You can offer kindness not as a luxury, but as someone who knows what it is to stagger under the weight of pain. The Stoics did not advocate cold detachment. They advocated clarity. And part of that clarity is recognizing that we all walk through seasons of hardship, and that shared humanity calls for mercy rather than judgment. Adversity also teaches patience. Healing does not happen overnight. Scars are not closed by sheer force of will. They mend slowly, in silence, often long after you've stopped watching them. To endure this slowness is to learn that not all growth can be rushed. Just as the seasons of nature unfold beyond your command, so too does the healing of the human heart. Marcus Aurelius urged himself daily to accept whatever comes woven in the pattern of your destiny, knowing that impatience only magnifies anguish. By staying with the process, you discover that time, though relentless, is also merciful. Gratitude is another gift hidden in hardship. Think of the first morning you laughed after weeks of grief. Think of the taste of a simple meal when you had gone hungry. Think of the friend's presence that steadied you when you felt abandoned. Without the shadow of difficulty, would these small blessings shine as brightly? The worst days recalibrate your vision. They strip away the illusion that life's meaning lies only in grand victories, teaching you instead to savor the humble grace of survival, the miracle of ordinary days. Consider also the perspective of Epictetus. Once a slave, chained and beaten, he later became a teacher of philosophy, insisting that it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. His chains did not define him, his response did. What others might call unbearable, he transformed into wisdom that has outlived empires. If he, under such oppression, could unearth freedom within himself, what might you be capable of amid your own trials? Think again about your own story. The heartbreak you thought would undo you, did it not later sharpen your understanding of love's depth? The failure that left you ashamed, did it not teach you lessons success never could? The nights you cried alone, did they not teach you that even in solitude, you're not entirely abandoned because your own spirit remained to bear you through? What once felt like poison often becomes medicine once time and reflection have done their work. So when you are tempted to despise your past, to resent the jagged chapters, remember this: each one played its role in shaping who you are. Without the struggles, you would not appreciate peace. Without the failures, you would not value success. Without the low points, you might never reach towards something higher. Life does not ask your permission before handing you hardship, but it does leave you with a choice: to let those hardships hollow you out, or to let them carve space for deeper strength. The Stoic path asks us to bow, not in defeat, but in respect to what we have endured, to acknowledge that even the harshest trials were teachers, to recognize that the wounds we carry are also the marks of resilience. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it. If the universe will inevitably shift, then let us decide to meet those shifts as apprentices, not victims. So let your history be your tutor, not your enemy. Do not curse the nights that once felt endless, for they prepared you to see the dawn with clearer eyes. Do not despise the weight that once pressed you down, for it taught you how to rise. And do not imagine that peace means the absence of pain. The Stoics would remind you, true peace is the strength to carry pain without being broken by it. And as you hold this truth, prepare yourself for the next lesson, because once we accept that even our worst days have shaped us, the question becomes, how do we carry this strength forward so that future storms do not shatter us, but instead reveal even more of what we are capable of? That is where we now turn. 5. Not every storm needs reaction. Have you ever noticed how quickly the smallest disturbance can take hold of you? A careless word, a sudden setback, a passing insult, and before you know it, your pulse quickens, your mind races, and you are no longer responding, you are reacting. The urge to defend, to lash out, to panic feels almost irresistible. And yet, if you look back honestly, how many of those reactions were necessary? How many of them left you with more peace, more clarity, more strength? Or did they instead scatter your energy, deepen your worry, and bind you to emotions that didn't deserve your attention? The Stoics warned us of this trap. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his private journal, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." He was reminding himself and us that the insult, the delay, the failure, these things do not dictate our inner state unless we allow them to. It is our judgment, our decision to treat them as catastrophes that inflames the wound. When we react blindly, we hand over our power. When we pause, we reclaim it. Imagine your mind as a clear, still lake. If it is calm, even when a stone is thrown into it, the ripples eventually fade back to stillness. But if the water is already turbulent, the smallest pebble creates chaos. Life will always toss pebbles, an unkind comment, a change in plans, the memory of an old mistake. But whether these become storms or mere ripples depends on the state of your inner waters. The Stoic discipline is to cultivate such clarity within that disturbances lose their ability to dictate your mood. Consider the story of Lucius, a young senator in Rome. During one heated debate, an older rival insulted him cruelly before the entire assembly. Lucius's pride surged. He wanted to retort, to strike back with words that would wound, but he remembered the teachings of Epictetus. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. He paused. He allowed the insult to hang unanswered in the air. And while his rival revealed his bitterness by shouting louder, Lucius revealed his strength by saying nothing. Days later, others spoke more of Lucius's composure than of his rival's insult. In that silence, he preserved not only his peace, but his dignity. His restraint proved more powerful than any outburst could have been. This does not mean that the Stoic way is passivity. It does not mean we ignore injustice or accept abuse. It means we refuse to let every spark ignite us into flames. We learn to pause long enough to choose whether a reaction is worthy of us. Most are not. The line at the market, the rude driver, the colleague who interrupts, these are the pebbles of daily life. If we react to each one with outrage, we scatter our strength into 1,000 trivial battles. Seneca warned, "He who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary." The same could be said of reaction. He who reacts to everything weakens himself before anything truly requires his strength. And what of the inner critic, that voice in the mind harsher than any external enemy? You failed again. You are not enough. You will never overcome this. If you react to that voice by spiraling into shame, you multiply its harm. But if you hear it as Marcus Aurelius heard his own thoughts, as mere impressions, not commands, you weaken its grip. You remember that not every voice in your head speaks truth, and that your worth is not defined by every passing judgment. To withhold reaction from your inner critic is to reclaim sovereignty over your own soul. Here is a simple but powerful practice. The next time anger swells, place a hand gently over your chest. Breathe slowly 3 times. Whisper to yourself, "This does not require me." You will notice the sensation shift. The space between stimulus and response opens wider. In that space lives your freedom. Epictetus called it the moment where choice resides. And if you repeat this discipline often, it becomes second nature. Think of the battles you truly must fight, the struggles that shape your destiny, the responsibilities that matter, the principles worth defending. These require your full attention, your energy, your courage. But how much of that strength is wasted when you empty yourself into every petty quarrel, every fleeting irritation, every passing doubt? The Stoic way is not about ignoring life, but about discerning what deserves your engagement. Not everything does. So, when the world provokes you, through the pettiness of others, through the unpredictability of fortune, through the noise of your own mind, remember this: your power is not in how fast you react, but in how wisely you choose. Most disturbances are nothing more than clouds drifting through your sky. If you chase each one, you exhaust yourself. If you let them pass, you remain steady. This is the strength the Stoics sought, not to be unfeeling, but to be unshaken, to conserve their energy for what truly matters, and to let the rest fade into silence. Because peace is not found in reacting to every insult or every fear. Peace is found in knowing that you do not have to. And when you master that discipline, you will notice something remarkable. Worry loosens its grip. Anxiety loses its fuel. Life remains unpredictable, but you no longer live as its puppet. You live as its student, its participant and its master in the only arena that has ever been yours, your own response. So let your heart remember this truth. Not everything deserves a reaction. Guard your strength for the battles that matter, and let the rest drift past like waves upon a vast, steady sea. And once you see this clearly, the next question naturally arises. How do we transform even the heaviest burdens? Not just ignore them, but use them as fuel for our own growth. That is where we turn next. 6. Obstacles become the path. Have you ever faced a problem so heavy that it seemed to block the entire road of your life? Perhaps it was a heartbreak that shattered your sense of belonging, a failure that left you questioning your worth, or a sudden loss that tore away the ground beneath your feet. In those moments, it's easy to believe the problem is a wall, a dead end, an injustice meant to break you. Yet the Stoics invite us to ask a different question. What if the problem itself is the path? Marcus Aurelius, a man who carried the burden of empire while grieving the deaths of his children and fighting endless wars, reminded himself, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This wasn't just poetic reflection. It was his survival. He recognized that the very things we call obstacles can, if approached rightly, become the teachers and guides that shape us into stronger, wiser human beings. The problem you hate may be the very problem that gives you direction. Imagine walking through a forest and finding a great tree fallen across your path. You could stop in frustration, convinced your journey has ended. Or you could look more closely, walk around it, crawl under it, climb over it, and in the process discover new things. Patches of sunlight breaking through the leaves, hidden streams flowing just beyond, or plants you never would have noticed had you walked only the straight, clear path. What seemed to block you has become part of your journey. The obstacle doesn't erase your progress. It redirects it, revealing something unseen before. Seneca once wrote that difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. He understood that problems are not interruptions to life, but its raw material. Just as lifting weight tears muscle so it may grow stronger, problems stretch the soul so it may grow deeper. Without hardship, there is no endurance. Without pressure, there is no growth. The Stoics did not ask for an easy life. They trained for a meaningful one, and meaning often comes clothed in hardship. Consider the story of Cassia, a Roman merchant whose ships carried goods across the Mediterranean. One year, a storm sank nearly her entire fleet. Overnight, she lost her fortune. At first, she fell into despair, believing her life's work was destroyed. But forced by necessity, she turned to farming the land her family had left behind. Over time, she not only rebuilt her stability, but discovered a slower, steadier way of life that gave her a peace she had never known amid the chaos of trade. Looking back years later, she admitted the storm had not ended her story. It had redirected it. What once looked like tragedy had been the doorway to another life. This is the essence of reframing, to look at a problem not as a punishment, but as an invitation. When a relationship ends, instead of seeing it only as failure, you might ask, what did this teach me about love, about boundaries, about my own worth? When your career collapses, instead of drowning in despair, you might ask, what talents within me have been neglected, and what new direction is opening that I would not have chosen on my own? When illness strikes, you might ask, What does this reveal about the fragility of life, and how can I live more wisely in the days I have? This doesn't mean pretending everything is fine when it isn't. Stoicism never asked us to deny pain. Marcus Aurelius himself admitted in his writings that grief, anger, and disappointment still touched him. The point is not to erase the pain, but to step close enough to it that you can see what it contains. Pain can be a mirror, showing us where we have been clinging too tightly, where we have resisted change, or where we have mistaken control for security. When we face it honestly, the pain loses its power to paralyze us. Epictetus, once a slave whose body was broken by cruelty, taught his students, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." He did not say suffering is easy or that wounds do not cut deep. He said your response determines whether the wound becomes your prison or your teacher. Reframing is this act of response. It is the refusal to let difficulty define you as victim, and the choice to let it refine you into something stronger. Think of it like fire. Left uncontrolled, it burns and destroys. But harnessed with discipline, the same fire warms, cooks, and forges iron into tools. Problems are like fire. They will consume you if you fight them blindly, but they can forge you if you learn to see them differently. This mindset does not arise overnight. It is a practice. The next time a problem appears, pause. Notice the story your mind is quick to tell. This is unbearable. There is no way out. My life is over. Recognize that these are not facts, they are judgments. Then ask yourself, is there another way to see this? What lesson is hidden here? What strength is this moment asking of me? That pause, small as it seems, transforms panic into possibility. Over time, reframing becomes second nature. You begin to notice that challenges, instead of paralyzing you, invite you to adapt. Worry begins to lose its grip because you are no longer consumed with avoiding discomfort. Instead, you are asking how to learn from it. Seneca put it clearly, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." Every hardship is friction. Every trial is polishing. Even when the path feels cruel, heartbreak, illness, betrayal, you can walk it with intention. You can remind yourself that each step, however painful, carries insight. Patience deepens, compassion expands, endurance hardens, gratitude sharpens. What once looked like senseless suffering reveals itself as the very ground where wisdom takes root. So the next time life confronts you with what seems like a closed door, remember, the Stoic sees not a dead end, but a turning. Problems are not detours. They are the road itself. Reframe them, and you will see that what you thought was poison contains medicine, and what you thought was the end of the road is often the beginning of another. And once you begin to see obstacles not as enemies, but as hidden guides, a new question arises. How do you carry this wisdom forward so that the weight of the past no longer shadows the present? That is where our journey now leads. 7. Faith overcomes fear. Have you ever stood on the edge of an unknown path, staring into the dark, your heart racing with questions about what might happen if you take that first step? Fear thrives in these shadows. It fills in the blanks of uncertainty with the worst possible outcomes. We imagine disasters before they exist, and in doing so, we paralyze ourselves. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that fear is born not from the present moment, but from the mind's attempt to control what has not yet happened. Seneca once wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Fear is this imagination running wild. It projects failure, betrayal, and ruin onto a future that hasn't arrived. But the antidote, the remedy that loosens fear's grip, is faith, not blind belief, but a steady trust rooted in reason and in lived experience. Faith, for the Stoic, is the quiet conviction that even if the path ahead is uncertain, you will meet it with strength equal to the task. Think back to the times you thought you could not endure. Perhaps illness threatened to undo you. Perhaps the collapse of a relationship left you shattered. Perhaps financial struggle cornered you. And yet somehow you moved forward. You discovered resilience you didn't know you had. You found support from unexpected places, a kind word, a helping hand, even your own unyielding will when no one else was there. These memories are not just stories of survival, they are evidence. They prove that you have already endured what once felt unendurable. If you prevailed then, why should you doubt that you can prevail again? This reflection is how Stoic faith is built. Not by hoping the storm will never come, but by remembering that storms have always passed, and that you have weathered them before. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Don't let your imagination be crushed by life as a whole. Don't try to picture everything bad that could happen." His faith was not in fortune's kindness, but in his own capacity to endure, to adapt, to meet fate with courage. He knew that no matter how dark the forest ahead seemed, he could take the next step, and the next, until the path revealed itself. Let us picture a soldier on watch during a long night. He cannot know whether an enemy approaches, whether dawn will bring peace or attack. If he gives in to fear, he weakens before the battle begins. But if he places his faith in his training, in his comrades, and in his own courage, he steadies himself. The uncertainty remains, but it no longer unmans him. Faith does not erase the darkness. It allows him to walk into it without being consumed by it. Fear often disguises itself as protection, whispering that by imagining every worst-case scenario, you are preparing yourself. But in truth, it only drains you before reality has even arrived. Faith interrupts that cycle. It says, yes, danger exists, but so does my ability to respond. Yes, pain may come, but so has healing before. Yes, life is uncertain, but so is my strength unmeasured until tested. In this way, fear transforms from a wall into a doorway. Instead of being an enemy, it becomes a signal, pointing to where trust must deepen. Epictetus urged his students to face their fears with reason. When you are offended at any man's fault, turn to yourself and study your own failings. Then you will forget your anger. His teaching shows that fear and anger alike are guides. They point to attachments and expectations that need to be examined. When fear arises, rather than shrinking from it, ask, what is this fear trying to teach me? What attachment is it revealing? What strength is it calling me to summon? Faith does not silence fear, but places it in its rightful place, as a teacher, not a tyrant. Over time, this practice builds a kind of quiet courage. You begin to see fear not as something to flee, but as a reminder of the power you carry within. The anxious thought comes, what if I fail? And faith answers, then I will learn, then I will rise again, then I will become stronger. Fear whispers, what if I cannot endure? And faith replies, I have endured before, and I will again. In this dialogue, fear loses its ability to freeze you. So the next time you feel the chill of uncertainty pressing in, pause, breathe. Remember the storms you have already survived, the strength you have already proven. Let that memory be your evidence. Fear may remain, but it no longer commands you. Faith steps forward, steady and unshaken, and you move with it into the unknown. Because in the end, faith is not about knowing what lies ahead. It is about trusting that whatever comes, you already hold within you the strength to meet it. And with that trust, you find freedom, not from the storms of life, but from the chains of fear itself. And once you see that fear need not control you, the next question arises: how do we shape our daily thoughts so they serve us rather than enslave us? That is where we now turn. In the end, these 7 lessons are not abstract philosophy, but living reminders of how to endure with clarity. You have learned that thoughts are not always truth, that the present is the only ground you truly stand on, and that while you cannot control the world, you can always govern your own response. Every wound, however heavy, has contributed to your strength. Not every disturbance deserves your reaction. Every obstacle contains a hidden lesson, and faith, rooted in the memory of what you have already survived, is what steadies you when fear returns. Worry may still visit, but it does not have to stay. With practice, you learn to pause, to breathe, to face uncertainty without surrendering to it. This is how you shift from being ruled by circumstance to standing firm in your own inner command. If this message resonates, take a moment to subscribe so you can keep walking this path with us. And leave a simple comment below. Stay steady. Carry these principles with you. Return to them whenever life feels heavy, and you will find that even in hard times, your heart can remain open, your mind clear, and your spirit quietly unbreakable. How often do you wake up feeling like you're already behind? The alarm rings, yet instead of energy, there's a heaviness. You reach for your phone, scroll without purpose, and before you know it, the morning is gone. It's not just lost time, it's a lost chance to begin your day with clarity, with power, with intention. Deep down, you know this. You sense that the way you start each morning decides far more than the first hour. It sets the tone for your entire life. The Stoics understood this with absolute clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each dawn that simply waking up was a privilege. To breathe, to think, to act, to love, these were not guaranteed. They were gifts. And with every new morning came the responsibility to meet life with discipline rather than drift, with purpose rather than passivity. Think about it. Each sunrise is a reset, a chance to train the mind before the world has the chance to pull it in every direction. A chance to build habits that sharpen your focus, protect your peace, and align you with the person you want to become. The first moments after you rise are not small. They are everything. They are the battlefield where either the weak self takes over or the stronger self emerges. In this video, we'll explore how to shape that battlefield in your favor. Not through theory, but through timeless practices you can apply each morning to master your mind. Consider this less of a lecture and more of a companion's reminder, a way to walk into your day with strength rather than hesitation. So take a breath, settle in, and stay with me. What you do tomorrow morning may change not just your day, but your entire life. 1. Rise early. Claim the day. Have you ever noticed how mornings often feel like a quiet battle between who you want to be and who you've been? The bed feels like a refuge, warm and forgiving, and the snooze button whispers with promises of just a little longer. Yet beneath that comfort lies a subtle defeat, because every time we delay rising, we also delay becoming. The earliest hours are not just spare time. They are the quiet ground where the day is decided. They are not simply hours on a clock. They are the foundation on which the entire day is built. The Stoics knew this well. Seneca reminded us that we suffer more in imagination than in reality, and nowhere is this more evident than in the dread of waking early. It is not the rising itself that harms us. It is the story we create, that we will be exhausted, that we will lack energy, that the day will weigh heavier because we began sooner. But when you confront that illusion, you discover something powerful. By stepping into the day before the world demands your attention, you claim time that is wholly yours. Imagine someone who chooses to rise just 1 hour earlier than usual. At first, it feels like a punishment, like theft from comfort. Yet in that single hour, a new space is born, stillness that belongs to no one else. He sits by a window as dawn stretches across the horizon, and for the first time in days, his thoughts are not rushed. He writes a few lines in a notebook, outlining what matters, not what screams for attention. Or he opens a book of wisdom, letting words that have endured centuries shape his perspective before the noise of the present can distort it. That hour becomes less about the clock and more about the soul. Marcus Aurelius wrote that each morning we should remind ourselves what a privilege it is to wake, to breathe, to think, to love. Rising early is the most practical way of honoring that reminder. It is a declaration that you are not here to drift passively, but to meet the day with intention. The discomfort is real. Discipline always begins with resistance, but freedom is hidden inside that resistance. To wake before the world does is to awaken the deeper self within you, the self that is often buried under obligations and distractions. In that stillness, clarity surfaces, problems begin to unravel, and direction quietly takes form. The Stoic path teaches that growth does not come from clinging to comfort, but from choosing the harder road that sharpens the mind and steadies the spirit. 1 extra hour in the morning may seem small, yet it can be the dividing line between a life led by reaction and a life led by reason. So, when you next hear the alarm, ask yourself which version of you will rise, the one seeking ease or the one seeking mastery. Choose the latter, and you will find that your mornings stop being an enemy and start becoming your greatest ally. And once you have claimed this hour, the next step is learning how to fuel both body and mind so that the clarity you find does not fade. 2. Water before coffee. What is the very first thing you reach for when your alarm pulls you from sleep? For most people, the answer is simple: the coffee machine. That familiar comfort, the bitter jolt we convince ourselves we need just to feel human again. And while there is nothing inherently wrong with coffee, there is a truth often overlooked in those hazy minutes of waking. Your body does not rise craving caffeine, it rises craving water. Through the long hours of the night, your body has gone without hydration, your mind and your muscles quietly drying out. The first act of the day, then, should not be to flood the body with stimulants, but to restore what has been lost. A tall glass of water in the morning may seem trivial, but it is not. It is the first reminder that clarity begins with care. The Stoics often spoke of mastering the smallest daily acts as the foundation of greatness. Epictetus reminded his students that progress is never an accident, but the fruit of deliberate effort repeated each day. Drinking water first thing in the morning is precisely that, a simple but profound act of discipline. It is a declaration that you will not be ruled by habit or impulse, that you will choose what is needed over what is merely desired. To give your body water before coffee is to tell yourself, quietly but firmly, that well-being outweighs indulgence. Consider a man who once rushed each morning in a blur, stumbling half awake toward his espresso machine. He never questioned the ritual because it felt automatic. But with time, he noticed that his thoughts were clouded, his patience thin, and his energy unstable. One morning, he made a small change. Before coffee, he filled a glass of water, drank it slowly, and sat for a moment. Nothing miraculous happened that day, but over weeks, he noticed something shift. His mind felt steadier, his mornings calmer, his focus sharper. That single act became a signal, a reminder that he was no longer carried by unconscious habit, but directed by conscious choice. Marcus Aurelius wrote that the quality of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. But the mind cannot think clearly when the body is neglected. To hydrate before you stimulate is to prepare your inner instrument for the work ahead. It is the simplest way of saying to yourself, I will begin with reason, not reaction. And in that choice, you discover freedom. Because the Stoic path is not built in grand gestures, but in small, steady acts that align your body and mind with virtue. So tomorrow, when the alarm rings and habit calls you toward the coffee pot, pause. Reach for water first. Taste its clarity. Let it remind you that mastery begins in the smallest of decisions. By reclaiming that choice, you set the tone for the hours that follow. And with that foundation, we can now move to the next practice, one that strengthens not only the body, but also the discipline of the mind. 3. Guard your first thoughts. Ask yourself this: what is the very first world you step into each morning? For too many, it is not the real one, the silence of dawn, the warmth of sunlight breaking through the window. It is the artificial chaos of a glowing screen. One moment you are still wrapped in the calm remnants of rest, and the next you are pulled violently into a flood of emails, breaking headlines, and curated fragments of strangers' lives. That small choice, that reach for the phone, seems harmless, but it hands over your morning peace to algorithms and distractions before you've even stood up. The Stoics warned us against surrendering our minds so easily. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. Yet every time we begin our day with the phone, we reverse that wisdom. We allow outside events, most of them trivial, many of them manipulative, to shape our thoughts before we have chosen a single one for ourselves. By resisting that impulse, even for 30 minutes, you reclaim the sacred ground of morning as your own. You give yourself the dignity of choosing what thoughts will guide you instead of reacting to whatever happens to appear on a screen. Consider the story of a woman who once began every day scrolling through her notifications. By the time she set the phone down, she already felt anxious, as though the day was bigger than she could manage. One morning she made a small experiment. She left the phone in another room and chose instead to sit quietly by her window with a notebook. She wrote a single line about what she wanted her day to mean. To her surprise, the hours that followed felt calmer, more directed. It wasn't that her responsibilities had disappeared. It was that she had started the day rooted in herself instead of scattered by others. That small shift became a practice, and in time, a form of strength. The Stoics believed that the mind must be guarded with vigilance, for it is the fortress of the self. To check your phone before you have even checked in with yourself is to leave the gates wide open to every passing distraction. But when you begin with silence, with breath, with reflection or the reading of something meaningful, you begin fortified. You discover simple pleasures that screens often drown out. The quiet rhythm of your breath, the pale light of morning, the rare sense that the world belongs to you before anyone else can intrude. This is not about rejecting technology altogether. It is about refusing to let it colonize the first and most important moments of your day. By trading the scroll for presence, you make a declaration that you are in charge, not your feed, not the endless stream of noise, but you, and in that choice lies freedom. Protect your mornings, and you will find clarity unfolding in everything that follows. And with that clarity established, we can move to the next practice that strengthens your inner discipline even further. 4. Begin with order. Think about the very first thing you accomplish each day. Not a big win, not some life-changing achievement, but something small, quiet, and within your reach. You rise, pull the covers tight, straighten the sheets, and leave your room in order. At first glance, it may seem like nothing, a trivial detail in the rush of life, yet this small act carries a weight far greater than appearances. In that simple motion, you are sending your mind a message. Today begins with structure, not chaos. It is not homemaking, it is training, a daily rehearsal for discipline. We live in a culture that glorifies dramatic transformations while overlooking the quiet power of consistency. But the Stoics knew better. They understood that greatness is never built from grand gestures alone, but from the steady rhythm of small, deliberate acts. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself not to waste life worrying about the opinions of others, because it distracts from what is truly useful. A cluttered room often mirrors a cluttered mind, one scattered outward instead of rooted inward. By bringing order to your bed, you remind your mind that order begins with you. You choose to begin with clarity, and clarity multiplies. Consider the story of a young man who often woke feeling overwhelmed. He would rush past the simplest tasks, telling himself they didn't matter, only to find that the disorder of his room lingered in the back of his mind all day. Then, one morning, almost absent-mindedly, he made his bed. The next day, he did it again. Over weeks, this minor act became a cornerstone of his mornings. He found himself calmer at work, more focused, more patient. Nothing else in his life had changed, but that one small choice created a ripple effect, grounding him in order before the noise of the world could take hold. What began as habit grew into confidence, the trust of knowing that if he could keep this small promise daily, he could be trusted with larger ones too. The Stoics taught that the external world is a reflection of the internal. Epictetus reminded his students that progress is born from discipline, not luck. A tidy space, arranged with intention, is more than aesthetics, it is alignment. By clearing the disorder around you, you create room for clarity within you. This was how the Stoics lived, not chasing perfection, but cultivating purpose. To bring order to your immediate surroundings is to remind yourself that you already hold power over your environment, your time, and your mind. So when you make your bed, do not think of it as trivial. Think of it as your first promise kept, your first act of discipline, your first declaration that you will not be ruled by disorder. It is a quiet but firm statement. I begin this day on my terms. And when you start with that foundation, momentum builds. From here, we move naturally to the next practice, one that deepens your focus, not just through action, but through the very way you shape your thoughts. 5. Awaken through movement. Some mornings it feels as if your body is a step behind your mind, limbs heavy, head clouded, motivation nowhere to be found. You open your eyes, but something inside is still asleep. The truth is not that you are broken or lazy, but that your system has not yet come into rhythm. Until mind and body move together, you remain half awake, operating on low power. The quickest way to bridge that gap is simple: move. Not a punishing workout or an all-out sprint, but a gentle signal to yourself. I am here, I am alive, I am ready. A few stretches beside your bed, a short walk in the fresh air, a handful of squats or a few moments of yoga can awaken your nervous system and remind your brain that life has already begun. The Stoics valued physical strength not for vanity, but for vitality. They knew the body was not separate from the mind, but its companion, and if neglected, both would falter. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly." That applies not only to wisdom or discipline, but also to the energy you carry into each day. It is built slowly, habitually, through simple acts repeated with intention. Morning movement is less about sculpting muscle and more about sculpting presence. It is a ritual, a small bow of respect to the gift of another day. Think of a man weighed down by anxiety. Each morning he lay in bed, scrolling, waiting to feel ready. But the readiness never came. One day he decided, instead of waiting, to simply rise and take a walk. The first few steps felt mechanical, but with each breath the heaviness lifted. By the time he returned, he realized he was no longer waiting for energy. He had created it. That walk became a daily anchor, and though nothing in his external life changed, his mornings transformed. What once felt like resistance now became momentum. Seneca reminded us, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." How many mornings are squandered lying still, bargaining with excuses, surrendering to the illusion that we must first feel ready before we act? The Stoic way is the opposite. Action precedes feeling. Motion disrupts stagnation. When you feel anxious, move. When you feel stuck, move. When sadness lingers or motivation hides, move. It does not need to be elegant or rehearsed. It only needs to begin. For once, momentum awakens, clarity follows, energy rises, and purpose takes the reins of the day. So, do not wait for inspiration to strike while you lie in bed. Begin with motion and let momentum carry you where hesitation cannot. Even the smallest gesture of physical action is enough to align body and mind. Begin this way, and you discover that discipline is not a punishment, but a form of liberation. And once your body is awake, the next step is to turn inward and awaken your thoughts with the same intention. 6. Embrace the cold. There is a moment just before you step into a cold shower when your entire being resists. Your chest tightens, your thoughts scream, "Not today." That hesitation, that instinct to retreat, is the edge of your comfort zone. And it is precisely at that edge where transformation begins. The cold is not meant to feel welcoming, it is meant to confront you. Because the Stoics understood what most of us forget. Comfort, when worshipped, breeds weakness. To step willingly into discomfort is to declare to yourself that you are not here merely to endure life, but to live it fully with courage. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." Each cold shower is exactly that, a beginning, a deliberate step into life on your own terms. Think of a man standing at the edge of his day, burdened by fear of failure and uncertainty. He avoids challenges, choosing instead the familiar paths that cost him nothing. His life feels smaller each year. One morning, almost on a dare to himself, he finishes his shower with 30 seconds of icy water. The shock is immediate, his body rebels, his breath shortens, but he stays. And as the seconds pass, he discovers something unexpected. He is capable of enduring more than he imagined. That one moment does not just wake his body, it begins to wake his spirit. Soon the habit takes root. and with each repetition, his courage extends beyond the shower, into conversations he once avoided, into decisions he once delayed. The cold became a teacher, showing him that fear shrinks when faced directly. Seneca practiced voluntary hardship, fasting, wearing rough clothes, not because he loved suffering, but because he loved strength. He knew that training the mind and body against comfort prepared him for the storms of fate. Cold showers are a modern form of this discipline, a daily exercise in fortitude. You are not proving anything to the world. You are proving something to yourself, that you can stand steady in discomfort without flinching. And once you prove that in the bathroom, it follows you into work, into relationships, into life itself. The benefits reach beyond philosophy. Cold water shocks the system into presence. It clears mental fog, drives blood through your veins, and wakes you faster than any coffee could. But the true benefit is not physical. It is the sense of control, the reminder that fear loses its power when you refuse to obey it. Every time you turn the handle to cold, you practice freedom. You do not need to begin with 5 long minutes. Begin with 30 seconds. End your warm shower with one burst of cold. Let it sting. Let it test you, and when you step out, you will carry with you the quiet triumph of having chosen courage over comfort. This is not philosophy to be admired, but a habit to be lived. And once you can face the cold without retreat, you are ready for the next challenge, the discipline of feeding not just the body, but also the mind. 7. Write to clear the mind. Have you ever noticed how heavy the mind can feel in the morning? Thoughts tumbling one over another, worries from yesterday, plans for today, regrets, ideas, judgments, all circling in a loop that never seems to end. Left unspoken, that loop becomes a trap. It steals your focus before the day even begins. This is why journaling is not an indulgence or a passing trend. It is hygiene for the mind. A few minutes with pen and paper can do more for your clarity than hours of circling thoughts ever could. The practice is disarmingly simple. Sit down, write. No rules, no polishing, no need to impress. Let whatever sits heavy in your chest or lingers in your head pour onto the page. It could be an unfinished thought from yesterday, a fragment of gratitude, an anxious worry, or a sharp reflection. You are not writing for others. You are writing to free yourself. By emptying the clutter early, you create space to meet the day with steadiness. The Stoics themselves lived this discipline. Marcus Aurelius kept a journal never meant for the world to see, only for himself. Those private notes later became meditations, filled with reminders, reflections, and raw honesty. In one passage he wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Those words might never have survived had he not taken the time to write them down. His journaling was not decoration, it was the anchor that helped him govern an empire with composure. Imagine a young woman who wakes each morning anxious, her thoughts scattered. She begins journaling, just a few sentences each day. At first it feels pointless, but over weeks she notices patterns, the same worries repeating, the same self-criticism returning. Seeing them on paper, she begins to question them. She realizes much of her stress was noise she had mistaken for truth. Slowly, her mornings shift. What once felt like confusion now feels like clarity, all because she gave her thoughts a place to rest outside her head. Seneca advised that each night we should call ourselves to account, believing that reflection was the root of wisdom. Morning journaling is that same principle brought forward into the day's beginning. It is not only a way to review, but a way to prepare, to align your inner world before the outer world demands your attention. In writing, you uncover your own patterns, and in uncovering them, you reclaim authority over them. So tomorrow, try it. Even 5 minutes. Write something true, however small. Let your words be your release and your guide. And if this practice resonates, I invite you to subscribe and drop a simple word in the comments. Clarity. Let that be your affirmation, because every line you write is a step away from chaos and a step toward presence. And with presence established on the page, the next step is learning how to carry that clarity into the way you nourish your body and mind. 8. Define 3 goals. There is a peculiar kind of exhaustion that does not come from doing too much, but from drifting without direction. You wake in the morning perhaps even feeling motivated, yet by midday you are bouncing from task to task, scattering your energy on distractions, and by evening you are spent but strangely empty, with nothing meaningful to show for the hours gone. This is not laziness, it is lack of aim. For when you do not give your day a target, you hand your strength to whatever noise shouts the loudest. The Stoics warned against such wandering. They believed that life should be shaped with intention, not left to chance. Epictetus put it plainly: first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. His words remind us that clarity does not arrive as a gift. It is chosen, and it begins with defining what matters today. Without that definition, you do not live your day, you merely react to it. Imagine a man who begins his morning with energy, but without direction. He answers messages, skims headlines, runs from one small task to the next. By nightfall, he has been busy for 12 hours. But when he looks back, he cannot point to one thing that truly mattered. The next day he decides to try differently. Before touching his work, he writes down 3 simple goals, just 3 tasks he knows will move his life forward. Not 10, not 20, just 3. That day feels different. By finishing them, he carries a sense of completion that no amount of scattered busyness had ever given him. It is not size that matters, but focus. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself of mortality, that life is short and time easily squandered. To him, wasting a day in aimlessness was not simply unproductive, it was a kind of forgetting of what life is for. Goals, in the Stoic sense, are not grand declarations pinned to the walls of imagination. They are deliberate choices of where to place your energy in the present moment. To define 3 clear actions is to refuse the chaos of endless possibility and anchor yourself in what can actually be done. Even the smallest goals carry weight. Reply to the message you have avoided. Write 1 honest page. Take a short walk in the fresh air. Each completed act becomes a seed of momentum, and momentum builds confidence. Scattered efforts drain you, but a single completion restores confidence. The Stoics knew that confidence is not born from dreaming, but from doing. So when you wake tomorrow, do not burden yourself with endless lists or hazy visions. Choose 3. 3 simple, concrete steps that bring order to your day. Let them be your compass, because clarity is not found in motion alone, it is found in direction. And once direction is secured, the next discipline is to align your actions with gratitude so that progress is not just efficient, but deeply fulfilling. 9. Feed your mind wisely. Most people don't realize how fragile the mind is in the first moments after waking. You open your eyes, and almost instantly your brain begins to search for input, something to react to, something to cling to. And what do most of us offer it? The endless scroll of outrage. Headlines designed to provoke, fleeting images that spike anxiety before you've even had a chance to breathe. You tell yourself you're catching up, but in truth, you're feeding your mind noise and expecting it to carry you through a meaningful day. The reality is simple. The mind is hungry in the morning. It craves clarity, direction, and purpose. Just as the body weakens when fueled by junk food, the mind falters when its first meal is chaos. If you feed it noise, you harvest confusion. If you feed it substance, you build strength. The Stoics understood this long before the digital age. They believed the earliest thoughts of your day should be chosen with intention, not inherited from the distractions of the world. Seneca once advised, "Associate with those who are likely to improve you." In modern terms, that includes the voices and ideas you allow into your mind each morning. Imagine a young man who began every day by scrolling through his phone. By mid-morning, he felt scattered, unable to focus, already behind. One day, weary of the cycle, he decided to replace the scroll with 10 pages from a book of philosophy. At first, it felt slow, almost uncomfortable, but soon he noticed his mornings carried a different weight. His thoughts were calmer, his decisions sharper, his conversations steadier. The content he consumed shaped not just his mind, but his entire way of moving through the day. Marcus Aurelius himself practiced this principle. He began each day not with political intrigue, not with strategies or rumors, but with reflection. His meditations were his morning nourishment, a way to remind himself of the values he wished to embody before the demands of ruling an empire could distort them. He knew that before one can lead others, one must first lead oneself. And that leadership begins with the ideas one chooses to absorb. This does not require a radical lifestyle change. You do not need to finish a book before sunrise. Begin with 10 minutes, a few pages, a meaningful essay, or even a thoughtful podcast. What matters is not quantity, but quality, not speed, but substance. Think of it as tuning your instrument before stepping onto the stage. You are aligning your mind with what matters most before the noise of life begins demanding everything from you. Choose deliberately. Feed your mind something worthy of the person you aspire to be. Because every morning, whether you notice or not, you are being shaped. And once your thoughts are properly nourished, the next step is to bring that same intention to how you breathe and ground yourself in the present. 10. Visualize with intention. Some people rise in the morning already behind, stumbling into the day half awake, letting events dictate their mood and reactions. But others, those who move with calm, clarity, and intention, begin differently. They pause. They take a few quiet minutes to see the day before they live it. Not on a screen, not scribbled in a planner, but in the theater of their own mind. With eyes closed, they picture who they want to be, how they will carry themselves, how they will respond when challenges come. Not with perfection, but with purpose. And that simple act makes all the difference. Visualization may sound abstract, yet it is one of the most practical tools we have for shaping reality. When you imagine yourself succeeding with vivid detail, your mind begins to form the pathways needed to make it real. You prime your thoughts to expect success, to notice opportunities, to cut through distractions. This is not fantasy. It is training. Rehearsing the role you wish to play until it becomes second nature. The Stoics understood this long before modern science confirmed it. They practiced premeditatio malorum, the contemplation of what might go wrong, not to dwell in fear, but to prepare with strength. At the same time, they also reflected on who they wished to become. Epictetus urged his students, practice yourself, for heaven's sake, in little things, and then proceed to greater. Visualization is exactly that practice. Rehearsing courage, composure, and clarity in small moments, so that when greater trials arrive, you are not shaken. Think of an athlete preparing for a race. Long before stepping onto the track, he has already run it in his mind. Every stride, every breath, every obstacle. By the time he competes, his body simply follows the script his mind has written. The same applies to us. Before a difficult conversation, before a meeting that weighs on you, before facing a personal goal that has eluded you, spend 5 minutes seeing the outcome you desire. Do not just picture the task. Picture your stance, your breath, your calm when setbacks appear. Make it so vivid it feels familiar. Marcus Aurelius did this each morning in his meditations. He reminded himself of the people he would face, the temptations that would arise, and the virtues he wished to embody. He did not leave his conduct to chance. He rehearsed the self-mastery he expected of himself, so that when the weight of empire pressed against him, he could respond rather than react. If it was necessary for the most powerful man in Rome, it is surely wise for us as well. To visualize is to prepare. It is to remind yourself that the person you want to be does not appear by accident. He is shaped in silence, rehearsed in thought, and revealed in action. Begin each day with this inner rehearsal, and you will find that life feels less like chaos and more like a performance for which you have already practiced. And from there, the next step is to move from vision into gratitude, ensuring your heart stays aligned with what truly matters. 11. Practice morning gratitude. How often do you catch yourself staring at what's missing instead of what's already here? The world trains us to chase more success, more recognition, more possessions. And in that endless chase, we overlook the simple fact that much of what we long for already surrounds us. Gratitude is not about ignoring what you want. It is about grounding yourself in the reality of what you already have. It is not a soft comfort, but a discipline, a way of anchoring the mind when everything around you feels unstable. Your brain is wired to scan for problems. That instinct once kept our ancestors alive, but today it often keeps us anxious. If you do nothing, your thoughts will drift toward lack, fear, and what could go wrong. Gratitude interrupts that drift. When you stop, even briefly, to notice what is good, what is working, what is still with you, your entire outlook shifts. Stress begins to ease, perspective widens, and clarity takes root. The Stoics understood this long before modern science gave it language. Seneca wrote, "Nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart." For him, gratitude was not decoration, it was armor, a way to stay resilient in the midst of chaos. To practice gratitude, especially when conditions are far from perfect, is to reclaim sovereignty over your own mind. It is a declaration that you will not wait for ideal circumstances to feel steady. Picture a soldier stationed far from home. Each morning, he lists 3 things he is grateful for: his comrades who stand beside him, the letters he receives from family, the strength to face another day. Nothing in his environment changes, the hardships remain. Yet his mind carries a steadiness that others around him envy. That list does not erase his challenges, but it gives him the strength to endure them without losing himself. Gratitude is not escape, it is fortification. Marcus Aurelius, burdened with the weight of empire and personal loss, still reminded himself to focus on what was good, useful, and true. He warned against dreaming of what you do not have, and urged instead to reckon up the chief of the blessings you do possess. This mindset did not make him naive, it made him unshakable. To count blessings in difficulty is not weakness, it is clarity. It is the practice of choosing perspective when the world tempts you to spiral. Even in modern terms, gratitude does more than soothe emotions, it shapes the mind. To direct your attention toward what is valuable and lasting is to train your focus, to build resilience. The Stoics would say, this is how you strengthen the soul. So, tomorrow morning, before your thoughts scatter to everything unfinished or uncertain, pause. Name what is already here. Let that awareness sharpen you. Gratitude is not the end of ambition, it is the foundation of strength. And from that foundation, we turn naturally to the next discipline, learning how to guard your attention as fiercely as your peace. 12. Anchor with Stoic reflection. Most mornings people wake up and throw themselves into the rush of tasks, as if speed alone could keep anxiety from catching them. They run headlong into the day, hoping to outrun their own unease. But what if, instead of starting with a sprint, you began with stillness? Not with another item on the to-do list, but with a thought sharpened by centuries of human struggle and clarity. Stoic wisdom is not treasured because it is ancient. It is treasured because it endures. It does not invite you to escape chaos, but to meet it with steadiness, with discipline, with strength. Sometimes one sentence is enough. One line from Marcus Aurelius or Epictetus, carried like a compass, can steady you when the noise begins. Marcus wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." Let that echo in your mind. What you choose to think is not background decoration, it is the very pigment of your being. To reflect on such words in the morning is to choose your color deliberately, to decide in advance what kind of presence you will bring into the world. Consider a woman who often began her days overwhelmed, scrolling through messages before her feet even touched the ground. She felt scattered, pulled in every direction. One morning she tried something different. She picked a single Stoic line. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. She read it slowly, sat with it, and asked herself how it applied to the difficult conversation she had ahead. That single reflection became her anchor. When the meeting came, she did not flare with defensiveness. She remembered the line, and it shaped her response. One thought, chosen early, altered the course of her entire day. This is what the Stoics meant by preparation. Reflection is not luxury, it is armor. It is a way of deciding how to carry yourself before the world has the chance to provoke you. Seneca advised that each evening we call ourselves to account. Mornings, then, are the time to set our course, to pause with one idea, to examine it honestly, and to weave it into the hours that follow. You do not need elaborate rituals, no long journal entries, no strict posture, just one sentence. Read it. Let it breathe in you. Ask, how does this shape the way I face what is ahead? The more you do this, the more you will notice the subtle shifts. You catch yourself when your mind wants to spiral into drama. You recognize when your ego is ready to lash out. You see your fears trying to seize control, and in those moments, you remember the line you chose. That simple sentence becomes more than a phrase. It becomes a quiet force, guiding you back to yourself. And once you have chosen your thought and anchored your mind, The next step is to carry that same intention into how you speak and act, ensuring your words align with the strength you began with. 13. Step outside to reconnect. There is a kind of exhaustion that sleep cannot cure. It creeps in when days are spent under artificial lights, behind screens, buried in obligations. Your mind is overstimulated, your body underused, and slowly you begin to feel disconnected from the world, from your own body, from yourself. Sometimes the cure is not another layer of productivity, but something far simpler: stepping outside. A few minutes of real air in your lungs, the ground under your feet, the warmth of sunlight or the sting of rain on your skin can shift your entire state of being. This is not just about leaving a room, it is about returning to something essential. Long before cities and schedules, there were seasons, wind, birdsong, and soil. Our lives have changed, but we are still wired for that world. The Stoics, for all their intellect, never saw themselves as separate from nature. Their philosophy was built on aligning with it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Adapt yourself to the life you have been given, and truly love the people with whom destiny has surrounded you." That embrace includes the natural world, which they treated as teacher as much as backdrop. Nature reminded them that everything changes, everything flows, and all things are bound together. Imagine a man overwhelmed by endless meetings and constant notifications. Each morning he feels restless before the day even begins. One day he steps outside for 5 minutes, no phone, no agenda. He feels the bite of cold air, hears the birds calling, notices the quiet shift of the sky. Nothing about his responsibilities changes, yet something inside him steadies. He carries that stillness back into his day, and, for the first time in weeks, he feels less like he is drowning and more like he is grounded. That is the subtle power of returning to what is real. The Stoics would say this is not luxury, but necessity. Seneca believed that to live wisely was to remain close to the truth of nature, for in it we remember what endures and what does not. A short walk outside will calm you more than hours of overthinking ever could. And no, you do not need a retreat in the mountains to find it. Begin small. 5 minutes in the morning, simply noticing what exists beyond your walls. The sky, the trees, the air moving across your face. Nature is not hiding. It waits, always offering perspective and renewal. The more time you spend in it, the less reactive you become, the less urgency clings to every thought, and the more human you begin to feel again. And once you are grounded in that stillness, the next practice is to guard that renewed energy by choosing carefully where your attention will go. 14. Fuel body, sharpen mind. Have you ever wondered why some mornings feel foggy, sluggish, or scattered? Why no amount of coffee seems to cut through the haze? It is not always a lack of willpower or motivation. Often, it is because you are trying to run a high-performance machine on fumes. We speak endlessly about mindset, focus, and discipline, yet forget that the mind itself rests inside a body, and that body requires fuel. The quality of that fuel determines the sharpness of your thoughts, the steadiness of your emotions, and the strength of your decisions. Too often, breakfast is sacrificed in the rush of the morning. You skip it, or you grab something quick: processed sugar, empty calories, a drink that jolts and then betrays you with a crash. The result is predictable: irritability, fatigue, a creeping fog that follows you into your day. This is not weakness, it is neglect. The Stoics would call it a failure of self-mastery. Epictetus reminded us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." That mastery does not end with how you speak or think. It extends to how you care for the vessel through which your mind acts. Imagine a craftsman preparing for a day's work. His tools are blunt, his hands unsteady from lack of food. No matter how skilled he is, his work will suffer. Now imagine the same craftsman sharpening his instruments and eating a simple, nourishing meal. The difference is not dramatic in the moment, but over days and weeks, it shapes the quality of everything he produces. You are no different. By feeding yourself poorly, you blunt your own mind before the first challenge even arrives. By feeding yourself with care, you declare to yourself, "I came ready to perform." The Stoics saw the body and mind as inseparable partners. To treat the body with disregard was to invite weakness into the soul. Seneca wrote that we squander life not because it is short, but because we waste it. Neglecting the most basic needs of the body is one of the subtlest forms of that waste. True discipline is not only about restraining impulses, but also about supplying yourself with what is necessary to live fully. So tomorrow morning, pause before you reach for convenience. Choose food that grounds you, that fuels steadily rather than burns quickly. Eggs, oats, fruit, nuts, simple, deliberate choices. These are not luxuries, but acts of respect for the mind you will rely on all day. Because mastery of the self begins at the most basic level. Feed yourself well, and you strengthen not only your body, but also the clarity of your soul. And once this foundation is set, the next step is to align how you use your energy so that nothing trivial scatters the strength you've built. 15. Speak strength into being. Some mornings the hardest battle is not dragging yourself from bed, but confronting the voice that greets you the moment you open your eyes. That quiet but persistent critic that whispers of yesterday's failures magnifies today's doubts and casts a shadow before you've had a chance to prove your strength. It does not shout, but it lingers, and if you do not meet it, it sets the tone for everything that follows. This is why affirmations, when practiced with intention, are not shallow slogans, but weapons of discipline. They are counterattacks against the narratives that keep you small. You are not merely repeating words, you are choosing the thoughts that will dye the fabric of your soul. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." To speak deliberately is to take hold of that dye, to decide the color of your day, instead of leaving it to fear. Consider a young man who carried the weight of self-doubt each morning. His inner voice told him he was unprepared, unworthy, destined to stumble. At first, he resisted the idea of speaking affirmations, thinking it foolish. But one morning, he whispered quietly, "I control how I respond." It felt unnatural, even weak. Yet over weeks, he noticed something shift. In moments when irritation rose, the phrase returned to him. Slowly, his tone changed, his actions steadied. He did not become confident first, he spoke confidence until it grew roots inside him. This is the heart of Stoic practice, to rehearse virtue until it becomes character. Seneca said, "We become brave by doing brave acts." The same is true of confidence and clarity. You do not wait to feel them before living them. You practice them in word and deed until they live in you naturally. Affirmations are not about shouting into mirrors or reciting hollow phrases. They are about sincerity. Choosing words that stretch you but still carry truth. Speaking them aloud, even awkwardly, because sound reinforces belief. When your own voice declares peace, strength, or resolve, it becomes harder for doubt to drown it out. Even if your voice shakes, say it. Because you are not speaking only for who you are now, you are speaking for who you are becoming. Every morning then becomes an opportunity to rewrite the script, to set aside the voice of fear and choose the voice of discipline, courage, and clarity. And if you practice this daily, your inner critic loses its power. In time, the voice you speak becomes the person you are. That is the Stoic way. To master not only what you do, but also what you allow yourself to believe. And in that mastery, you find the quiet strength to carry yourself through any day, no matter how heavy it begins. You don't need to control the whole day. You only need to claim your morning, because the way you begin is the way you live. Each choice, no matter how small, each quiet moment of awareness shapes the rhythm of everything that follows. Strength, clarity, and peace are not gifts that appear by chance. They are practices, forged in the stillness of the morning, carried with you into the noise of the world. If these words resonate with you, take a moment to subscribe so you can keep building this discipline step by step. And share a simple reminder in the comments: morning power. Let it mark your commitment to start with intention rather than distraction. There is already another video waiting for you on the screen, one that will guide you further on this path. Let today remind you that mastery is not about perfection, but about presence. Stay steady, stay clear, and walk forward with the quiet strength of someone who chooses to live deliberately. Have you ever felt the sting of waking up already behind, your mind scattered before the day even begins? The alarm goes off, and instead of purpose, you feel a heaviness. You scroll, you stall, you wonder why the hours slip through your hands so easily. Beneath that frustration is something deeper, a quiet longing to take charge of your life, to stop drifting, and to live with the kind of strength that cannot be shaken. Marcus Aurelius, a man who carried the weight of an empire, faced the same chaos. Yet, in his private writings, he left us a map, not lofty theories, but raw reminders that discipline begins in the smallest choices. That order in the mind creates freedom in the soul. That strength is not found in bursts of motivation, but in daily mastery of yourself. This isn't about chasing perfection or pretending life is easy. It's about learning how to turn every challenge into training, every setback into a teacher, and every temptation into a chance to grow sharper. The Stoics knew that the greatest battle is not with the world, but within. And if you can win there, the noise outside loses its power. So, if you've ever wanted to wake up with clarity instead of chaos, to move with purpose instead of distraction, and to build a discipline that no setback can break, stay with me. Together, we'll explore the timeless principles Marcus Aurelius lived by and see how they can shape a stronger, steadier version of you today. 1. Find your true purpose. Have you ever opened your eyes in the morning and felt that strange emptiness, as if the day ahead was just another string of tasks, but without meaning? That weight of wandering through routines without knowing why you were doing any of it. This is what the Stoics believed to be the root of a restless life. Marcus Aurelius, emperor of Rome, and yet still a humble student of philosophy, often reminded himself that discipline cannot exist in a vacuum. It must be born from a sense of purpose. Without it, every action feels scattered, and every temptation has the power to pull you off course. He wrote that to live in agreement with nature is to live in agreement with your role, your virtues, and the deeper calling that has been placed upon your soul. Purpose is not about chasing glory, applause, or some dramatic achievement written in history books. For Marcus, it was far simpler and far more demanding. Purpose was a compass, steady and silent, pointing him back to the duties of the moment, to lead with justice, to face hardship with courage, to approach every task, whether governing an empire or comforting a friend, with integrity. He knew that once you understand what you're here to do, even the smallest action carries the weight of destiny. The morning no longer feels empty. You rise not because you must, but because you are needed. But how do we, in a modern world, drowning in noise and endless distractions, begin to uncover our own purpose? We are surrounded by choices that promise fulfillment, yet often leave us hollow. The Stoic practice urges us to peel back these layers. Seneca once said, "He suffers more than necessary, who suffers before it is necessary." In the same way, we drain ourselves with goals that were never truly ours, chasing approval, wealth, or comfort without ever asking what is essential for our growth. The practice is not about adding more to life, it is about subtraction, removing the inessential until what remains is clear. Picture a young man overwhelmed by the world's expectations. He tries to be everything, successful in his career, admired by peers, endlessly available to others. Yet in quiet moments, he feels exhausted, even resentful. One evening, after another long day of pleasing everyone but himself, he stumbles across a passage from Marcus Aurelius. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, "I am rising to do the work of a human being." That night he writes a single question on a page: "What am I meant to do today?" Slowly, day after day, he uses this question as a guide. He begins to say no to what drains him and yes to what aligns with his true direction. The transformation is subtle but powerful. His discipline is no longer a burden, it is a natural consequence of living with purpose. This is how purpose shapes self-discipline. When you know what truly matters, distractions fade and effort turns naturally into devotion. Each morning is no longer a fight to crawl out of bed, but an invitation to live in accordance with your principles. And each evening, reflection is no longer guilt-ridden, but a moment of clarity. Did I live true to what I was meant to do today? Purpose does not have to be grand. It can be as modest as being a reliable father, a compassionate friend, or a diligent worker who brings order into chaos. The Stoics remind us that the scale of the task does not matter. What matters is the spirit with which it is carried out. Marcus never measured his life by the titles he held, but by whether he acted with reason and virtue in every role entrusted to him. And that is a lesson we can carry today. Whether you are raising a child, writing an essay, or simply choosing patience over anger in traffic, these are the acts that forge discipline because they are done with purpose. So let this be your practice. Each morning, ask yourself with honesty, what am I meant to do today? Not what others demand, not what fear insists upon, but what aligns with the virtues you claim as your own. And each evening, ask, did I live it? Over time, these questions become the pillars of a disciplined life, not through force, but through clarity. You begin to see that self-discipline is not about harsh control. It is about devotion to what is worthy of your energy. Purpose is the root from which discipline grows. Without it, you are a leaf tossed by every wind. With it, you are a tree, deeply rooted, unshaken by storms. And when you begin to live this way, you will notice something subtle yet profound. Your life feels lighter, not heavier, because now, even in the smallest duties, you are aligned with something larger than yourself. That alignment is the beginning of strength. And so we move to the next principle. For once you know your purpose, the question naturally arises, upon whom can you rely to stay true to it? The Stoic answer begins with the hardest truth of all, yourself. 2. Rely on yourself. Have you ever caught yourself waiting for someone else to give you the answer, the encouragement, or the rescue you thought you needed? That quiet dependency can feel comforting in the moment, but it often leaves you powerless when life demands strength. The Stoics were clear. While friendship, counsel, and guidance have their place, the foundation of your discipline must rest on your own shoulders. Marcus Aurelius wrote that a man should look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if thou wilt ever dig. To count on yourself, in the Stoic sense, is not about shutting others out or building walls of isolation. It is about realizing that no matter what advice you receive, no matter what support surrounds you, the ultimate responsibility for how you act, respond, and grow belongs only to you. Consider how often modern life tempts us to outsource our strength. We scroll through endless streams of opinions, waiting for a voice that will tell us what to do, who to be, or how to live. And yet, the more we listen outward, the quieter our own reason becomes. Aurelius believed that reason guided by virtue is the most reliable counsel we can have, more reliable than the praise of friends or the condemnation of critics. Because reason does not flatter, reason does not panic. Reason simply asks, is this in line with my values, or is it not? This is why the Stoics urged us to return again and again to what is within our control, for that is the only ground no one else can shake. Imagine a craftsman building a boat. His neighbors crowd around, each offering a different piece of advice. One tells him the planks are too thin, another insists the design is wrong, a third mocks him for even trying. If he listens to them all, his work will never be finished, and his boat will sink before it sails. But if he trusts his own hands, his own skill, and learns through trial and error, then even if the sea tests him, he will know that the boat carries his mark, his discipline, his effort. In the same way, when you count on yourself, you no longer build your life with borrowed tools. You carve it with your own. This kind of self-reliance is both liberating and daunting. It strips away the excuses. If you fail, there is no one to blame but yourself. If you succeed, there is no one to credit but the discipline you cultivated day after day. Seneca warned that it is not because things are difficult that we do not dare, but because we do not dare that they are difficult. Depending too much on others makes daring nearly impossible. But when you begin to rely on your own judgment, your own persistence, you start to see that the strength you thought you lacked was always there, waiting to be exercised. The path begins with the smallest steps. Make a promise to yourself and keep it, no matter how trivial it seems. Wake up at the time you said you would. Complete the task you told yourself you'd finish. Reflect at night on whether your decisions today matched the values you claim to hold. These are not grand gestures, but they are the bricks that build a fortress of self-discipline. And over time, something profound happens. You begin to trust yourself. You begin to know that when you say, "I will," it means something. That trust is the deepest kind of freedom. Think of a moment when you wanted to quit, but no one was around to push you forward. If you pressed on, it wasn't because of applause or encouragement. It was because you made the choice to continue. That is the essence of counting on yourself. It is realizing that your strength does not need an audience. Your discipline does not require recognition. The man who can carry his own weight, who can decide with clarity and act with consistency, is unshakable even if the whole world turns against him. So, when the noise of advice and criticism grows too loud, step back and ask, what does my own reason say? What aligns with my principles? That answer, however quiet, is the one you must follow. The more you honor it, the stronger it becomes. Counting on yourself is not arrogance, it is integrity. It is the decision to live as your own compass, rooted in values that no storm can bend. And once you begin to live this way, you will see why the Stoics placed such importance on showing up every single day, because reliance on yourself is not built in one bold act. It is forged in the steady rhythm of persistence. And that brings us to the next principle, the discipline of consistency, the art of showing up even when you least feel like it. 3. The power of consistency. Have you ever noticed how easy it is to dream about a better life in the heat of inspiration, only to let that fire fade the very next day? We all know the rush of setting big goals, of promising ourselves change after a breakthrough moment. Yet, what defeats us is rarely the lack of passion. It is the inability to keep showing up once the excitement wears off. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply. For him, persistence was not about dramatic displays of effort, but about the quiet power of consistency. He wrote of living in agreement with nature, and to him, that meant not drifting through life, but meeting each day as a duty, as an opportunity to embody virtue through action, no matter how small or routine those actions appeared. Think of life as a long road, not a sprint. The Stoics taught that greatness is forged not in rare bursts of brilliance, but in steady steps taken every single day. Aurelius believed that every morning you wake up, you are entering a new arena, not necessarily for grand battles, but for proving your commitment to principle. Character is not built in applause, but in what you choose to do, quietly and consistently when no one is watching. Picture a writer who wants to complete a book. On the first day, he is overflowing with ideas, pouring words onto the page. By the third day, the excitement has dulled. Doubt creeps in, distractions call louder, and he feels the urge to put the work aside. If he listens to those voices, the book never sees daylight. But if he writes even a single paragraph each day, steadily, without fail, weeks later the pages fill. Slowly, almost invisibly, a book emerges. That is the Stoic discipline of showing up. The progress may seem small in the moment, but it compounds into something extraordinary over time. In our modern world, where distractions multiply by the second, this principle is even more urgent. One day you may feel inspired to hit the gym, meditate, or call someone you care about. The next day, the spark is gone, replaced by fatigue or endless scrolling. Stoicism reminds us, it is not intensity that shapes us, but regularity. A 5-minute workout done every day will build more strength than 1 hour of exercise abandoned after a week. 10 minutes of honest conversation with a loved one every evening deepens bonds more than rare dramatic gestures. It is not the size of the effort, but the habit of showing up that forges resilience. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about focusing on the present moment, on doing the task at hand to the best of one's ability. He warned against the burdens of yesterday's regrets or tomorrow's anxieties. To him, the present was sacred because it was the only space where action could truly exist. When you commit to showing up daily, you are practicing this mindfulness. You're not haunted by the failures behind you or paralyzed by the fears ahead. You're simply doing today's work today. A young athlete once shared that his greatest breakthrough didn't come from a single championship, but from the decision to train every morning before school. Rain, fatigue, and even doubt never excused him from the practice. Over time, that routine became more than training. It became identity. He was no longer someone who sometimes worked hard. He became someone who always showed up. And when the time came for competition, his body and mind were already disciplined by countless ordinary mornings. That is the quiet miracle of persistence. It turns routine into ritual, effort into identity, and small victories into lasting transformation. So what does showing up look like for you? It may be writing a page each morning, choosing patience in traffic, or sitting with your child without distraction for 10 minutes. The task itself is less important than the act of presence. Every time you honor your commitment, no matter how small, you reinforce your willpower. You remind yourself that your word carries weight. You teach your mind that you are not at the mercy of fleeting moods or circumstances. Consistency, then, is not about perfection. There will be days when your effort feels clumsy, when you accomplish little. But even those days count, because discipline is measured not by brilliance, but by showing up regardless of how you feel. The Stoics knew that we cannot control outcomes, but we can always control our effort. And when effort becomes habitual, discipline becomes unshakable. So let this be your call. Show up for yourself. Not once in a burst of energy, but every day, quietly, steadily, faithfully. Because the life you dream of is not built on inspiration alone, it is built brick by brick, day by day, through the discipline of persistence. And once you learn to show up consistently, you are ready to face the next principle: how to master desire and temptation, the forces that most often pull us away from the path we have chosen. 4. Embrace voluntary hardship. When was the last time you felt truly uncomfortable, not because life forced it upon you, but because you chose it? We live in an age that worships comfort, soft beds, instant food, endless entertainment. And yet, when life inevitably strikes with hardship, so many of us collapse under its weight. The Stoics saw this danger long ago. Marcus Aurelius, who could have lived surrounded by every luxury Rome could offer, reminded himself daily to embrace discomfort by choice, not to punish himself, but to prepare his soul. He believed that if you grow accustomed to small hardships, you will not be shattered when greater ones arrive. Voluntary discomfort in the Stoic sense is not about suffering for the sake of suffering. It is training, discipline for the mind and body. Seneca advised his students to set aside a certain number of days, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself, "Is this what I feared?" The wisdom is clear. When you willingly taste difficulty, you disarm its power over you. Suddenly the fear of loss fades, because you know you can endure without what you once thought indispensable. Imagine a man who decides to skip his daily indulgence of fine meals for a week, eating only bread and water. At first he feels restless, deprived, but as the days pass, something shifts. He realizes how much he had taken food for granted, how dulled his senses had become to the simple gift of nourishment. When he returns to his normal meals, each bite tastes richer. He has not just endured discomfort, he has discovered gratitude. This is the quiet reward of voluntary hardship. To see with fresh eyes the blessings already in your hands. In our modern lives, discomfort can be chosen in small ways. Walking when you could drive, rising before dawn instead of sleeping in, setting aside your phone for a day to face the silence within. These acts may seem trivial, but each one is a sharpening stone for your resilience. By stepping beyond comfort's boundary, you stretch your capacity to remain calm when real adversity arrives. It is not the scale of the hardship that matters, but the intention behind it. Every chosen challenge is a rehearsal for life's unexpected blows. There is also humility in this practice. When you voluntarily endure discomfort, you touch the reality that millions face not by choice, but by circumstance. You walk, even briefly, in the shoes of those who live without abundance. This awareness builds empathy, grounding you in the shared human condition. It reminds you that strength is not built in isolation from others' struggles, but in recognizing them, honoring them, and letting them deepen your perspective. Marcus Aurelius himself wrote, "Do not indulge in luxury. Be content with what nature needs." Such simplicity ties us back to the essence of being human. Consider a young student preparing for an important exam. Instead of surrounding herself with every comfort, she chooses to study in a quiet, bare room with only her notes and a simple chair. At first, she longs for distraction, but in that stillness, her focus sharpens. When the exam day arrives, she is not unsettled by stress because she has already trained her mind to resist the pull of comfort and to stay steady in difficulty. This is what Stoicism teaches, that discipline forged in small voluntary hardships becomes unshakable when life truly tests you. So why embrace discomfort in a world that promises ease at every turn? Because comfort, when clung to as necessity, weakens the spirit. But when viewed as a luxury, something you can enjoy without depending on, it frees you. The cold shower, the skipped meal, the silent morning without screens. These are not punishments. They are reminders that you are stronger than your cravings, greater than your circumstances, and capable of standing steady even when the world shifts beneath your feet. Start small. Wake an hour earlier than usual. Leave the elevator for the stairs. Practice silence instead of constant noise. Each act of chosen discomfort is like lifting a weight for your soul. It strengthens you bit by bit. Over time, you will find that what once felt unbearable becomes natural, even empowering. And when life delivers its inevitable storms, you will not panic. You will already be trained. Voluntary hardship does not reject life's pleasures. It teaches you to enjoy them without becoming dependent on them. It teaches you to enjoy comfort when it comes, but never to be enslaved by it. It is in this balance, this freedom from dependency, that true gratitude and strength are born. And once you begin to live this way, you are prepared to face the next Stoic principle, the discipline of mastering your desires, so that instead of being ruled by them, you learn to rule yourself. 5. Focus on what you control. Have you ever found yourself lying awake at night, replaying conversations you couldn't change, or worrying about events you couldn't possibly control? That restless cycle is familiar to all of us, and it is exactly the trap the Stoics sought to free us from. At the core of their wisdom lies a principle so deceptively simple, yet so transformative. Focus only on what is within your control and release the rest. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often in his meditations that to be disturbed by what lies outside our power is not only futile but self-destructive. The storms of the world will rage whether or not we resist them, but the way we stand in the rain, that is ours to choose. According to Stoicism, the only true domain we command is our thoughts, our judgments, our actions, and our responses. These are the levers of our destiny. Everything else, the weather, the economy, the behavior of others, even the outcome of our own efforts, remains beyond our direct grip. Epictetus captured it with clarity. Some things are up to us, and some things are not. The man who fails to see this lives in constant agitation, trying to bend the world to his will. The man who accepts it walks with calm, unshaken, because he no longer fights battles that were never his to win. Imagine a young woman who works tirelessly on a project at her job. She gives it her best, hours of focus, late nights, every ounce of creativity she can summon. But when the presentation comes, her boss dismisses it coldly, or the client chooses another direction. If her sense of worth rests on their approval, she is crushed. But if she has trained herself in the dichotomy of control, she measures her success not by their reaction, but by her effort and integrity. She can walk away with peace, knowing she mastered the only realm that was ever hers, her choices. This practice doesn't lead us to indifference. On the contrary, it sharpens our engagement with the world. When you stop clinging to outcomes you cannot dictate, you are freed to pour yourself more fully into the present moment. You act with clarity instead of anxiety. You give your best without demanding that life owes you a particular reward. And paradoxically, this often makes you more effective, because your energy is no longer wasted on frustration. It is concentrated on what you can actually change. Think about how this principle reshapes even the smallest moments. Someone cuts you off in traffic. You cannot control their recklessness, but you can control your reaction. Anger that poisons the rest of your day, or calm that allows you to move forward unshaken. A storm ruins your outdoor plans. You cannot command the sky, but you can decide to adapt to make the best of the day indoors. The wisdom is not in retreating from life, but in learning where your true power lies. This principle also guides how we pursue goals. By all means, set your sights high. Work diligently toward your dreams. But if you tie your happiness to outcomes that hinge on countless external factors, you chain yourself to disappointment. The Stoics teach us to ground our fulfillment in the pursuit itself, in the discipline, the adherence to virtue, the effort we bring each day. Seneca once wrote, "The wise man looks to the purpose of all actions, not their consequences." When you live this way, every day can be a victory, because the measure of success is simply whether you lived in accordance with your values. Applying this in daily life requires mindfulness. Before reacting, pause and ask, "Is this within my control?" If the answer is yes, then act with resolve. If the answer is no, let it go with grace. This pause is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is the moment you choose not to hand your peace to forces beyond you. And the more often you practice this, the more natural it becomes, until calm resilience is your default state. And here is the beauty. By embodying this principle, you don't just strengthen yourself, you become an anchor for those around you. In a world that panics at every headline, a person who remains composed, who distinguishes between what can and cannot be controlled, shines like a light. Your calmness becomes contagious, your resilience a quiet form of leadership. So as you reflect on this teaching, ask yourself, what burdens am I carrying that were never mine to hold? What outcomes am I clinging to that I cannot dictate? Release them. Reclaim your energy for the choices that are truly yours. That is the path to peace, and that is the discipline Marcus Aurelius lived by. If this message resonates with you, consider subscribing so you don't miss the principles yet to come, and drop a simple word in the comments: control. Let it be your reminder that peace is not found in mastering the world, but in mastering yourself. And with this foundation set, we can now move forward into the next principle: the art of managing desire and learning how to pursue without being enslaved by what we seek. 6. Reject the victim mentality. Have you ever noticed how tempting it is in moments of hardship to whisper to yourself, "Why me?" That quiet phrase is the seed of the victim mentality, the belief that life is something done to you rather than something you have the power to engage with. The Stoics saw this as one of the most dangerous habits of thought. For once you surrender to it, you forfeit the freedom of your own mind. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that while he could not command the storms of the empire or the betrayals of men, he could always command his own soul. Every event, he believed, arrives with a hidden question. How will you choose to meet it? The essence of this principle lies in reclaiming responsibility. It does not deny that life can be unfair, that pain, loss, and injustice are very real. Instead, it shifts the focus from what has happened to what you decide to do next. Epictetus, once a slave, put it plainly, "We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them." To refuse the role of victim is not to ignore suffering, it is to refuse to be ruled by it. It is to say, "This may wound me, but it will not define me." Imagine a man who loses his job unexpectedly. His first impulse is anger. He curses his employer, the economy, his bad luck. Days pass in bitterness, and his energy is consumed by blame. Another man in the same position feels the same sting of injustice, but pauses to ask, "What is within my power here?" He mourns the loss, but then he updates his skills, reaches out to new contacts, and uses the time to reconnect with what truly matters to him. Both men faced the same external blow, but one allowed the blow to shape his identity, while the other used it as raw material to shape himself. That is the difference between playing the victim and practicing Stoic responsibility. The first step is awareness. In difficult situations, notice your instinct. Do you immediately search for someone to blame? Do you waste your energy replaying complaints? Seneca warned that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Much of this suffering comes from clinging to grievances instead of acting on what can still be changed. To break free from this cycle, you must catch yourself in those moments, acknowledge your disappointment, and then redirect your energy toward what is constructive. This practice is not about suppressing emotions. The Stoics never asked us to pretend pain does not exist. They taught us instead to sit with it, understand it, and then transform it into strength. When you refuse to play the victim, even your wounds become tools for growth. A harsh word becomes a lesson in patience. A betrayal becomes a chance to deepen resilience. A failure becomes an opportunity to practice perseverance. Every obstacle, no matter how cruel, is reshaped into a test of character. Picture a woman who is abandoned by someone she trusted. Her grief is deep, and the temptation to wallow in self-pity is strong. But instead of asking, "Why me?" she asks, "What now?" She turns her pain into clarity about what she deserves, and she rebuilds her life with greater self-respect. Over time, her loss becomes the very foundation of her strength. She is not hardened into indifference, but anchored into independence. Her peace no longer depends on the faithfulness of another. It rests on the fortress of her own mind. This is what the Stoics meant by emotional independence. It is not cold detachment, but inner steadiness. By refusing to hand over your well-being to circumstances, you create a space inside yourself that cannot be touched by the chaos outside. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. That realization is liberation itself. You discover that even in the most unpredictable storm, you still command the rudder of your own soul. And so, to live without playing the victim is to live with dignity. It is to face life as an active participant, not a passive recipient. It is to carry an inner calm that cannot be stolen by betrayal, misfortune, or injustice. In this way, you do not deny the hardships of existence, you transform them into the very ground of your growth. And once you begin to live this way, you are prepared to understand the next principle: how to discipline your desires so that instead of being mastered by them, you learn to master yourself. 7. Practice delayed gratification. Have you ever felt the pull of temptation so strong that you gave in, only to realize later that the satisfaction vanished as quickly as it came? That is the trap of impulse. It promises joy, but rarely delivers more than a fleeting taste. Marcus Aurelius, like many Stoics, warned that to be ruled by impulse is to surrender your freedom. He believed that true mastery lies in delaying gratification, not because pleasure itself is evil, but because a life chained to desires becomes shallow and restless. To wait, to hold back, to choose reason over impulse, this, to the Stoics, was not denial, but liberation. Delayed gratification in the Stoic sense is not about rejecting joy. It is about exchanging smaller temporary comforts for greater lasting rewards. Aurelius taught himself to see pleasures for what they were, momentary, and to weigh them against the enduring fulfillment that comes when one lives in alignment with virtue and purpose. You have power over your mind, he reminded himself, not outside events. When you direct that power inward, you begin to see that resisting the lure of the immediate gives you space to build something more profound. Imagine a young man who receives his first paycheck. The temptation is to spend it all on luxuries, new clothes, gadgets, a weekend of indulgence. The joy would be real, but it would fade quickly. Instead, he chooses to save most of it, invest in a course to sharpen his skills, and allow himself only a small treat. Months later, while his friends complain of being broke, he has not only security, but